Want to become an elite level athlete? Well, look no further. The Reclaim Your Throne Elite D1 training course is all you need to take your performance from subpar to the creme de la creme of athletes all around the world. The purpose of this course is to give you a comprehensive weight training, speed, flexibility, recovery, and endurance program that is meant to prepare young athletes for collegiate and professional sports. This course is packed with over 2 hours of creative, action-packed lifts narrated and coached by yours truly to assure increased strength, speed, flexibility, recovery, and endurance. Hey, I get it. Training alone can be tough and can even make you feel misguided or somewhat unmotivated. But with this course, I walk you step by step through each and every lift to make sure you're using the proper form to prevent injuries and that you're hitting the correct muscle groups to render maximum results. So what are you waiting for? It's now or never. So go ahead and get the training course today so you too can reclaim your throne.
Yeah. I was serving and bartending for a long time, so I was always thinking like, yo, what am I gonna do at the point where I'm too old for it,
Yeah.
But okay, all right. Let me see. We get people. Okay, I think the show is going right now. All right, I got Reclaim Your Throne. Hello.
What up? What up? How y'all doing?
Hey.
Good. How are you?
Shit, I'm just chilling, Can't complain. What's up, Francesca?
How are you?
That's how you pronounce your name, right?
You did it right.
All right, yeah, cool.
What's your name?
My name King.
King, nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Is that really your name, or is just because it goes with the Reclaim Your Throne?
No, that's my real name. That's why I made the handle Reclaim Your Throne.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where are you from?
I'm from Atlanta. What about you?
New York.
New York. I know it's chilly up there, ain't it?
That's why I'm wearing a hoodie.
Snuggle. Okay, I see.
Mm-hmm.
You like cuddling, snuggling and shit?
To a point, yeah. Not when I go to sleep. I like my space.
Yeah, I feel that too. I'm the same way.
Mm-hmm.
That body heat be cooking in the
It really does, though. I can't do it.
Yeah. So yeah, I just clicked on the link to your IG, just checking it out, see what type of vibes you on and whatever. But it seemed like you moving proper, swaggy and shit, whatnot. But I do want to ask you something about the bottle girl shit.
All right, talk to me.
All right, so I know some bottle girls down here. I don't know how it worked in New York City, but in Atlanta, a lot of times they can move a little reckless, if you will. So I want to know, like, are you more on like
give me
vibe?
an example. Give me an example.
So I mean, I don't know how how blatant we can get on this podcast, but like some pay for play type shit.
Pay for play.
Yeah, like doing that type of stuff. Fly out culture. I'm not mad if you're getting flued out or nothing like that, but I'm just saying it's very close to pay for play. So I wanted to know, like, how do they do it in New York? Because in the A, you have bottle girls. They going to this destination, that destination.
No. We keep it. It's like it's clean up here. Like it's very corporate nightlife in New York. It's more like and specific like companies. So yeah, I don't do that. We don't. Oh, they. I just read that.
Hold on, what did they say?
I mean, when I worked in the club, I wasn't aware that the girl were doing that.
No, they don't do that. Like with us, we keep it classy. We don't do that. We get tipped very well, and that's how we make our money is by giving great hospitality and customer service.
Okay.
Yeah, we keep it clean.
Okay. All right. So yeah, another thing I want to ask about.
Wait, King, I have one question for you. How you know about that? You paid for play before?
Ooh. No, I'm in the clubs often, and I see the vibes. Like I see the way people moving. I'm outside with it, so
How outside are you? I
mean, I might step out on a Saturday night, watch a game at a bar or something like that. Nothing too crazy. But
But you just said you'd be in the clubs.
No, I do on Saturday night.
You just said you want what? Okay. I actually want to hear the rest of your. Ask the other question really fast. I want to hear it.
Okay, yeah. So I do my little research when I am trying to get to know somebody. I see you got the OF in the bio as well. I want to know, like, what type of content do you be making?
If you click it, it's not ready yet, so I didn't do it. It's not
Okay.
ready. It's still in
Okay,
process.
is that a venture that you're looking to explore?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, and then like, what type of content would you be doing? Would it be
You have to subscribe to find out.
Nah, but I'm just saying, like, if somebody
subscribe to find out.
It's a business. Like, you can't ask
business,
what
baby.
you're gonna have on there.
No, I'm not trying to ask for specifics. I'm just trying to get
you gotta subscribe to find out.
of
It's exclusive content.
King, do you follow some OnlyFans girls? Like,
follow? No, I don't.
No,
but so I do have an OnlyFans myself.
Why are you asking what's going to be on there if you're not somebody that goes and pay for that type of content?
Well, because obviously, if a guy is looking to, get to know somebody, you kind of want to know what she does. You want to know her occupation. You want to know how she makes her money. You want to know a little about a bit about her background, maybe where she comes from as far as her family goes. So, I think that's an important question. It's not like, it's not like I'm just saying, oh, you can't do I just kind of want to know, like, what your business plan is, your idea on getting that thing launched in the event that, something sparks off.
Yeah, I can't talk about that on here, unfortunately. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I feel that. I mean, I got an OF too, though, so.
Okay, King, would it bother you if she had one, because she's in the process of making one? Would that bother you? You wouldn't be able to date her, or you go with that?
Nah, that ain't no problem. I kind of wanted to know, like, how deep you was looking to do it. Like, are you trying to, I'm not going to get too specific, but you know what I'm saying? There's certain content that goes on those pages. And
how do you know? Because if you don't subscribe, how do you know?
I mean, you can read an article on the bread and butter of OnlyFans. So it's not something that takes a rocket scientist to understand what they're doing on the OS.
What's your OnlyFans?
So I do fitness content on my OnlyFans. I, try and help guys improve their physique, improve their body, improve their mindset, scheduling, how to start a business, how to get into personal training, online training, all that kind of stuff. So that's really what I'm into.
Okay.
It's actually.
He said his nigga, but. Oh, what? How did I become a freak over asking about the
actually?
OF? I made an
that's how
observation.
people make money on OnlyFans with a lot of different crafts. So
yeah,
I respect it.
For real, definitely. So yeah, it looks like you kind of into fitness too. Maybe that might be a route that you could take as well. Looking at the IG.
Why? Just because of my body?
Yeah, it looks like you, you got a nice body, and then I'm just seeing like a picture of you in some quasi workout clothes. So I just kind of assumed that you were in the gym at least, a couple days a week.
Or I pretend to be, and I was just wearing workout clothes.
Yeah, that could be the case too. You could be BBL'd up. I'm not sure.
I am BBL'd up. Is that a problem?
Okay. Nah. I could fuck with a manufactured bitch for sure. You know what I'm saying?
A manufactured bitch, pineapple.
I've never heard that one.
Me either. I thought I'm going to use it next time.
Wow.
I was giving him time to speak. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Manufactured bitch.
Wow. Yeah.
I love that.
All right. Well, we're gonna.
Can I change my handle to manufactured bitch?
Seriously.
He seems to hold. Ain't nobody hot as me. Ain't nobody hot as me. I'm the type to fit that cylinder in her isosceles. Shit, she probably fucking, but it's not for free. What's the CashApp, bitch? You'll have a nigga pay your fee. Yeah, I can see just how you whine me. Pouring out of me is this misogyny, it's riding me. Pick apart the beat, pick apart the beat. Like how the fuck you let them niggas feed your ass that riding me? Got these bitches salivating over.
Claim your throne.
What's good, cyberspace? It's your boy Reclaim Your Throne coming at you with another crazy video. But first, my goal is to get to 5,000 subscribers by the end of the month. So make sure you go ahead and like, comment, share, subscribe. You already know, Reclaim Your Throne. So guys, we're going to break it down today. We are going to get into the business. It was Halloween weekend for sure. Halloween weekend. It was an interesting weekend. A lot of things happened. Obviously, if you were outside, you could see the thottery that was going on, which I support wholeheartedly at this point. Okay. I have no issues with it. But I do want to make you guys aware so you are not making bad decisions out here in your own dating life. Okay. So what we are going to do is break down a series of videos of things that happened this weekend. All of the thottery that happens this weekend or that happened this weekend. We're going to break down some female nature conversations as well. Man, we have a lot to break down. You know, the dating scene is it's pretty much becoming obsolete. Hookup culture is becoming the norm. The top 20% of men are, you know, bagging all the women. And you're having a lot of guys pretty much going without. And that's causing, you know, its own problems in the world, in society. But we're not really going to focus on that part. We're going to focus on what's actually going on. We're going to give you guys examples because people just think that, oh, I be talking out my ass and all this kind of stuff. But that's not it. That is not it. So let's see. This is what we're going to do. We're going to break down the game because we know the economy is hitting crazy. We know the economy is hitting crazy right now. It's not looking good. Inflation, interest rates. And a lot of chicks are getting desperate. They're going straight into sex work out of high school. And that's the reality of the situation. You can't deny that. Okay. Like I said before, women of our generation, Generation Z, have the digital footprint of an adult film actress. Let me repeat. Generation Z has the digital footprint of an adult film actress. Okay, so let's break down some of these chats, guys. If you are in the YouTube, your chat will be read. If you are in TikTok, make sure you come to YouTube if you want to be acknowledged in the chat. Link is in the bio. But shout out to Anthony Hanks. He says, but is it really over, though? I'm not going to say it's over, but it's over for a majority of men, for sure. And that's undeniable. Stan219 says it's definitely pay for play in New York in response to the pineapple videos. Yeah, he's absolutely right. And as a matter of fact, I do want to break down that pineapples video that went viral, that I did that went viral. So we can go ahead and break down a little bit of it. I'm not going to replay the video. Excuse me. But what I am going to say is that these women are absolutely paying for play on Instagram and in the bars and they're, you know, if they're in the clubs and they're bottle girls, they're definitely paying for play. They're definitely absolutely paying for play. And there's no denying it. There's no denying it. And let's see, I'm going to break down. I'm going to break down why I have found this to be true. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to like a quick snippet of when I basically, you know, called Shorty a manufactured bitch, which is really what she is. You know, I don't see why she would take offense to that. Shout out to Astro. He's laughing. Lickle Fart says, have you gained your red wings? He says, I will pay you $150 to take my test. It's 10 questions. Nah, I don't do that, bro. Did you work out this morning, bro? No, I didn't. I was preparing my course. He also says OF is for women the same way the Army recruits the men out of high school. Nah, it's not, I get what you're saying. I wouldn't equate those things, but as far as the recruitment process goes, for sure. Except there doesn't have to be recruiters to come to your school and say, hey, join OnlyFans. No, it's online. You're seeing your favorite TikTok thoughts blow up on TikTok for doing provocative content, and then it's a lead funnel into the OF. So that's what's happening. He also says, bro said the girl was moving proper in the pineapple video. Yeah, I was just trolling her. Stan219 said the fact she lied is a low-key sign she's play for pay. Yeah, she is, and she actually started posting on her OF, which we'll go to. But let's listen to this clip right quick. Be the case too. You could be BBL'd up. I'm not sure.
I am BBL'd up. Is that a problem?
Okay. Nah. I mean, I can fuck with a manufactured bitch for sure. You know what I'm saying?
A manufactured pineapple.
Yeah, that could be the case. All right, so y'all saw she pineappled me after. I mean, honestly, we was vibing until I said that. And people are agreeing with me in the comments. Was he lying? She's not real. Are any of these successful matches? I fucking love it. Fellas, start telling these women the truth because they are quick to talk shit about us. Facts. So people were agreeing with me for sure. Obviously, I was not tagged in the videos, which is an issue. My guy says manufactured is an accurate term in this case for sure. But what we will do is, where's Shorty at? Where's Shorty at? Francesca. All right, give me 1 second. I'm gonna search her. I'm gonna search her Instagram. Let me search her Instagram really quick. It's gonna take me a minute because Melly. Let me see. Melly basically doesn't tag any fucking body, which she needs to start doing, honestly. I mean, if you're gonna run a show, at least tag the people that, at least tag the individuals that are going on the date with you, you know? Let's see. Show the pineapple show. Should have had this pulled up before, but guys, we are winging it. All right, here we go. So, do. All right, so it looks like she is not tagging anybody. So I'm gonna have to find the page alone. But I do want to break down some of these comments. Somebody says, Melly low-key be enabling these birds. Yes, absolutely. She said birds of a feather. And what people don't understand, you know, respectfully, I respect the Pineapple Show and what Melly Monaco does, but she worked in the clubs too. She worked in the clubs too, and she was trying to make it seem like she didn't know what I was talking about when I spoke on play for pay or pay for play, and she didn't know that these women were for sale and all this kind of stuff. And she's, you know, basically feigning ignorance, like she doesn't know what the hell I'm talking about, when I guarantee she saw the women in the club selling pussy. As a matter of fact, I asked a girl off of a podcast that I did a couple weeks ago and she was a bottle girl, and I said, what percentage of the women sell pussy in the club? And she said about 60%. For sure, about 60%. Dude says, in school, did you ever pay people to do your assignments, or was people paying you to do theirs? In high school, people would pay me to do their shit, but nah. Look a Fart said, one dude sent a super chat in the video and said, this N-word a munch. Yeah, that was funny, even though I don't eat pussy, and I advise you guys not to as well. Cash God said, the girl who sat 2 seats down from you on the podcast Saturday night got rude with you. Her name is actually blank when you called her shorty or something. Right, exactly. Look at Fart said, did Alpha Zoe get mad at you talking to women? What are you talking about? Cash God said, I know at the point where black women give me what? Or I'm at the point where black women give me the ick. Oh, wow. That's what Cash God said. Tesla said, did you take off those boats from the podcast? You talking about the Tims? All right. So people are saying she's for the streets, and that's all you need to know. She wants you to subscribe. You know she is selling her body because she is not on OF for giving medical advice. Exactly. When I heard that, I was like, holy shit. He was being kind. The fake up is out of control. Facts. Niggas saying he ain't lying. She couldn't wait for a reason to pineapple him. State of women today. Exactly. My man ain't hold back. I mean, she went to auto shop. Yeah. So, my guy said, men stop simping, women change. So I'm just going to leave my own personal comment on this video. I'm going to go ahead and leave my own personal comment on this video. So that people know what the fuck is going on. So let's see. All right, so I left my comment on there. I like the video. I subscribe to the channel. Yeah, so very interesting there. Somebody says subscribe for what? I ain't there to subscribe. How many people have met from this? Why he say that? Wrong move, buddy. Somebody said, please go to his community tab and see his girl and say that again, my bruh. Gen Z mindset / reclaim your throne ain't hurting for nothing. Okay, y'all hear me. They said, what's his channel so I can see? Black Gen Z mindset is one, reclaim your throne is another. And I believe a defunct one, Quarantino to God. Okay, so we got some riders in here. He says, quit folding to these women. Nice guys finish last. Bet she'll be DMing him after seeking validation and trying to validate her worth. Ooh, okay. Somebody said he ain't no alpha. He thought with his popularity, fame, body, and status, he had a guaranteed win, but she rejected him and his ego couldn't let it go. He came back to tap in because she tapped him out. He's not what women will cheat with, creep with, or sleep with. His hair is longer than both ladies. They don't find that masculine. Let's see what Octomo is looking like. That's a homo name as well, Octomo. So this guy has one sub. Nobody said I had fame or status or anything like that. I'm not famous. I don't have hella clout. I'm a local household name, but I'm not like no famous, super famous guy. Somebody said, did we watch the same video? The minute you got defensive when having a discussion, you take an L. She does OnlyFans. Most men are going to question the content you provide. He was open about his, which was not sexually related. She had a BBL. Most men are going to question and categorize you. Let's see, a BBL is a surgery with the highest risk of death. Most women get a BBL for the look, not for improving quality of life. Well, I would say it's for the look and improving quality of life by, using simp men to validate and splurge on them. For example, a burn victim may get skin grafting. No, so when women get BBLs, it's based off of insecurity, especially the high risk associated with the BBL surgery. When you have I think it's like a 25% mortality rate, then yeah, you can pretty much say, oh, anything you're willing to go under the knife and take a risk with your life at, you're probably very insecure about that feature in your body. So when women like to say, oh, well, men are insecure and it's that and third, look, I can't speak for other men, but most men are not like insecure. As a matter of fact, like most men like embrace their insecurities and are like their comedic style is like self-deprecating. Now you could call that insecure. Some people take it too far. But most of the time, I would say that that's not the case. Like men are not out here getting life-altering surgeries. Dang, I'm clogged up today. All right. Let's read some more. Tesla said, did you see where Brad Martin ran a 4-4? No. Jojo Joestar says, quick question, Reclaim. How did you respond to the self-hate claims? Sometimes I feel like I see where they are coming from because of your word choice. No hate, just want to know your thoughts. What specific word choices? Because I mean, you could say these rappers hate themselves because all they say in their rhymes are nigga and nigga this and nigga that, and oh, I killed this nigga. And so who hates themselves more? People who openly go out and kill and harm black men, black women, and black children, or me who highlights these deficiencies in the culture and actually wants to see a change? So there is no self-hate over here, buddy. As a matter of fact, I take very good care of myself. So I really don't understand that angle. Tesla says that guy just went in on you, bruh. Yeah, he did. Jojo Joestar said, regarding the Gen Z mindset videos on our community harming one another. Yeah, so I'm just trying to figure out how it's self-hate because I'm not the one who came up with the term super gremlin. As a matter of fact, it was actually Kodak Black who came up with the term super gremlin in his famous video that came out late last year or early this year, I believe, called Super Gremlin. And as a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure if we look up the lyrics of the Super Gremlin song in Rap Genius, you're going to see a whole bunch of what you could call self-hating things, right? Am I right or am I wrong? Wolf in Sheep's Clothing says, so wait, so what's on your OF? You said you did foreplay or something? No, I never said I did foreplay. On my OnlyFans, it's literally the same shit that's on my YouTube channel, the same shit that's on my Instagram. Wolf in Sheep's Clothing says, white women with tattoos love brothers. I wouldn't disagree. Jojo Joestar says, not arguing with you, brother. I just wanted to hear what you thought. No, I don't think it's an argument. I just, I'm pretty adamant about this because I do hear the self-hate thing a lot. When, if I hated myself, I would be like one of these goth bitches and I would be like slitting my wrists every chance that I get, but you don't see me doing shit like that. Tesla says, I came on the stream last time. Okay, so let's get into these Super Gremlin lyrics before we get into the main show. Since people want to talk about the Black Gen Z mindset content, which I have no problem talking about. I actually think that is my life's calling, even though they banned me for 7 days from posting. He says, man, we could be superstars. We've been wrecking cars. What is at stakes for us? Kicking off power mirrors. Yeah, we could be superstars, but I'm pretty sure time is up. And so we fell in love with spinning drops. Still only a child, but faithful era. Okay. He says, say you my nigga, I'ma be your killer. So he's already saying that, hey, you say you my nigga, but I'm gonna be your killer. Nobody gonna play with you when I'm with you. Go against any nigga like fuck this glitter, skeet off dirt. I'm ditching. I put it in for you. So he's basically explaining his loyalty to, this is a diss to Jack Boy, a guy that basically he grew up with. Obviously, damn my nigga, you tripping. We could have been superstars. He said one thing. He said, I knew the perks was fake, but I still ate them because I'm a gremlin. So he called himself a gremlin. You could perceive that as self-hate. But when it comes to me, there's none of that. Even when you go listen to my music, when you go listen to my content, from my latest albums, all of it was about Black empowerment. Ultimately, when you look into the storylines, from Info $sign to the Face Tape, all of my bodies of work speak about Black empowerment. So, I mean, that's just the reality of the situation. He said, us guys in India are supporting. Okay, shout out. Lick a fart. Did you get hit? Okay, he's wiling. Wolf in Sheep's Clothing said, I thought your calling was just football, bro. No. Brad Ivanson said, is tonight going to be crazy in terms of costumes? Not too crazy. Key says, Tino, respectfully, don't whip that thing out again. Okay. Look a fart says, you said that misogyny was pouring out of you. Yeah, it was a song It was a song called Not For Me that, was basically detailing a incident that I had with a woman in my past. And she would, it was a song dedicated to her. So, but like I said, you have to listen to my album in context, because when I said that line, like the song after that is about like how much I love women. So you have to really, you can't just, my album is 18 songs, I think. So you have to listen to my full album to understand the context of the song. I said a lot of things in that album. I said the F word that rhymes with maggot in that album. Does that mean that I was being homophobic? Absolutely not. But if you listen to, somebody said when you say Mac, it's scary. When you listen to the context of the full album, you can kind of get the gist of it. Jojo says, you got a girl, or was that an ex? I do have a girl, but the song that I was, or the woman that I was referring to in that song, is my ex. The line goes, ain't nobody hot as me. I'm the type to fit that cylinder in her isosceles. Okay. She trying to fuck, but it's not for free. What's a cash app? Bet she'll have a nigga pay a fee. Yeah, I can see just how you eyeing me. Pouring out of me is this misogyny. It's rotten me. Pick apart the beater, pick a pot to pee. Like how the fuck you let them niggas feed your ass that rotten meat? Got these bitches salivating over me, holding back every temptress, dictatorship of her ovaries. Notably said these niggas is whack. They too controlling B, calling P like I'm Colin Powell, head in the rotary. If she don't fuck, then she not for me. Cop a plea or cop a fill, you still can't catch a nut from me. Fuck her fresh up out that poverty. Feed her anorexic dick. She probably needs the calories. Now tell me I wasn't spitting on that shit. Y'all killing me with this shit. I ain't gonna lie, bro. Like when it comes to the lyrical ability, I'm pretty much unmatched. Like I honestly, when you listen to that album, there's nobody who can, like, honestly, I really don't think there's people who can rap like me. You know what I'm saying? And I ain't one of these freestyle niggas. I write my shit. But like, dog, that's one of the hardest verses I ever put on wax. No cap. Somebody said, I like Lotta. Okay, yeah, a lot of people like Lotta. He said, but Fly By Night was trash. You bugging. Fly By Night was fire. The beat is crazy on that shit. Jojo Joestar said, I remember the It's Your Big Sis Girl. Yeah. Lick a Fart said, was you in college making these songs? Yeah. Mr. Jake says, damn. Stan says, what's the girl from Pineapple's IG? The black one or the white one? We're going to get to her soon. Lick a Fart said, I played Lotta in my car, and one of my girls said, turn this ish off. I said, it's hard. I don't know. I mean, a lot of women don't really resonate with my music because it's more like, it's hard, it's gritty, it's grimy. But you have to listen to the lyrics. But yeah, a lot of people said they like Lotta. Let me see. Okay, so we're gonna go to Francesca's IG. I forgot to go there. And when you go to Melly's Instagram bio or Instagram story, she's actually still in the clubs. Still in the clubs. He said, can you say Mac? I thought the song was trash, bro. Thought you didn't like the song. But y'all say it. Mac. All right, let's see. Let's see. All right. Damn, what was her? I think it was 2 N's or something. And oh yeah, got her. Boom. All right. So let's break down Francesca shit. All right. So in the bio, it says alchemist, free spirit, Reiki practitioner. I don't know what the fuck that is. So yeah, here she goes. This is the Instagram that I was referring to. I mean, she's got some big tits for sure. They actually look natural. So her boobs actually look very natural from my observation. She does have tattoos. Look at this this tattoo right here is a Masonic symbol as well. And then she has this star on her wrist, which honestly is the positioning of the star is shaped in a Baphomet. So that's concerning as well. Also, this pyramid tattoo, you know, definitely has Masonic ties here. She is a secular woman. I guarantee she's selling pussy. As a matter of fact, what did I say? Any woman with over 100K followers on Instagram is selling pussy. There's absolutely no way in hell that she's not. I'm gonna tell you that right now. There's absolutely no way that she's not selling pussy. All right, so let's go to her, the link in her bio, the website. So when you click the link in her bio, it goes here. Then we click on her OnlyFans, her exclusive content, and we'll go ahead and subscribe for the free ski. Oh, I was already subscribed. Okay, yeah, so I already had this queued up. I'm pretty sure it's pretty like safe for work type stuff. As you can see, she's putting like very regular stuff up right now. And then the content here is behind a paywall. If you saw this, no, you didn't. My first OF content. So I don't know what's behind that paywall. We're not going to find out. But what I will say is I think that I inspired her. I honestly think that I inspired her to start posting on OF. And we're going to end the TikTok stream. I'll probably go on IG. But I actually inspired her to start going on OF because she didn't have any posts. Before I pressed her on the OF and on her direction on what her plan is. Honestly, I would probably be a good resource for her because I would know how to manage the account. But obviously, after labeling her a manufactured bitch, you know, she might be in her feelings, but we'll see. Lord have mercy. So we're going to get into this, just the degradation of society in general. And then the Halloween weekend, different costumes that you saw in the dominant media, the dominant society. Let's see. Let me just switch accounts really quick. And we're going to go live on Instagram as well, guys. We're going to go live on Instagram. Even though I don't know what the fuck is going on. All right, cool. So we're going to go live on Instagram. Boom, boom, bap. All right, so somebody said, okay. Somebody said, okay, is your girl a 10? So I have already like spoken to my girl about her rating. I would say that she's probably 8.5. And that's pretty good. I mean, nobody's perfect, but I mean, her body is perfect. For sure. I think her face is very beautiful. But it's not perfect, and that's not an issue. So somebody said, is Abby Bitter your chick? No, she, I mean, I don't know why you would think she's my girl. For one, she's not, I mean, she's okay, but she has tattoos. I would never like take seriously a woman with tattoos. Look, a fart says, I'm tripping. I said Fly By Night was trash. I meant the song Racist was trash. Fly is hard. Oh, you don't like Racist? That shit was hard. Known for using hands and not my fingers. Tesla says she posted that you was sucking her toes on her story. No, sir. Mr. Jake the Great says Francesca go hard. I ain't gonna lie. If she was a biatch, it would be cool. Or if she wasn't a biatch, I guess. What supplements you on? I don't take supplements. Jojo says, do you think girls are turned off when we follow these girls on IG? I don't follow no bitches on IG, but all these bitches, they follow a nigga. I only follow girls who follow me back. Wolf in Sheep's Clothing says, you was already subbed. Were you yanking it to her? No, she didn't even have content on there. I already showed you. I subbed to save the page. Stan says, off topic, are you hip to Chronicles of Judah content? You should check him out. He speaks a lot about the pagan Baphomet worship that's going on. Yeah, I think I heard of him back in the day. Wolf in Sheep's Clothing said, if I send the $4.99, show us what's on the other side. I'm dead. Yeah, you're going to have to hit that super trap. And YouTube takes 30%, so you're going to have to send 30% more. Jojo says, yo, what type of dreads do you got? I've been trying to find some like yours. They're just a 2-strand twist. Is your rating higher than your girl's rating? No, I don't think so. You know, the woman is usually always more beautiful than the man. Okay. But I don't know where you got the Abby Bitter thing from. I don't even follow this bitch, so I don't know why you would think that she was my girl. But anyways, where were we at before I got distracted? Okay, I remember. So we're going to talk about what's going on in the society. We're going to talk about the effeminization of men for sure. And leading that cause is none other than Lil Nas X, which I thought this post was, I mean, it was funny. It was entertaining, but you know, it just shows the state that we're in.
You thought I was feeling you? No.
Okay, this is copywritten music. So it looks like Lil Nas X went for Halloween. Oh God. Okay. I didn't know it was like that. For Halloween, he dressed up as Ice Spice, and he did all that goofy shit. Sorry guys, I didn't watch the whole video. I just saw like the fucking thumbnail. Damn, I keep dropping my phone. The thumbnail, I guess. But guys, the Reclaim Your Throne Elite D1 training course is now available. The Elite training course is now available in the description box below. Tesla says if Nas X hopped on a few supplements, probably couldn't tell you apart. Yeah, okay. But yeah, so check out the course. It's in the description box below, and then we're going to get into the bulk of the content. So let's get it.
What? No, how much you charge?
Minimum 100.
Minimum 100.
Okay, so you have a truck driver, and if you guys don't know much about truck driving, for one, these truck drivers are always on the road. And it's funny because they travel a lot. They meet a lot of different women. They're sexually active. A lot of them are for sure. But at these truck stops, you have whores, you have hookers, you have prostitutes, you have Tatianas, you have slores, you have hoes that are willing to sell the pussy to these truck drivers while they're on the road. And in this case, it looks like this whore was panhandling and trying to basically negotiate a price with this brother. So let's see what he says.
You do anything?
I mean, we can fucking talk. It ain't your first rodeo, babe.
No, I was gonna say because I
Hold on, run it back because I didn't hear exactly what they said.
Went back?
what? No, how much you charge?
Minimum 100.
Minimum 100.
So this is what these women are selling a pussy for. I need you guys to understand how low the price of pussy is. There's no reason why you should be an incel. Just pay for at this point, pay for it. Get it out of the way. Pull up, give a bitch $100 to hit her from the back and keep it pushing. Key says, how many people bought your course so far, bro? I'm not sure yet. I haven't looked at the stats. Give me a coupon. So for the first 5 hours of the course, it is 80% off. So it's $12.99 for the first 5 hours. So you need to go cop it right now. Otherwise, the price is going to go up after today. I never worked as a mechanic. he said, have you ever seen a prostitute on the street in person? Absolutely. Mr. Jake the Great said, I'm getting my CDL soon. I'm going to give these lot lizards hell. Yes, sir. So, yeah, that's what they call them, lot lizards. I was just about to bring that term up. But, yeah, so she's charging $100 for the pussy. And honestly, she is an average, slightly above average woman, but her pussy is only $100 a night, which is pretty funny, okay? And these women have all these standards, but they fucking for $100.
You do anything?
I mean, we can fucking talk. It ain't your first rodeo, babe.
No, I was gonna say because I gotta change my air ducts on my house.
You know it sounds like some bullshit.
I'm for real.
You even let it out. You're like, ah, she's looking at me like it's bullshit.
You're looking at me like it's bullshit, and then we can fuck after. Now I gotta go to the attic. You down? To change my air ducts.
You're gonna pay me more?
It's gonna take about like 5 minutes. I'm fat. I can't get up there.
All right. So as you can see, my man is actually trying to get some free labor by telling the bitch, hey, you know, I need help to get my air ducts changed, which is some real shit. Okay. Some real shit. Some real shit. Put these bitches to work, my nigga. Put them to work. Put them to work. And then, okay, I'm back on Francesca's page. And yeah, you know, a lot of people saying she's tough. Yeah, she is tough. She is a manufactured bitch, but manufactured. It looks like, well, I can't guarantee that she was made in America, but the work looks good, okay? She says, stay away from people who are cool with people who aren't cool with you. They play both sides. Then she is promoting the IG, or not the IG, but the OF, the OnlyFans. Somebody made a fake page. And as you can see, she's saying link in the bio. And I guess she's trying to quote Dr. Sebi or Dr. Sabai. And she is directing people to her OF. So she said that she made good money. She said she made good money in the club. So what's the need of an OF? Please tell me. What is the need of an OF if you said you made good money in the clubs? Okay. Makes no sense. This is why I know for a fact that a lot of these chicks are paying to play. Lico Far says, did you fail economics? Hell nah. Mr. Jake said, I couldn't even get my degree if I failed economics. He said, I'm going to do the same shit, bro. Bitch, replace my marker lights real quick. On God. Wolf and Sheep's Clothing says, how do you have that type of hair? That's biracial hair. I know Don J apartments stink after having so many 304s in there. Nah, it don't stink. Don J is a really neat guy. So it's never messy. It never stinks. He's a great host. You know, he feeds everybody. He provides alcohol. Great host, great guy, you know, solid dude, man. Solid dude for sure.
Yo, what the fuck is
So guys, as you can see, this young man, and you can tell that he is in high school or middle school because of the desk. And it looks like he is watching some adult content at school. Okay, so we can't really show exactly what's going down on the screen, but it's a woman.
Yo, Marlon.
Okay, so it's a woman on TikTok. Yeah, so it's on TikTok. A woman is twerking, and she's twerking on TikTok. I thought it was some sexual content, but it's not. She's just twerking. She has shorts on.
Marlon.
My fault, man.
That nigga said, my fault, gang. So the teacher caught this nigga watching some TikTok bitch twerk in class. Yo, this is hilarious, man. This is hilarious. And this is just how down bad these guys are. And also, this is a testament to show you that adult content is getting in the hands of young men. Adult content is getting in the hands of young women. Okay? That's the reality of the situation. adult content is getting in the hands of these young guys. It's being promoted to him. I guarantee that came up on his For You page, and he didn't just go search it out. And now he's viewing adult content and being tempted to lust by these OnlyFans thoughts. Isn't this? I mean, this is crazy. It's a ridiculous situation, guys. If you're watching on Instagram, make sure you go to the YouTube. We're streaming live on YouTube, so you can see what clip we're talking about. But my man got caught watching some Tatiana shake the ass on TikTok. My question is, how is he even receiving this content in his feed? Isn't the algorithm supposed to protect children from NSFW content, not safe for work content? But as you can see, it's not working. Chancellor says she gonna say OF is a side hustle, right? Wolf in Sheep's Clothing say you be tearing up that pizza that he buys for sure. He says you was that kid who yanked it under your desk. Absolutely not. I was that kid who was getting some top under the desk. Key said black men are graduating college now. That's funny. He said, would you leave your crib to your homie for the night if he needed it for a girl? Fuck no. No, I wouldn't. I mean, I wouldn't let him fuck in my bed. I guess I would I've got multiple cribs. So if he needed a crib, I would say, hey, here's a link to my Airbnb. You can rent it out for a night. Yeah, but I'm not going to just let him fuck in my bed. Oh man, that's funny. So as you guys can see, young men in high school are being tempted to lust after these OnlyFans thoughts. They're being tempted to jerk off. They're being tempted to masturbate. Okay? And they're very young. And they're saying that, oh, Andrew Tate is a problem, Sneako's a problem, Kanye West is a problem. They're banning everybody left and right. But these OF Tatianas are able to promote sexuality to young men with no consequences. Men who have not come into age. Men whose brains haven't developed. Their brains haven't developed. Isn't that what these chicks say all the time? Oh, I got finessed by a guy when I was young because your brain doesn't fully develop until 25. Well, it doesn't. Like, that's literally their excuse. Like, get the fuck out of here, man. The fuck out of here. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. Let's see. That nigga said Tino sleeps on nut stains. Hell nah. I nut in a bitch. You feel me? I ain't even, respectfully, I'm with my girl. She on birth control. We ain't leaving no mess. Mr. Jake the Gray said, teacher just walked away disappointed. Yeah. Look, a fart says, spark one up for us. I might. Can Tate beat you in a race? Hell no. Fuck no.
Let me put y'all on game. This is how you get a pretty bitch.
I get a pretty bitch.
All right.
Okay, so listen up, guys. This is a sister with a weave in. This is not her hair. This ain't your hair, ma'am. Okay, let's let's preface this thing by saying that, ma'am, this is not your hair, respectfully. So whatever you got to say, it's like, okay. But everything about her is fake. The lashes, the hair. Everything about her is fake. I haven't seen the body, but I'm sure it's fake. And then she has a Balenciaga t-shirt, which I'll go on a limb and say is probably fake, which I don't really have a problem with people wearing fake designer clothing. Me personally, I would never pay full price for designer clothing. I would never do that a day in my life, especially when I know that I can go overseas and get it a lot cheaper. But, I'm not knocking her for rocking a fake Balenciaga t-shirt. But my point is that these are the same women talking about, oh, I need a real nigga, but everything about them is fake. So let's keep
All right,
going.
so if we texting on the first day and I'm like, you like, what you doing? I'm like, nothing, about to go get my nails done. Just send it the
Cash
first
App.
time, because now I know you're not stingy. You're gonna do whatever for me.
Wow. So she's basically saying, if I tell you that I'm gonna go get my nails done, just send the money to get my nails done. Guys, don't ever listen to this fucking bullshit. Don't ever listen to this goofy ass shit. Bro, never, ever spend money on a woman before you fuck. Don't do it. Don't do it. It is an L every single time. I've done it plenty of times. It's not worth it. It's never worth it. And every time I do it, I'm like, damn, my dumb ass just did it again. Every time I do it, I'm like, shit, that was a bad decision. There was no type of value provided for me in this interaction. So no, like we're saying no. Men are not paying for dates anymore. Fuck it. We're done with that. We taking your ass on a picnic. Hey, boo-boo. Here go your picnic basket. We taking your ass on a picnic. Okay? Straight up. So the Instagram Live is ending. They literally just kicked me off of Instagram Live. So guys, come to YouTube. Come to YouTube. I'm gonna see if I can get this stream going any other platform. But this woman says, "Oh, just pay for the nails. Just go ahead and pay for the nails." Yeah, fuck out of here. Let's see. My man said you're gonna have a kid soon. Stan219 says, "How did you acquire your Airbnb? Was it a corporate lease, or did you get a mortgage on a condo or a house?" So it is a condo that I own. And I paid for it cash. Lick a Fart says, "I dated an ugly chick in 2018. Bruh. And when my friends Joan, they always bring that up. Anything I can say as a callback." Exactly. Yeah, they will. Wolf in Sheep's Clothing says, "Did you approach your girl or did she approach you?" I approached her. He says, "No cheap dates before you crack." Absolutely. Well, no dinner dates. You can take her to Starbucks. You can, hey, boo-boo, here you go, your picnic basket. You could take her ass to the park, the picnic basket. You could take her ass to Memorial Park, take her ass to the Botanical Gardens, take her ass to Piedmont Park, take her ass anywhere but on a dinner date. Be like, hey, boo-boo, here you go, your picnic basket. Okay? Wolf in Sheep's Clothing says, "Bro, a bad chick is not going to go for a picnic for a first date." Actually, she will. I've done it several times, and it works. And it works because a picnic is authentic. Real bad bitches go to the gym, so they enjoy being outdoors. So you can actually make it work for sure. Abdul Lenoir says, "Women who ask for money for the basic upkeep are the trashiest women." Yes, absolutely. You could tell this is a trashy woman. You could tell that she goes to the club and twerks her fishy ass twat all up in everybody's face. So she's one of them bitches who will dance on a fat bitch all night to make the fat bitch feel better. Like, she knows that she could probably talk to a couple dudes and get and go home with a guy, but she'll rather like twerk on a sweaty fat bitch the whole night at the club to keep that woman, for one, to keep that woman around so it makes her look better. Because obviously, I mean, this woman, she's decently attractive, but she's not the most attractive. But having a fat bitch beside her turns her into a 9 or a 10. Amongst black men's standards, right? Because we all know that black men have low standards. Like, let's not let's not act like this is not a thing. We all know that that's the reality of the situation, and it's unfortunate. But like I said, if she's standing next to a fat bitch, niggas will think she's bad. Like, niggas will be like, "Oh, bro, she is bad." They're gonna be in the comments, "She is bad, bro. What the hell are you talking about?" No, she's not. But anyways, let's keep going.
Not stingy, you're gonna do whatever for me. If I say, "Oh, are you hungry?" You know what I'm saying?
That's easy, but that ain't number like couple $100. Like,
my nails
easy.
and my feet together.
That's easy. Oh, that ain't nothing but a couple $100, bro. These are the simps in the community. Black men. I mean, I'm on record saying that white men are the most blue pill. But I would say that we're probably one of the most simpy, you know what I'm saying? Because we have that son husband mentality. Oh, that ain't shit. That ain't nothing but a couple $100. That sets a precedent, bro. That sets a precedent. Unless you are like guaranteed to fuck, unless it's like a transactional relationship where it's like, yeah, I'm gonna pay for your nails, but I'm expecting some nookie after this, and we know that it's about to go down once you get your nails done, then I can get behind that. But for this nigga to come, oh, well, that ain't nothing but a couple $100. Like, yeah, we gonna, like, bruh, come on. I'm not living in a destitute situation. And to me, that's out of my budget, especially for a first date. I'm not spending $200 on a bitch I don't fucking know. Facts. I'm not spending $200 on a fake ass bitch with weave who's probably going to set me up like Cardi B did the niggas that she was fucking. Okay? It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
My nails and my feet together is $350. Period.
Yeah.
So I'm saying send that.
I know yours.
Ask me how much it is. Get my just little stuff. Look, if I'm just meeting you and you know I'm doing this, doing that for myself, I have everything myself, got my own shit. Handle the small shit first. Then I might take it easy on you.
Easy. But you automatically think in your mind.
I might take it easy on you. What the fuck do you mean by that? I might take it easy on me. And this is coming from a woman who like pretty much already knows that she's not going to fuck this guy. Because you know for a fact Pookie and Ray Ray wasn't paying for shit. Pookie and Ray Ray were not paying for her nails. Pookie and Ray Ray were not paying for her hair, lashes, toes and nails, the $350. Pookie and Ray Ray ain't putting down that money, bro. They're not. And if they are, they're giving their last, hoping and praying for the pussy. Wolf in Sheep's Clothing says, I'm 18, but I got a car, but it's not the nicest car. Can I still do well? I got a touchscreen radio, so it ain't that bad. If you're 18 with a car, you separate yourself from a lot of guys. Cash God says, when we date IR, we don't set the bar high, being honest. Facts. Cash God said, white and black men simp in different ways. Black men tend to be more emotional simps. White men tend to be more of a sugar daddy vibe. Yeah, for sure. Cash God said, did you buy a Louis V belt? No, I didn't. Cash God said, but if you were to take a woman out like Brittany Renner, could you still pull off a picnic? Hell yeah. Astro said, facts, the guy she like ain't buying shit. Exactly.
I'm like, oh, this nigga a trick. I got one.
No, not all the time though.
Okay, not a trick, but okay.
Yes, that is tricking. She said, no, not all the time though. So the difference between a trick and a nigga who's gonna hit is your attractiveness level. So when she says no, not all the time though, if you're hot and you're spending money on her, then yeah, she's gonna say, oh, not all the time. Sometimes I have really hot guys who are willing to spend money on me. So that's where she's coming from with it. If you're ugly, then the more money you spend, you might be able to smell the pussy. And she might just end up turning you to a munch at the end of the day because you know niggas just be like, oh, just let me eat your pussy. That lame ass shit.
Okay, I got one of these niggas that I'm gonna milk. Or not even milk.
No, it's not. You know who to milk and you know who.
Milk is the beginning on
But
first
I'm just
day.
saying, like, nails is 300. Like you said, that's around 300.
So, and then you see the woman right here. She looks fucking malnourished. She looks like a malnourished alien. And she has like red hair. Obviously not her hair. I would not put it past her to be bald under that fucking inglorious wig. But, Wolf in Sheep's Clothing said, but when you're 40, Tino, and you're not in shape anymore, I'm going to be in shape at 40. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Anymore, you'll probably need to trick and eat the wop. No, I'm not eating pussy at all. House of Lamar says, hell no, bro. If you ugly, these hoes is draining your account and bouncing. Facts. Astro says, that looked like a man. Fact. Lick a Fart says, he's 37 now. I mean, 40 is right around the corner for him. I think he'll stay in shape. Yeah, I'm not 37. I'm 27. I don't know where the fuck y'all getting these numbers from. But yeah, I'm not. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna be even more skinny at 40 than I am now. So, like when I already have a plan. I have a nutrition plan for 10 years. I have my meals prepped like for this whole week already. So like for you guys to say, oh, well, you're going to be fat and old. No, the fuck I'm not. Because I'm not like one of like these lazy old fat guys like who stop working out. I'm going to be working out till the day I die. I might die in the gym. And I'm not even trying to put that on myself, but I might die like running a fucking 10-mile jog or some shit at the age of 80. Nah, I'm just kidding. But I mean, that's just how dedicated to my fitness that I am. So we're going to get into some street interviews, and this is over Halloween weekend, and it pretty much just exposes the reality of female nature today.
What is your craziest sexual experience?
I've had sex with 3 men.
Your whole life? No. Oh, at one time?
She got fucked by 3 men at one time, and she is ugly. Okay, and probably in her youth, she looked a little better. She has crow's feet. She's wrinkled up. I would say that she's ugly, honestly. Like, I would give her, like, sub 5 for sure. Sub 5 for sure. She's not an attractive woman. Some people would say, oh, she's a MILF. But this just goes to show how thirsty some of you guys are. For one, if you're that thirsty that you have to have sex with one woman and share her with 2 other men in one setting, that's an issue. That's an issue. I could understand if y'all ran a train, like you get first dibs and then, you know, niggas come in the room and wax that. I could totally get that. But to just be sitting there like, you know, in a circle with your dick hanging out and the bitch in the middle is wild to me. Lick a Fart says, you're going to get pinned under a barbell tomorrow. Now you jinx yourself. Nah, I'm actually running tomorrow. So Lick a Fart says, is your girl in your will for when you pass? I mean, if we had children, she would be, but no. Lick a Fart says, does Alpha's okay, bro, you got to chill. AlphaZo is my nigga. He is my homie. He is the Miami liaison. You got to put some respect on AlphaZo's name. He definitely don't roll that way. Cash God said, what are your thoughts on still hitting your ex if she's in a relationship but reached out to you? Yeah, I mean, if she's in a relationship, she reached out to me, I'll still fuck. Just make sure her man don't find out. Just make sure her man don't find out. So let's see. Let's finish this one.
Dick in the pussy and the ass in the mouth.
Oh, it was amazing. I would do it again.
Would you fuck the whole City Boys squad?
Yes.
Wow. So, and this is an older woman, a post-wall woman who's saying she would still, at her age, she's over 30, talking about she'll fuck the City Boy squad. I mean, this is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. So we're gonna get into some more. House of Lamar says, you in Texas? No, I'm in Atlanta.
Like best friends by chance?
We've known each other for a fat ass minute.
How long?
Like elementary school.
Single or in a relationship?
I have a boyfriend. I'm single.
Do you happen to know her boyfriend since you guys are since elementary school best friends?
Yeah, that's actually my brother.
Isn't that kind of like weird though?
It was at first, but we adjusted.
How much do you trust her?
That's where I recognize these hoes from. They were in the It's Complicated video. And we broke that down a while back, I think. Somebody said, I thought you stayed in Athens. Why did you move to the A? Because there's more opportunity in Atlanta. House of Lamar says, go overseas. It's that bad. And my man still wants me to spark one. If I spark one, it's not going to be on camera, but I'm definitely probably going to spark one throughout this stream.
You trust her?
100%.
Have you guys swap phones and check each other's most recent messages? So I'm trying to see if you're loyal to the brother. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's all right.
So as you can see, they're supposed to be swapping phones because I think one of those girls is actually dating the brother of the other. So it looks like the more attractive one with the blonde hair is dating her brother, I believe.
Wait, hold up. Wait, why you going through your messages?
Look, so she nervous. He said, why you going through the messages? He caught her. Let's get it.
Why you going through your messages? All right, swap the phone then. Go through her most recent.
Devon.
Who's Devon?
Devon is my friend. He lives back in LA. Are you just
Devon is my friend. Now, guys, I'm gonna tell you something about these Devons. Because I mean, when I grew up, one of my best friends was named Devon. He had a twin brother. He was older than me. He was actually my brother's best friend, but we were really good friends too. I'm gonna tell you something about these Devons, and I love my nigga Devon for sure. I love my nigga, but these niggas usually are street ass niggas, street as fuck, street as hell, the streetest. Okay, a lot of times they're on that take gang shit. Okay, take some. You know, they're thieves in many cases. Obviously, in this case, he's stealing another nigga's bitch. Okay. I have experiences with Devons. Okay. And from my experience, the Devons of the world, they're most likely going to be Pookies and Ray Rays. They're going to get down and they're going to get down to business. Now, like I said, I'm not chastising the Devons of the world, but these dudes are definitely hood dudes. And I don't know if her man is a hood dude as well, but it just goes to show what these sisters are actually looking for in men, contrary to what they say that they're looking for. Key says, I'm a sophomore, bro. How can I get a girl snap in my class? She smiled at me today. Just go up to her, put your balls to the wall and ask for a fucking snap, nigga. Stop being a fucking pussy. If she smiled at you, go up to her and talk to her. House of Lamar says, fly to a village in Uganda and get a thick version that doesn't know what Instagram is. Problem solved. Same thing with Raquez. Yeah, for sure. Raquez is definitely on that hood shit.
just got his number? It says that you just texted him yesterday. That was your first messages. What are you talking about? What do you really? What do you mean?
So you see what happened. She's in a relationship, a healthy, happy relationship, right? The man is treating her good. This is the man's sister, the one in all black. So she's in a healthy, happy relationship. And essentially, she basically is getting exposed. She is getting exposed. Okay. By her boyfriend's sister. And the thing is, these women, they know the game. So you can't lie to them, even though they'll lie to you. You can't lie to them. So when she's saying, "Oh well, he's my friend Devon. We've known him for a while," and then she looks at the text message thread and she's like, "Bitch, you just met him yesterday." The text message thread starts yesterday. That's how you know that a lot of these chicks be capping.
Wait, hold on.
You're talking to my brother.
Hold on, grab her.
I'm doing too much. Okay, but Devon ain't nobody. Obviously, Devon ain't nobody. So why didn't you come out with me last night then? Because I wasn't feeling good. We're supposed to be in Vegas, just me and you. All right, but we went and ate that nasty ass food. Now I felt sick. But you didn't tell me you was feeling sick.
Grab her phone. Grab her.
That was really good last night. And you got that wet.
Woo! Exposed by her brother's sister, right? Or her brother's sister. It's ridiculous, man. And she thought she could hide this from her quote unquote bestie. They're besties, right? Because she's dating her brother. It's bullshit. Y'all are going out every night. How do we know this? Because you were in the It's Complicated video. And guys, I told you I'm going to start doing these street interviews as well. So don't fret. We're going to get to the business. It's getting a little cooler outside, but that's not going to stop me. I just got to get my mic, my handheld Bluetooth mic set up. and then we're going to go hard on these street interviews, guys.
Like what? But if I was to call my brother right now, then what? If I was to call you, what do you mean you don't know who I don't know who that is? He's texting my phone. Of course you don't know who it is. You just met him.
Let me see. The wet emoji. Wet emojis.
I'm gonna call my brother right now. Yes, I am.
Wait. Wait, hold up. Wait. Call him. Wait, hold on a second. Call your brother. Tell him what happened. Put on my phone.
Why is Chloe cheating on you? Why was she cheating on you last night with some dude named Devon? Who the fuck is that Devon? I'm not lying. Jaden, I literally just went through her phone. Went through her phone.
Turn up all the way.
She talking about some you got that wet.
Wait. Hold on. On the side.
Yeah, she cheated. No, I didn't. Why are you lying? I'm not lying. Jaden, I promise you I'm not lying on everything I love.
I told you shouldn't let that go out there on God, bro.
I didn't think she was gonna do something like this.
So let's see what the brother said again. Let's run it back.
Cheated. No, I didn't. Why are you lying? I'm not lying. Jaden, I promise you I'm not lying on everything I love.
So let me tell you something, guys. They're in Vegas. She met a guy in California, in LA. She just moved to LA. It's over, bruh. I'm sorry, even though LA pretty much sucks, it's trash. Vegas trumps LA, or not Vegas trumps LA, but LA trumps Vegas. As far as like the guys out there, women are more intrigued by guys who are in LA than in Vegas. I mean, this is just basic geomaxing, and obviously it depends on the look of the guy, his attractiveness and whatnot. But if we take a man who is, let's just say, her boyfriend's an 8 out of 10. The guy that she fucked and cheated on and her boyfriend with was an 8 out of 10 as well. And one is in Vegas and one is in LA. LA wins every single time. LA has more clout. LA has the name. The adult content is legal out there to participate in, film and produce and whatnot. So LA trumps Vegas every single time. And as a matter of fact, I like Vegas more than LA. It's more affordable. There's better people. Prostitution's legal. But at the end of the day, the name, the clout of LA trumps Vegas. Even though Vegas is a clouded up city, we all know that more stars are in LA than in Vegas, and women are drawn to that. So she's going to entertain a guy from LA because he's from LA. Like literally, when I would like go out with my cousin and we would like spit game to like bitches and shit, we would say where we're from. I say, yeah, I'm from Atlanta, da. And because we're in Atlanta, it doesn't really mean shit. The women are like, oh, well, local nigga. I probably seen him before in passing. Okay, next. When my cousin says, yo, I'm from LA, they're like, their eyes light up. So I was just like, man, I'm finna start saying that I'm from LA too. Well, I'm really from, outside LA, San Bernardino. It's a couple hours away. And them bitches be eating that shit up. So my point is that the clout of LA, the name of LA rings bells. But if I was in LA and I said I'm from Atlanta, I'm going to eat. So just being out of town, being a quote unquote foreigner, even though, we are not foreigners to the United States, but we're foreigners to different states within the United States. Just being that out of town guy can increase your SMV in a certain scenario. So I did want to kind of highlight that. Let's see. AlphaZo says, be careful when girls say he's like a brother to me. He's my best friend. They definitely have history. Absolutely. Tesla said, if your girl said she was going to get her brother on you in an argument, what would you say? I actually am, I fuck with my girl's brother. So, I mean, I wouldn't say anything. AlphaZo says, besties know everything. They know more about your girl than you do. Facts. Stan says, this video is cap, but this does really happen. Yes, it does. Tesla says, bro, you have to commute to your girl back in A. You move to the A. Oh, no, it's over. Break up with her. Nah, distance makes it stronger. He says, go back to UGA and grab another degree. If you went back, would you study if you had to? Bro, what? It increases because, yes, LA is clouded. but she knows if you're from far away, she knows you may never see, or she may never see you again, so she'll do whatever. Yeah, that's true too. As far as going back to school, I'm probably not going to go back to school until I'm a millionaire. And then like I would just do it to just get a master's just to say I had one. But yeah. He said, I said, if you went and grabbed another degree, what would you study? Oh, I'm not completely sure.
I told you shouldn't let that go out there on God, bro.
I didn't think she was gonna do something like this. You never like me with your brother from the jump. That's why you okay.
The jump?
I let it slide. No, I didn't want you with my brother. That's why I didn't want you with my brother because you a
Hey, on my mama go, on my mama, I'm still your friend on God. On my dead folk.
her friend.
On God, for real.
He hung up. How you feel about this? How you feel about this?
Uh-oh.
Hi.
Come here. Yo. Why'd you do that?
She's always felt some type of way about me with her brother.
I explained the messages. I saw the messages too. The wedding emojis. I saw them. The wedding emojis. Nothing to say. Yo, nothing to say. Hold up. How do you feel about this?
I knew I should never let that with my brother in the first place. What do you want to do about it?
Wait.
What do you want to do about it?
She said.
What do you want to do about it? Do you want to about it?
Wait, hold on.
So obviously it was theatrical, probably a skit, but this kind of stuff absolutely happens, guys. This kind of stuff absolutely happens. So let's keep going. Key says, I said, if you went and grabbed another degree, what would you study? Oh, I read that. Did you smash any professors or any baddies at your school? Of course, man. Of course. Alpha Zoe says these situations really do happen. Come to South and you will see it every weekend. What places do y'all live, or you all must not come outside? Exactly.
What you like about sucking dick?
I like to choke on it for real. Like, I like the gag on that shit. Like,
I like that for you.
I like that for me too.
Okay, so he's going around asking women what they like about sucking dick. Now, back in the day, you would have to pull some teeth to get a black woman to say she likes sucking dick. But because of hip hop and whatnot, I think it has been normalized. I think, as a matter of fact, black women still put a lot of weight into sucking dick. As a matter of fact, they say, oh, well, I suck this nigga dick, so he should do this, that, and the third for me. So the reality is sucking dick is a selfless act. For a woman, it is a selfless act. It's something that you do to show your desire for your man. There's nothing better getting some head from a woman shows more attraction to you than you actually fucking her. Like, a woman will let you fuck her from the back before she'll suck your dick, if that makes sense to you guys. So getting your dick sucked is the highest level of attraction from a woman, for sure. I don't even think there's any way to argue that, because a woman, for one, she's got to be completely submissive on her knees. And a lot of times she's looking up at you. A woman, unless she's like completely like slurred out prostitute type, she's not going to suck your dick unless she thinks you're hot. Okay. Wolf and Sheep says, hey, yo, what? He smashed the professor. I smashed the teacher's assistant, but I mean, it's basically the same thing. Like a grad school student, but who's like a TA, teacher's assistant. But yeah, I used to smash. I'll say I'll smash like a TA probably like once a semester. Lick a Fart says, I don't like getting my stuff sucked. I just want to hit from the back. Oh, you bugging, G. Stan219 says, how do you think I should start investing in real estate? I have 50,000 plus in the bank, and I made 80,000 to 100,000 on paper the last 2 years. Additionally, my parent is willing to invest with me. Oh, that's great. You should probably hit me up on IG, bro, because I can really help you get started in real estate, like for sure, like 100%. As a matter of fact, the next course that I'm putting out is going to be a real estate course. So let's keep going. Alpha Zo says, I just witnessed a situation where 3 baddies were all smashing one guy in the club and everyone knew. The girls were peacocking and creating drama, tagging and involving everyone on social media. Liga Fart says, but how do you know your girl isn't getting hit by the UGA current athletes? Because she's too busy for that. She, you know, does her business. She does her own business. And then, you know, she's also, most of the time she's at her parents' house and that's out of town. So Look at Fart said, does these TAs give you good grades because of that? No. So the TAs don't officially, the TAs do grade the papers, yes, but the professor has an overall view. So, and most of it is Scantron. So a TA can't alter your grades. Like I made a, why do niggas keep trying to make it seem like I didn't study in college? Like literally that's, I used to pull all-nighters after, before every test. No matter how easy the test was, I would pull an all-nighter just because I was so adamant on, you know, getting my studies right.
I done had like 2 niggas, like.
You had done 2 niggas do what?
Put it in my ass. Like, what is he talking?
So another issue that I see is the willingness for, and it's not just black women, but modern women, to the willingness to just open up their legs and throw their ass back for all of the world to see. I think it's completely tasteless. I think that those positions should not be seen by anyone but your man. But obviously, these modern women don't adhere to those rules anymore. But they want a man to cuff them and take them seriously. So, guys, never take a woman seriously who just randomly twerks, unless you're the only person in the vicinity who can actually see it. Because if she's twerking like that at random, she's doing that for everybody.
I swallow.
Oh, yeah. You got a long tongue. Let me see that again. Show the camera.
So he said she swallows. Now, let's rate this woman. We are going to rate this woman. But first, I need you guys to get them likes up. First, I need you guys to get them likes up. We're going to rate her. Give me 1 second. I am going to play the ad for the Reclaim Your Throne Elite D1 training course. And then we will get into this lovely lady's rating.
Want to become an elite level athlete? Well, look no further. The Reclaim Your Throne Elite D1 training course is all you need to take your performance from subpar to the creme de la creme of athletes all around the world. The purpose of this course is to give you a comprehensive weight training, speed, flexibility, recovery, and endurance program that is meant to prepare young athletes for collegiate and professional sports. This course is packed with over 2 hours of creative, action-packed lifts narrated and coached by yours truly to assure increased strength, speed, flexibility, recovery, and endurance. Hey, I get it. Training alone can be tough and can even make you feel misguided or somewhat unmotivated. But with this course, I walk you step by step through each and every lift to make sure you're using the proper form to prevent injuries and that you're hitting the correct muscle groups to render maximum results. So what are you waiting for? It's now or never. So go ahead and get the training course today so you too can reclaim your throne.
All right, guys, so we're back. Honestly, I think she's pretty hot for sure. Obviously, the hair is fake, which I would have to see how long her hair actually is. But she's attractive. All right,
You like it in your butt?
I love it in my butt. I love anal.
So she says she loves anal. Wow.
Nora, see what's in the box.
Wow, this girl is freaked out. But ultimately, I think she is attractive. She's pretty cute. Her eyes, they look greenish. Could be contacts. They look hazel, mocha skin, clear skin, really hot girl. I'll give her a 7. Looks like she probably wears like a B cup, C cup maybe. I give her a 7. She's got a really nice ass and a really pretty face. So I give her a 7. No titties though, so she can't get the 8. All right, let's see. Said, did you have labs in college? Yes, I did. He said, Key, you deepen your voice for that thumbnail, by the way. What does creme de la creme mean? You said it in your course thing. It's just like the top notch. Astro says, she looked good, but STDs is all I see. Possibly. Possibly. Key says, bro, you gonna get hurt with that power clean form. Haven't been hurt yet, but thank you. AlphaZo says, Slutsaween weekend, free pass for girlfriends and 304s to act as wild as possible, for sure. AlphaZo says, I'm in the gym right now lifting, and these girls dressed up with their ass out. You can tell they've been wanted to dress like this in public. Facts. Like they're doing bent over rows in fishnets, and then they don't want men to stare. Astro says she's an 8. Guys, let me know what you think that last woman was. Key says black women are always doing the most in front of a camera. Yeah, it's pretty sad. AlphaZo says AWALT. Yes, sir. But you know, in black women's defense, black men do a lot of shit in front of the camera, like waving guns and flashing money. So, which I don't know. I don't know how you guys view that, but I think it's pretty tasteless and dangerous in this day and age that we live in. And I think it definitely gives off the wrong appearance. Just trying to be fair and objective. But yeah, for sure, they do be wilding for the cameras. So we have this next video that we're going to break down of a woman who is giving advice. So let's listen up.
Number 1, non-reciprocal energy. You hear a lot of women in the dating market saying when the right man comes along, you will not have to try. And although it's true that you won't have to try too hard, there's a difference between not trying too hard and not trying at all. You don't have to be.
Okay, so this is bullshit off the rip. When the right man comes around, you won't have to try. That's absolute bullshit. You're going to have to try to learn how to fucking cook because most of y'all can't cook. You're going to have to try to learn how to fucking clean because most of y'all don't know the difference between Fabuloso and Lysol. Yeah, like y'all are going to have to try. Like men, we're not just going for this basic, you show up, we fuck, you know, we cuddle and watch Netflix and chill, and then I'm paying for all the meals. You coming over to my house, I'm driving you everywhere, I'm protecting you, and I'm doing all of the work, I'm applying all of the pressure. And then you just sit there and be girly. No, that's not how the fuck it works. You're going to have to try. You're going to have to do some shit. You're going to have to put in some fucking work. And the thing is, on the Don J podcast, when we was talking about this weekend, women doing wifely duties before getting the ring, it just shows that these women are not willing to put in the work to further a relationship because she says she ain't going to do wifely duties before getting the ring. And then my question is, well, nobody's gonna wife you up if they don't see you being a wife in the future. And the way that they're gonna see you being a wife in the future is by doing fucking wifely duties. So this idea that if you get the right man, you ain't gonna have to try. That's just like saying, if I get the right woman, I ain't gonna have to try. It's fucking bullshit. If I stop doing those things like paying for everything, most likely the woman's gonna leave. Like next, I'm gonna tell you right now, if you're in a relationship, guys, next time you go out with your girl, say, hey, can you get this one for me? Look how like disgusted she looks. Well, uncomfortable she gets. Well, I can't do it right now because this and a third. But then on the other hand, they'll brag to you about how much money they making. Ooh, I just made this much money today. And ooh, this dude sent me $250. And they'll brag to you about how much money they making. But then when it's like time for them to come out of pocket, well, I don't have it right now. And well, this week has been really tough for me. And you know, the bills just came out. Like, dude, the fuck out of here. So you stop doing what you're supposed to do and see how well that works for you. Let's see. AlphaZo says this one girl is dressed up like the nerd girl from Scooby with a mini skirt, but over here bending over doing deadlifts. SMH. Exactly. Look at Fart says, what age did you get your first 10,000? Shit, I was like 14 when I got my first 10,000. Look at Fart says, you was smashing after that podcast? No, I was not. AlphaZo said, I done seen like 40 slut nurses, 10 fake angels, 20 she devils, 20 get off kittens, etc. this weekend. It's not even about dressing up anymore. Exactly. Tesla said, you need someone to pick out your outfits because you go on the podcast. JK. Yeah, people have smoke for my outfits, but you know, I don't dress like all these other niggas. Like y'all want me to dress like one of these fucking rappers, and that's just not how I dress. I have my own style, have my own swag, I have my own type of way that I like to present myself, and I'm not gonna be one of these dudes sagging in some fucking skinny jeans. So yeah, you're not gonna get that out of me. AlphaZo says soft girl era, end quote. Don't fall for it, fellas. Exactly. AlphaZo says conditional femininity, when it suits them, it's a charade. Exactly.
Thirsty, you don't have to come off desperate, but no man wants to be pursuing a woman that they feel is not giving them the same kind of energy in return. Number 2, unrealistic financial expectations. Somewhere in the modern dating market, we have communicated to women that it is totally acceptable to expect a man to pay for their hair or their nails for a first date.
Oh, wow. Didn't we just hear that from the ratchet bitch who had no hair in the last podcast? At least this one, you can tell it has her natural hair in. So thank God for that. And she also looks a little older as well. So she's probably early 30s, late 20s at best. And at least she has her real hair. So this is a testament, Black women specifically, that, hey, you can actually grow your hair. Obviously, some people are suffering from female pattern baldness, although it's usually after they're putting a whole bunch of chemicals and synthetic products in their hair. But nonetheless, you can grow your hair as a Black woman. So I don't want to hear that bullshit excuse of, oh, well, our hair just don't grow the same. Well, how come all the Black men got dreads and y'all hair don't grow the same, when male pattern baldness is actually something that is passed down genetically for generations to come? And it's not the other way around when you have 2X chromosomes. So tell me that.
Or to even go as far as to ask a man they barely even know to help them with their bills. Feeling entitled to lavish treatment or financial assistance from a man that you barely even know that's still trying to get to know you is an extremely unrealistic expectation. And social media has done a really bad job of making modern women think that that behavior is normal. Let me be clear. There's nothing wrong with wanting a man who's financially solid, but no man wants to feel like they're your walking ATM. Number 3, immaturity and uncontrolled emotions. Immaturity, uncontrolled emotions.
So that's like that video that I premiered today where the woman was screaming at the top of her lungs, talking about some, where are you going? Don't leave. Get in the car. Like, dude, emotional immaturity. And look, immaturity / uncontrolled emotions, bro, this is most women. But the thing is, they'll say, oh, well, women mature faster than men. That's absolute bullshit. It's absolute bullshit. These women are not maturing faster than men. Yeah, they might grow a pair of tits before your balls drop. That might happen. Yeah, she might be, 12, 13 years old in a D-cup bra while you sitting here trying to grow your first hair on your nutsack. Yeah, that might be something. But it's not like her mentality is just, oh, well, she's just so advanced in her maturity. And, you know, she knows how to do her taxes. She knows how to handle estates and prep for her meals. And she has her clothes laid out for the next day. It don't work like that. Most of these bitches, you go to their crib, they have clothes scattered all the fuck around. And they don't have any intention on cleaning it up that night or even that day. Tesla asked, did you whip it out on the pod? Yeah, I completely pulled out my cock and showed it on live YouTube for all the world to see. Yeah, I absolutely did. Wolf in Sheep's Clothing says, no cap, you can tell RYT's feet stunk after those boots. Nah, it was like 40 degrees outside, so it was I wasn't sweating, wasn't no stank, and my feet really don't stink at all. Anyways, Alphazo says, be careful, guys. It's the end of the month and the beginning of another begging season is here. They all about to be short $200 to $500 for rent and bills. Alphazo also says, asked you to pay the bills when you all just met in the past week. Exactly. Wolf in Sheep's Clothing says, so many black men use extensions. No. Dude, that's absolutely bullshit. Talking about so many. Yeah, maybe like 2 industry niggas like Fetty Wap and then another fucking rapping ass nigga. But black men are naturally growing their hair. When you see a man with dreads, 99.9% of the time, that's his hair. Ain't no fucking black men getting extensions out here. It's like 2 or 3 niggas in the whole existence of dread history that have extensions right now. Like, stop it, bro. Alpha, though, says Blueface and Bluetooth all over again, right? Matthew Sharp says, these women are 100% cap. Wolf in Sheep's Clothing says, AWOL, bruh, you doing some dirty stuff? What? Bruh said you whipped it out on crying.
Controlled emotions. Immaturity, uncontrolled emotions, acting crazy, all of that has been rebranded recently as being toxic. And there are a lot.
Yep, that's true. That's true. Wolf, he said your dreads been the same length since last year. What? Bro, my dreads have definitely grown. He said my dreads been the same since last year. Okay, let me show you a picture of last year. My dreads, now they're like touching my shoulders. They weren't even touching my shoulders before. Talking about some dreads been the same as last year. Let's see if I can get a picture of last year. Anyways, yeah, my shit growing. I don't know what the hell you talking about. He said, don't forget Jimmy Butler. What you mean about Jimmy Butler?
A lot of social media channels out there that actually glamorize being toxic and encourage women to engage in this kind of behavior. When good men get a sense of that behavior, you lashing out, blocking their number, cursing them out, they either just stop taking you seriously from that point forward, or they don't tolerate it altogether, because you're coming across to him more so like a child who's throwing a temper tantrum than you are a woman who wants to be taken seriously as an adult. Number 4, probably the most controversial one of all, being too masculine.
And that's exactly why we say women are children. Let's go back to that. Women are act like grown children. It's not to minimize their womanhood or any bullshit like that. It's that when they don't get their way, they act like a petulant child.
They either just stop taking you seriously from that point forward, or they don't tolerate it altogether, because you're coming across to him more so like a child who's throwing a temper tantrum than you are a woman who wants to be taken seriously as an adult. Number 4, probably the most controversial one of all, being too masculine. A lot of women will shy away from being feminine now because of the negative connotation that's associated with that in modern society. Whether you like it or not,
being too masculine, listen up.
The reality is that men like feminine women. Now, this is the part in the story where a lot
and this is what I say all the time. Men like girly girls, bro. If she's not a girly girl, I'm not fucking with her at all. She's got to be super girly. Like, I'm not going to say ditzy, but just bubbly. You know, that's what men like. An optimistic, upbeat woman. Point blank. You don't want all these damaged bitches who, you know, been through the ringer, done got roofied several times. Like, bruh. And then they'll get mad when you say, oh, yeah, I'm not really trying to fuck with a bitch who got raped. This is just not what I'm into. You dig? Like, they'll get mad because you're saying that. Like, come on. But then if you was a nigga who was in prison and you got raped and she found out, she'll definitely leave your goofy ass. Lickafart says, stop whipping it out randomly. At least give us a heads up so we can get off the screen. Abdul Lenoir says, astrology has also gone a long way in encouraging immaturity. Can't tell you how many ratchets justify poor behavior by attributing it to astrological signs. Right. Key says, you said Clay Thompson was breathing down. What? Matthew Sharp said, the modern femininity is a wave of women becoming more masculine. It's pretty amusing, right? He said, you liked a woman to spank you. Who the fuck said that? Cooley said, if she got a fucked up past, red flag. Exactly.
A lot of women will say, well, it takes the right man to bring out that feminine energy. Although I do think that there are some points of that are true overall.
No, there's no point. There's no points of that are true. A woman is going to be a woman. She's going to be a girly girl. Either you're a girly girl or you're not. If you're not a girly girl, you're going to act masculine. If you are a girly girl, you're going to act feminine. You're going to have a feminine disposition. Your default demeanor is feminine. Okay, so we're not going to do this bullshit.
I don't really agree with that. I think that as a woman, you either embrace your feminine energy and you walk in that, or you just haven't tapped into it. There are so many women in the modern dating market who have hardened themselves to steal because of the negative experiences that they've had with men. Blocking your feminine energy is often a defense mechanism for a lot of women so that they don't get hurt in the future. But don't let the experiences of the past turn you bitter. The reality is, ladies, that there are two sides.
So you heard what she said real quick. Let's run it back.
Feminine energy is often a defense mechanism for.
So the masculine energy is a defense mechanism. Insecurity. Why didn't she call it insecurity? She should have just said, yo, when women act masculine, it's because they're insecure. It's because they're insecure. That's the reality.
Dating market who have hardened themselves to steal because of the negative experiences that they've had with men.
The negative experiences that they've had with men, getting ran through, participating in hookup culture, overlooking the nice guy, friend zoning a good guy who's actually in love with them. Women will have guys in the friend zone who are fucking madly in love with them. What type of torture bullshit is that? I mean, it'd be better if you tell them off and say, hey, you're an ugly fuck and I would never fuck you. But no, they keep this guy along. They string him along and he's fucking madly in love with her. Like, it's ridiculous. And then she's going to go and vent to you about all the hard times that these Chads and Tyrones are putting her through. I mean, it's absolutely disgraceful. And it's not something that you should follow up after as a man. No, we're not doing that. We've wisened up. We're not cuffing them no more like that. We're not. That's why you see a lot of these older women who are single, because dudes are fucking them when they're 30 and we see, oh, she ain't got no kids and she ain't married. Oh, she's getting around. She's sleeping around. We know this. You're not getting cuffed. At least with a younger woman, it's the benefit of the doubt. Oh, well, she's 23. She's only been able to drink for 2 years. She couldn't have done that much damage. Like, we're trying to rationalize her past in our head. And it's not because of insecurity. It's strictly because that is not desirable to men. Just like a woman, can say, oh, well, I want a guy this tall because guys who are, short are not desirable to me. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. And although we'll be willing to fuck you, we don't want to see anything long-term with you. Alphazo says, facts. I just got rid of 2 girls, one for saying shawty and son too much. The other couldn't stop calling me gang, bruh, or dog. Exactly. He also says they were suburb girls too, so they had no excuse for acting hood. Exactly. Matthew Sharp says we can start telling these women they're intimidated of a strong masculine man. Yeah, we should. Astro says, damn, but facts though, bro. Exactly. Cooley says those the same guys that turn into Chad and Tyrone. Yeah. If they're physically capable of doing that, like if they have the the looks to do that, but most of those guys don't have the looks to become Chad or Tyrone. So that's the issue there. That's why they're being friend zoned, because they're not attractive. They're probably normal guys or sub fives or anything like that. If you get into the black pill, you understand that looks is the most important thing. So that's the reality. Matthew Sharp says single women over the age of 30 plus, red flag. Big facts.
Blocking your feminine energy is often a defense mechanism for a lot of women so that they don't get hurt in the future. But don't let the experiences of
insecure, and then they don't want us to judge them by their past, but then they're judging us by their past to make sure we ain't like they fuck nigga ass ex. F-E-E-R, fuck nigga free. Right?
But the past turn you bitter. The reality is, ladies, that there are two sides to every coin. And if we're going to talk about the bad traits of men, we also have to acknowledge and take accountability for the bad traits we have in ourselves.
I would argue there are way more bad traits in the modern woman than the modern man. I mean, at least modern men are actually trying to like have meaningful relationships. They're just getting their heart fucking shattered in two by these slurs, bro, which is fine. I mean, you know, it benefits the guys out here who are outside that women cheat. Like, you're literally not going to tell me men cheat more than women when this weekend I saw a girl bounce from nigga to nigga to nigga, and she was in straight lingerie. It was Halloween weekend, and she's throwing her ass on like 3-4 different niggas. Dude, a guy, if a man goes to the club, you're lucky to get one woman to twerk on you. It ain't like back in the 90s where you just go and you hear that doom, 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 doom. Girl, you working with some ass, yeah, you bad, yeah. Let the nigga spend the cash, yeah, you bad, yeah. Girl, you working with some ass. Like, it's not like that. Like, when these twerk songs come on, the first thing that these women go do is find another woman to twerk on. And then if they can't find their girls, or they're actually feeling a little adventurous, they might find the tallest guy next to them to twerk on him. I'm telling you right now, it's not a common thing for men to get twerk in the club. If you go to the club and you watch who's actually getting dances, it's like 5 guys the whole fucking time. Now, me personally, I'm not the type to get twerk. I'm not finna tease myself. But you have to understand that these women are the ones who are really out here. I mean, it is what it is. You can believe what you want. But like I said earlier, most men are not sexually active at all. Okay? They're not. It's fucking hard to get laid. It's not easy, man. It's not easy. Cooley says, do you not believe in looks maxing? Yeah, I believe in looks maxing, but that doesn't change you. Like, you can looks max all you want if you're fucking ugly in the face, and it's OV, bruh. It's OV. You know what I'm saying? It's OV. How the fuck are these people booking? And this date is not even available. This is crazy, dog. This shit is crazy. Tesla says, I don't know. I gotta look at this damn VRBO shit, because I got my property listed on VRBO, and I specifically block out a fucking date, and they're literally allowing people to book a date that's blocked out. How the fuck does that make sense? How the fuck does that make sense? Let's see if I can fix this really quickly. Sorry guys. Tesla said modern men don't make enough money on average to sustain his woman to stay at home and kids. Okay. Wolf in Sheep's Clothing says, bro, this the same background you had for years. You don't move houses. Or he said you didn't move houses. Actually, I did, bro. You obviously don't watch my content, because I started making content in 2018, late 2018, 2019. My early content was absolutely not in this this house. I literally just moved to this house like last year, probably the top of the year. or not the top of this year, but like this summer or last summer. Key said, have you been twerked on by a random? Yeah, I have, but I'm just saying, like, it's not common. Alpha Zo says, if you didn't buy a section with bottles or have on chains, you're not getting twerked on. Exactly. Key says, do you consider yourself ugly in the face? No, I don't consider myself ugly in the face, but I wouldn't say that I'm a fucking beautiful, like facially beautiful individual. I'll just say I'm just like average face, you know. Stan says, what is the black pill? The black pill is basically it's basically means that looks are the most important thing in dating. That's literally all it means. Everybody else is gonna try and, you know, give a different interpretation, but the reality is the black pill is it literally just means that looks is the most important thing in dating, period. If anybody else tries to tell you another example, it's bullshit. Alphazo says, I knew the dating game was over when girls stopped twerking on guys at college house parties. Exactly. And that happened on the tail end when I was leaving college. Like when I really started noticing, damn, all the women in the club are only twerking on women and they're only dancing in their own friend groups. Like I started realizing that I would say the bulk of getting twerked on died around 2015, 2016. And then it completely died when I graduated around 2018. Then after the pandemonium, it completely died. Like during the pandemonium, I was still outside. When the pandemonium was going on, when it first went on, I think March or May of 2022, when they did that 2-week lockdown, I was still outside. I was still going to the clubs. I was still going to the bars. And let me tell you that the women were not twerking on men at all between the years of, I'll say 2020 and 2021. They weren't twerking on men at all. You go to the club and a bitch will have a mask on. She'll have a mask on, making out with another girl. You can't make this shit up. Alphazo says, guys don't judge a guy by looks only, or girls don't judge a guy by looks only. You get judged on how much money you have, height, status, clout, living situation, how you carry yourself, etc. Facts. Key says, why not get rid of the mustache? And if you were light-skinned, you would do better. No, I don't think it's about me being light-skinned or dark-skinned. As a matter of fact, like I think dark skin actually helps me in certain situations. Obviously, we've already acknowledged the hierarchy, the racial hierarchy in dating. But ultimately, you know, dark skinned niggas with dreads are absolutely in. So, you know, as far as my face goes, I would probably rate my face like a 6. Being honest, I would rate my face a 6, my body like an 8, 8.5. So that would kind of bring me up to that 7 range. Gracing on an 8, maybe, possibly. But yeah, Alphazo says girls in society don't judge. Yeah. So yeah, that you're right about that. It's not all about looks for men. But the black pill basically teaches that looks is the most important thing in dating, which I do agree with. But you can also get girls in other ways, but it doesn't mean that looks still aren't the most important. Like if let me put it like this. If you're ugly and rich, okay, say it like this. Let me put it like this. A woman would rather be with a really hot, tall guy who's got $100,000 than a short, fat, bald, broke guy who's got 1.2 million. How about that? Let me put it like that. Key says it's all about looks and status. I remember in elementary school, you could lose your girl if you lost a race in field day, and that's facts. If you lost in anything in elementary, middle school, high school, it's over. Key says, what college gave you a degree? University of Georgia, one of the #1 public Ivies in the country, and the #1 football team in the nation. Cooley says they twerk on each other. They're on the down low. Right. Key says, I'm brown skin and my light skin pulls more than I do. And yeah, I mean, he might just be more attractive. But, you know, I used to go out with a lot of light skinned guys, and girls would actually shit on light skinned men more than they would shit on dark skinned men. Like those stereotypes of being soft and, you know, being pretty boys, that's real. So like when I would go out with light skinned guys, a girl would be like, one time I was with my cousin and he's like light skinned nigga with dreads. And then a girl one time was like, too light skinned, too cute. Like she literally wrote him off because she said that he was too attractive. So that can be a thing too. And it was a bad bitch too. Like it was a bad bitch. So it's like, who's really the one insecure? Like you're insecure that your man looks good, like, or a guy, you find a guy really attractive and you might even think he's more attractive than you. So you don't want to date him because you think he's going to attract too many women and you don't want to get your heart broke. Like that's the thought process for that type of line of thinking, I think. Naked or Crazy says, no joke. This is why I'm happy I didn't chill back in middle school, in high school. And now most clubs and parties are burnt out. I didn't know it would change like this, to be honest. Facts. Naked Her Crazy says, y'all better try to enjoy the now. It's only going to get worse. You're absolutely right. Key says, how did you get admitted? You forgot you played ball. I forgot you played ball. Bro, because I scored like 1,800 on the SAT. I had graduated high school with a 4.2. I was on an academic scholarship. Naked Her Crazy says, I don't even go to clubs unless I get paid. Shit, super lame. Right. Key says, the snow bunnies like the light skins, black women like the dark skin guys. Nah. I wouldn't say that. I would say dark skinned women like light skinned men, and white women like dark-skinned men. And yes, like light-skinned guys sometimes do pretty decent with white girls. And, you know, it's an easy fix for sure. But from what I've seen, I think that white girls like dark-skinned guys. And then what is it? The light skin or dark skin black girls like light skin black men. Yeah, so Key says not true. Most snow bunnies like black men. Yeah, exactly. The reason why it's opposites attract, basically. Now, when it comes to white women don't like black men, period. So it doesn't mean that and this is not me saying this, every white woman doesn't know. I'm just saying the majority of white women don't like black men, period. So it's not about light skin or dark skin. You're black, so she's not going to fuck with you. And that's just maybe upbringing, maybe just like she wants to stay within her race, whatever it is what it is. Okay, and that can't control. The percentage of white women who like black men, excuse me, I would say is like 30%. I would say 30%. I would say 3 out of 10, and that has grown in the years. But I would say 3 out of 10 white women, as a matter of fact, prefer black men over white men. Now, those 3 out of 10, those women prefer dark-skinned men over light-skinned men. Because the reason they like black men is because they like their melanin. They like them for their melanin. Like a lot of times you'll see like a very average black guy with a super hot white chick, and you'll be like, how the fuck did he get her? And it's just like, because white women, I'm not gonna say that they can't really tell like attractive black men from like uglier black men, but a lot of times they can't really tell. It's like when black men date white women and then they're dating like white women who are subpar a lot of the times, because most black men are just looking at, oh, she a white bitch. You know what I'm saying? We're not even looking at, okay, facial symmetry. You know, how thin is her nose? You know, does she have an eye tilt in her eyes? What does her jawline look like? Like, we're not even looking at those things. And obviously attractive is attractive, but we always see black men with less attractive white women. And most of the time it's strictly based off of the color of skin. And I would say vice versa. You know, most of the hottest black guys are going to black women still. The hottest black guys, like I'm talking about black, I'm not talking about mixed, but the hottest black guys are dating black women. Okay. And we all know that the hottest black guys are usually street niggas or hood niggas, which we saw a video. It was like a TikTok or something that came out recently where black women were admitting that, yes, the most attractive black men in the community are hood guys. Okay. And y'all can, if y'all, let's see if I can find that video. Because I don't like, you know, I don't like just saying shit and I can't back it up. If men in the black community are hood dudes. So yeah, so that's my point. That's my point. Let me see. Damn, I can't find that video. It was on TikTok. It was on TikTok. I think Chisa Zed did a video on that shit. Let me go to his shit. Let's see. AlphaZo says black women tend to go after light-skinned black men. Facts. Facts. Key says no snow bunnies are more likely to mess with a mixed guy than a dark guy. No. AlphaZo says both us had academic scholarships. Y'all got to stop thinking all athletes are dumb jocks. Exactly. Key says white women like their own race. They are more own to dating a biracial guy. No, I don't agree with that. Key says I don't see any dark women that like light skin. They're the ones who say they're too soft. So you do have a point with the black women saying that light skinned men are too soft, but overall, I mean, I see it all the time. I mean, guys, like I said, I got a light skinned friend group, and all of them are with dark skinned women because dark-skinned women prefer light-skinned men. Like, are you even black, Key? Because to me, it don't even sound like you're black. Because this is kind of like common knowledge. This is like high school dating shit. Like everybody knew that dark-skinned women love light-skinned men, and light-skinned men usually fuck with dark-skinned women. I mean, that's just like common knowledge shit. Let me see. So it's why most black women will always choose the Pookie. Yeah, so this is a Chisa Zed video or whatnot, which I'll play, that demonstrates that the most attractive black men in the black community are hood guys. So let me just run it back. All right, I mean, and we can agree to disagree as well. AlphaZo says, I guarantee that most of them snows getting piped out in college. I know it's a fetish, but trust me, they are trying out that fetish. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Key says, yeah, I agree. That's why I said they are more open and more likely to date a mixed guy because they're still part white. Like I said, the reason why, what you guys have to understand is mixed black men who are mixed race identify with the black race over the white race. Let me repeat. Black men who are mixed race identify with the black race over the white race. So when it comes to black men who are mixed race, they believe that they are black, even though we know that they create a whole nother race, but they believe that they are black. So these mixed race black men, most of them only want black women because their whole life they've been trying to prove their blackness. Their whole life they've been trying to understand and learn more about the black community. You will rarely find a mixed race black man who resonates with his white side more, even if he is raised by a white woman, a single white woman, because we all know that 98% of interracial relationships, when it comes to black men to white women, when they have a child, it ends in a single mother situation. So white women, what was I going to say? Fuck, I just lost it. But Damn, what was I gonna say? Okay, yeah. Okay, so mixed race guys, even if they're only raised by a white woman solely, they identify with their black side more than their white side. So if they have a white parent, they still identify with their black side. That goes to the Brittany Renner video where I showed you that she learned how to become black by going to Jackson State, by going to an HBCU. She didn't have the fondest clue of what it meant to be a black woman until she went to the HBCUs. I mean, the only way that she could learn how to be a black woman is her watching BET and loving hip hop, and you see how that turned out for her. She literally learned how to be a black woman from BET and True TV and all this other bullshit reality TV shows, and then to put the cherry on top, she went to an HBCU, which we all know that HBCU are glorified high schools for niggas. It's like the next level to high school. And people are going to get pissed off, but that's the reality of the situation. So we know that's the case. So mixed race people have an identity crisis within themselves, and most of them associate with their black side more than their white side. So that's why they date black women. So even though y'all say, oh, well, white women are more likely to date a mixed race guy than a dark skinned guy, which I don't agree with that. But even if you want to go on that limb, and say that, just understand that that's if these mixed race men want to deal with white women. A lot of them can't stand white women. A lot of black men, even though, they'll say they can't stand white women, but obviously they'll fuck one if they have the opportunity. But they say that they don't like black women. This is what they say now. Now, attractive is attractive is attractive. Like I said, your dick's going to get hard if she's a bad bitch. But ultimately, black men overwhelmingly choose their own women. So do mixed race men overwhelmingly choose black women. Key says, I do not see average black guys with bad snow bunnies. When I see an IR, it's a brother with status or super tall. Okay, so this is what you have to understand. You can be super tall and still be an average black guy. You can be super tall and ugly in the face. Like most of the time, a woman would prefer like ugly tall nigga than beautiful short man. That's the reality of the situation, guys. That's once you come into the black pill, you understand that. And then you'll be able to maneuver better. But that's the reality of the situation. So just because he's tall doesn't mean he's not average in looks. I mean, by virtue of his physical stature, of course, he's, I guess, top 15% physically as far as his height. But he could be an ugly, tall nigga. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of those, and they're getting bad white women. And they're black men. Cooley says, I disagree. I'm not getting with no honey boo boo type just because she's white. You may not, but most black men are. I mean, go outside and look at the black men who are with white women. A lot of times these women are not attractive. Key says, I don't know where you're seeing average brothers with 10 out of 10 snow bunnies. When I see an IR couple, it's a clouded up brother or tall guy with her. Like I said, you could be average in the face but tall, and it will work for you the same as well. As far as the clouded up, I don't know about that, bro. I'm in Atlanta. It be some bum ass niggas with some bad white bitches. Every weekend I see that. And this is like 25 and under, between 18 and 25. So I'm going to like those types of clubs. It's like street ass niggas with bad white bitches. Like I don't know what you're talking about, honestly. Like I'm rarely seeing like a really 1% man with bad white women. I'm seeing most of the bad white women who are dating IR go to street guys. He says I'm brown, so you're not black. So you're Indian or Hispanic. He says, yeah, and I do not see any dark women liking light-skinned men. Light-skinned men tend to date snow or other light skins. Nah, I don't agree with that. Keith says, I'm in high school now. Times have changed. Okay, well, I'm outside. I guess that's in your high school. I don't know where you're located, but in Atlanta, it's not what's happening. He said, I'm a sophomore. Alphazo says, it makes sense now. Study the game a little more. Didn't you say you were in college? Right. Didn't that nigga say he was in college? I don't know. Key be talking a lot of shit, but I guess he's in high school. He said, I said that I'm a brown guy and my lighter friend does better than I do with snow. The dark women like me over him. Well, the thing is, white women don't like Indian men. So that's it right there. If you're not black, then it's OV, bruh. Like, don't think that like we are not the same. Just because you're Indian don't mean that you're black. And vice versa. Like, you don't see no black men trying to claim Indian status. Like, bro, white women don't like Indian men. Most women don't like Indian men. I mean, hell, even Indian women are starting to turn away from Indian men to white men. And we all know that Indian men are like the second least desirable according to OkCupid in the dating app data. So, I mean, that's just the reality of the situation. This is not to shit on Indian men. I love my Indian brothers, but let's keep it a buck, okay? Women are going to write you off based off of your race, and it happens to black men all the time. Alpha though says most of these girls are still on high school game. Give it time and work on yourself. Play sports. Start lifting weights. Wait till you get to college. Key says, yes, I agree. They identify with the black side, but the snow still view them as more white than the dark guys. That's why I believe they are more willing to date them. They might be more willing to date them, but light-skinned men usually are choosing black women from what I'm seeing. AlphaZo says, work on dressing better or cleaning yourself. RP Spark Daddy says, where can I find your album? Lord Hybrid uses that track on his video intro too. Lord Hybrid? Who the fuck is that? He's using my music? Lord Hybrid? It's a nigga with the Bible or some shit. Hold up. I don't see this nigga Lord Hybrid using my shit. But my album, you can find it. It's called The Face Tape. It's streaming on all platforms: Apple Music, Spotify, Keaton Mac, or it might be under Quarantino to God. I did a name change, rap name change, so it should update to Quarantino to God. Key says, I just don't see light-skinned guys who really want dark women. All the light skins crack jokes about the dark skinned girls here. This is in California. Oh, well, California is a whole different monster. I'm talking about the South. We're in the South. Light skinned men like identify as black, and they're on that like Hotep shit. They on that blackety black shit. Alpha though says, I'm not going to lie. Clean up more image, dress conservatively, and more white when you go to college. You have the best odds to have the best odds. Yeah. Alpha though says, bro, in Cali, white girls are eating brothers alive. You just have to walk on yourself in the meantime, work on yourself. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. That's where black men have a higher advantage in California. In the South, it's harder for black men to get hot white women because all the hot white women are sorority girls and they don't date black men. They might fuck the athletes, but they don't date black men for sure. Abdul Noir says, most attractive white women don't date most black guys. I went to a PWI in the South and almost never saw a bad sorority chick with a black guy. Yeah, so that's what I was just saying. I agree with that. But that doesn't mean that there aren't attractive white women who don't date black men, because there are. House of Lamar says, just go overseas and marry 4 women. Yeah, that's a great idea. Abdul Lenoir says, PWI in the South. What PWI did you go to? So we can exchange notes, because I've been to every PWI in the South and I haven't had any issues specifically for sure. But what I will say though, it's definitely a learning curve. Alpha though says, go down to San Diego State, UCLA, San Jose State, Cal. Exactly. Like UC Berkeley, them bitches woke as fuck. Like they're going to fuck black men there. I don't know what you're talking about. Key says, I'm on Cerritos and the light-skinned dudes do the best with the snow other than white men. Okay. I mean, I'm not discounting that, but I'm just saying where I'm at, the light-skinned men are usually more interested in black women. Key says, I'm not Indian. I said I'm brown. Bro, I'm brown skin. I am not Indian, bro. Okay. I'm steaming right now. Bro, I'm not Indian. So you agree with me now? That's all I was saying. Snow is more likely or more willing to date the light skin. Let's see. So it really just depends. But yeah, I'll give you that. Mills 36 with the $2 super trap.
Oh, shit,
He says, off topic, Gen Z, would you smash Glorilla? No, I wouldn't. Key says, I never said black men aren't eating out here. I just said that light skins do better with the snow. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Alphazo says, Glorilla just better not talk or make any mannerisms. LOL. If she does, I'm passing her up. Oh, so he went to the University of Alabama. Oh, yeah. I mean, everything you're saying about Alabama is absolutely right. Alphazo says, y'all seen that video of her throwing it back? Sound like a man ape. Oof. Key said, we debated for this like 20 minutes and you ended up agreeing. Yeah, I mean, I'm willing to concede on a point, but ultimately my whole point was that the Pookies and Ray Rays are the most attractive in the black community. I don't really remember how we got onto the IR shit, but yeah, for sure. Like you definitely have better odds being light-skinned, dating white women for sure. I'm not disagreeing with that, but there are also white women who do like darker skinned men over the lighter skinned men because of the light skinned men stereotypes and whatnot, and the competition for light skinned men. So let's watch this Chisa Zed video.
Days that my sisters get released from the shackles of romanticizing hood dudes. We too far in the game by this point for you to still think that there's a happy ending to this story. What are you waiting on? The day when your door get kicked in and you get shot by accident because you get in the crossfire of him and his ops? Or are you waiting on the SWAT team or the feds to kick in your door and find crack and you have to serve time for having possession of drugs that belong to him? What exactly are y'all waiting on? Because this fantasy land that y'all live in, where you think that you're going to change him into this clean-cut guy who's going to be sitting up drinking mimosas and going to art shows with you, it ain't going to happen. But what will happen is he going to help you lose everything that you got. You're going to be somewhere evicted. You're going to be somewhere not being able to get nothing in your name because he done ruined your credit and everything else. That's the reality of what's going to happen.
And she didn't tell one lie. She didn't tell one lie. So that was just to kind of go to my point that the most attractive black men in the community are hood dudes, according to black women. Now, you know, that shit is kind of debatable because I think that a lot of times the hood dudes will have, because of the nature of their parents, they will have like very reverted genes, if you will. Like some of them niggas will just come out looking weird as shit. Like some of them niggas will just like, they like talk and like they keep their bottom lip like this. Like when they talk, they like talk with their tongue at the bottom of their lip and shit, like on some real shit. And like they really just be holding their mouth a certain way. So I think that like a lot of times like hood dudes can have remedial genetics, but most of the time what happening in the community is like a really tall, handsome black man is just running through every woman in the hood. And then he dies like at the age of fucking 23. And now like you have like 30 bitches raising that man's kids with no father in the home. So that's what's really happening. And those young men are getting the genetics of that that quote unquote alpha guy, physically alpha guy in the streets, in the hood. My guy Mills says, I only smash majority thick or big white chicks in my life, and one slim, one here in Philly. Okay. Lick a Fart says $50 if you whip it out. House of Lamar says a lot of black women like the dangerous lifestyle. It turns them on. The bad boy dangerous lifestyle. Yes. Abdul says black women love Bonnie and Clyde. Yep. Key says, yeah, there's just not enough corporate black men to compete with the Pookies. Yeah, you're right. Abdul Lenoir says relationships. Oh, Bonnie and Clyde relationships. House of Lamar says NBA YoungBoy talk that way. Yes, he does. House of Lamar says, or that nigga just dips off on those women. Right. That happens as well.
This is really sad because I love black people so much, but I hate when they come to my job. Like, they never tip. Like, I've been going so hard for black people, but never once have I ever had a black people treat me well. Like,
Oh my God, you hate yourself. Yo mama black, yo daddy black, your auntie, your grandmama black. And you over here talking down on the black race. So boo-hoo. Boo-hoo. This is the shit we've been saying for the longest. And then the women will act like there's something wrong with us. Oh, there's something wrong with you. You talking bad about black women. You talking bad about the black folks. Like, bro, a lot of times we don't know how to act. And I'm not the type of person to say y'all. I include myself in that, even though I personally know how to act. But because I'm black, I have to take accountability for my race. I do. I do. So you have this woman who is literally saying, I love black people. Don't get me wrong. It's like when people say, with all due respect, and then they insult you. Or respectfully, and then they follow that with an insult. Well, I love black people, but I mean, imagine if a white woman said this. She would be the Karen of all Karens. She would be a Karen. But you have this black woman who obviously hates herself, right? Saying that she can't stand to serve black people at her job. This bitch sound like she wanted to, serve these niggas through the back door. And then we're sitting here wondering why Jim Crow was ever even a thing. Like, I mean, you see the history repeats itself, man. That's all I'm going to say. Let's see. AlphaZo says it's all fun and games till they get deleted or have to get a restraining order. He says it's very important to ask girls about their ex. You don't want to get caught in black pill relationship triangles, right? Excuse me. Shit. AlphaZo says it's very important. Okay, I read that. Mills says black women nerds the best with their natural or Fox looks, like the Chloe look or the Miss Badu look. Yeah, I like the earthy black woman. I definitely fuck with that. He says happy Hallows Eve. Mills says AlphaZo, big butt white bitch I had recently. She was throwing it back. LOL. Too much info. House of Lamar says, what is even the black pill? We explained it earlier. Fallout says, how are you? I'm good. House of Lamar says, I heard it before.
this is really sad because I love black people so much, but I hate when they come to my job. Like, they never tip. Like, I've been going so hard for black people, but never once have I ever had a black people treat me well.
Well, ma'am, you should just understand the systematic oppression. The reason black people can't tip is because we're not financially well off enough to leave some extra bread for the waitress. You see how stupid that sounds? When we all see niggas 13, 14 flashing $10,000 on Instagram. So, I can debunk all of her talking points with the B1 talking points. Right? But then also I can debunk all of her talking points with some, what they would call far right talking points. So right now she sounds far right. She sounds like Candace Owens, but nobody's going to hold her damn feet to the fire. And I guarantee if we go in these World Star comments, it's madness.
Like, or like on percentage, like maybe once in a while, but like I just had a table with like 15 people, Hispanic, like Dominican. I heard somebody saying they was Dominican, and then a table full of like black people. It was vibes the whole time. Like, I really gave great service. I always give great service. Do you know they did not tip? The bill was like $600. They did not tip. Like,
woo! And the least you could do is leave 60.
And then
Everybody come out their pocket and leave $5.
they was doing the most. Like they was sending stuff back. Like they was asking for stronger drinks. Like,
Yep, that's what we do. That's what we do. And the Karens, they gonna send the food back as well, but they're gonna base the tip off of the waitress's performance. They're not going to base the tip off of, oh well, the cook fucked this up, or they didn't put enough alcohol in the drink. They're gonna say, dude, did this waitress end up making it right at the end of the night? And that's how white people tip. Black people, I mean, I tip personally, but most of the time we're not really trying to tip.
like wanting free stuff and like no, like mad at them. I can't stand serving Black people.
So obviously this woman hates herself, right? Because that's what they would say to us if Black men were to make a video and say, oh man, I can't stand these Black folks. I can't stand these Black women. I can't stand these Black men. Come up in here, they don't tip. Dude, do you know how much hell we'll catch? I mean, seriously, we'd be canceled. We'd be fucking canceled. Naking Her Crazy says, AlphaZo says, if a Black man talked like that, we would be canceled. Facts. Naking Her Crazy says, Black folks don't have old oil, colonialism, and cotton money. Take the tip from them other folks and stop crying. I'm dead. AlphaZo says, you see that one video of the swirling bed wench telling her boyfriend to leave the Black men stranded on the side of the road, and went on a rhetorical speech of how she would never help Blacks. Yeah, I saw that. I absolutely did see that. And I do want to point out something with Naking Her Crazy. He says Black folks don't have old oil, colonialism, and cotton money. Take the tip from them other folks and stop crying. But the reality is there are a lot of Black men who were indentured servants, who are not slaves, who work for their freedom, and who ended up owning slaves on the back end. Now, it wasn't like a hell, a heap of them. And obviously there were laws to prevent our progression for sure. I'm not saying that. But the point is, we have had some time and we have had some opportunities to make that shit back. And people aren't going to like this. They're not going to like what I'm about to say. But the Black community had a huge opportunity in the 60s and the 70s when it comes to the drug trade. When it came to the drug trade, okay? We had huge opportunity. We had Black millionaires who were popping up here and there, and they're making fucking millions of dollars a month selling heroin, selling cocaine, selling crack, selling weed, selling methamphetamines. And the reality is we fumbled the bag. See, a lot of other races were able to do illegal shit, and they were able to turn that into a legal business. Look at the Italians with the mafia. They were into illegal activities, but they were able to legitimize that shit. Everybody had their window to come up. You see the Mexican cartels, they're coming up off of drug money, and most of them are failing just like the Black community failed when it came to drugs. But many of other races were able to use immoral and illegal tactics in order to, gain finances. The issue is we dropped the ball. The issue is we were too focused on killing each other, for one, and then we didn't put enough focus on the innocent people who were caught in the exchanges, because the cops, I'm telling you this right now, if it's two gangbangers who killing each other, yeah, they want to make an arrest. Yeah, they want to, bring closure to the family. But the reality is they're not going to look into it as hard as they would look into an innocent civilian who was killed. Okay. Most of the time they already know who's killing who and why it happened. They already know. They just don't have the physical evidence to prove it most of the time in the court of law. So our issue was we didn't use that opportunity that we had in the drug trade, where you had guys like Pee Wee Longway who were making millions of dollars, got arrested, came back out, made more millions of dollars. Okay. We had other drug dealers like Larry Hoover, but the problem was they're dropping bodies. They're dropping bodies. If we were not killing each other, we would have had ample opportunity to come up off of the drug trade. And yeah, you can say what you want. Oh, well, the drug trade was ruining the community, stuff like that. Yeah, I get that. But at the same time, there are a lot of other races who use illegal means to build their generational wealth. And the problem is that we didn't take advantage of that. So like I said, people aren't going to like it, but we talk about this generational wealth, and we had the opportunity to do that with a lot of these drug dealers, but they fumbled the bag. If they would have just stopped while they were up, you had DC drug dealers who were making millions of dollars at, in the 70s, which is like tens of millions today, but they were making millions of dollars at the age of 15, and they fumbled the fucking bag. So, I mean, we could talk about, the oil money and the cotton money. Yeah, I get that, but it was a whole bunch of niggas who were coming up in the drug game, millionaires who pretty much fumbled the bag. You see Alpo and them, all their crews fumbled the bag. All those crews from the 70s and the 80s, 90s in DC, they all fumbled the bag. They all had ample opportunities to move away from the drug trade as well. Plenty while they're up. I'm talking about millions of dollars up. Freeway Rick Ross. The reason why he did the last stint that he did is because he said he would quit the game, but he came back. And he was already millions up. So this is what y'all don't understand. We had legitimate black millionaires, like athletes and people who were in business for sure. And then we have illegitimate black millionaires who had the opportunity to become legitimate, but they were addicted to the street lifestyle and they couldn't give it up. AlphaZo says, you see that one video? Oh yeah, I read that one. Mills says, House of Lamar says, okay, I guess he's talking to House of Lamar. He says, come down to downtown Philly or college like Temple or University of Penn. Area thick, white, and even Asian too. And bad Indian bitches and bad earthy black chicks. I see OY says, honestly, if I was Caucasian, I wouldn't want us free either. Gotta keep it a buck. Tesla says, how often do you text your girl during the day? I heard not to. Yeah, we don't do that texting back and forth bullshit. Puff Well puts $1.99 on the super trap. He says, reclaim your tip.
Oh, say that.
All right. Naked or Crazy says, yep, that's true. Puff Well says, every great fortune has a great crime. Exactly. Absolutely right. You're absolutely correct. Mills 36 says, moral of the story, us blacks folks fumbled the bag. Facts. House of Lamar says, splurged it on Dior. Exactly. Christian Dior. I'm in the powder stores. You know it rains and pours. Niggas are splurging on Dior, but not splurging on security. Tesla says, yeah, I agree with fumbled, but compared to the black community today, that's nothing compared to people who are in the community today. 1 out of 100 of blacks today actually fumbled back then. No, I would not agree with that at all, because the thing is, the black people who are fumbling today are absolutely fumbling, because now this is the most opportunity that you've ever had in the history of America to take advantage of the wealth transfers when it comes to crypto, when it comes to real estate, when it comes to e-commerce, when it comes to online businesses. When it comes to YouTube, this is the most. I mean, we're seeing more black millionaires pop up from the internet than we've ever seen in the history of everything. So in this day and age, black people are really fumbling the bag because we have so much criminality in our communities, and we're not addressing that, and we're grazing over it and don't think it's an issue. And as a matter of fact, we defend criminals like these rap niggas who are catching bodies, King Von, and all this type of stuff. People are defending him. Every time I say something about King Von on Instagram, they saying, oh, you hate yourself. you know, just go, you know, apply to be white then, or da 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 da. It's like, bro, what the fuck? I'm literally condemning a man who murdered, you know, other black men and black women, and you talking about some, oh, just go be white then. Like, dude, get the fuck out of here. We glorify the wrong shit. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. So if anybody's dropping the ball, it's black men today. Mills 36 says crack era here in Philly. JBM, Junior Black Mafia, 1980s, early 90s, was getting money. Look up their story, but jealousy and BS stopped it. Exactly. These niggas was getting money. Even look at AR Ab. The nigga was making millions in the heroin game, and he got caught up, and he talking about his shit on Vlad, and they used that against him in court. So the niggas is fucking their own shit up. AR Ab is a real street Philly nigga. A real nigga who got bodies behind him. A real street nigga, as y'all like to call him. He had millions of dollars. He was making millions of dollars street money, illegitimately, fumbled the bag. Guess where his generational wealth is going? To the federal government. Making Her Crazy says, to rebuttal that, I heard from a studies scholar who has a doctor's degree. Oh, here we go with these degrees. Oh, well, I heard from a scholar, and he studied in the University of this, and he was at the University of Michigan, and he said that the systematic racism and all that, like, come on. Anyways, he said, I heard, damn, I dropped my cap. He said, I heard from a study scholar who has a doctor's degree, says that all the difference between their organized crime and blacks is that also they had help from the government. He said from other races, organized crime, and the blacks. Blacks had help from the government too. What happened today? Oh, they dropping guns off in the hood. What happened to that shit? That's help from the government. If y'all want to say that. Oh, they had guns on trains in Chicago, and they was dropping the guns off in the hood. That's help from the government. Man, they put crack cocaine in our communities. That's help from the government. Who you think put Freeway Rick Ross on? Do y'all not understand what was going on with the Iran-Contra scandal? The federal government was literally supplying Freeway Rick Ross, undercover CIA agents. And I mean, they really didn't even have to be undercover. They told the nigga straight up. They're supplying the nigga with his drug connects in Nicaragua. So what the fuck are y'all talking about? Oh, the government didn't help. The government helped all the other races in their illegal shit, and they didn't help black folks. They was helping you niggas. That was the help. That was the time to get out. Freeway Rick Ross was up 40 properties, 40 real estate properties. Had all the money in the world. He was a king, making tens of millions of dollars a month. That was the time to get out. That was the time to say, hey, I'm going to hang it up. I'm going to do something legit. Everything I do from now on is legit. What the fuck are y'all talking about? Did the government put drugs in the hood or not? Because if they did, then that's help from the government. Jesus. Abdul Lenoir says, you don't have to be wealthy to tip. Some people just like to live above their means. True. Making Her Crazy said, I have to look up the program, but it is said that government also made programs for the Italian and small hat mobs to move out to the suburbs. So here we go. I don't want to get into too much of a history debate, but yes, Caucasian people moved out to the suburbs for sure. And then when integration happened, guess who helped the blacks move out to the suburbs? The small hats. So, I mean, it's each one teach one at this point, and we ain't teaching shit. Making Her Crazy says, from a studied scholar, he says Tesla says, no, I'm not saying some aren't fumbling today. I said 1 out of 100 today were actually doing that stuff in the 70s. I mean, that's good enough numbers because I mean, shit, everybody cousins. I mean, I'm cousins with half the town out this motherfucker. So if we all cousins and one of us is a millionaire making millions of dollars a month, he's supposed to pull everybody up. But that's the selfishness. That's the selfishness. And a lot of black men will cross the top nigga to be top dog. That's the reality. At least other races, they had a respect for their hierarchy. If they were going to kill a made man, they had to have a unanimous decision to do that. In the black community, we gonna kill the drug dealer who giving everybody ice cream on Sundays. That nigga will be dead, like 6 to 9 months into like him really getting to a bag. Like, yeah, he might have sold like nicks and dimes here and there when he was a kid, but then he turned like 21, 25 and he's got like a stronghold on the whole city. And then that nigga's gonna end up dead. So instead of working with each other, we cross each other out. And you can't deny that. Look at all the rappers who are dead. PNB Rock. Like, I mean, XXXTentacion. All these guys killed by the hands of a black man. What do you think about Charleston White? I fuck with Charleston White, but the only thing that I don't like about Charleston White is that he's racist against white people, which I don't like that shit. Alphazo says, you young bulls better lock in and focus. Forget the girls for now. It's so easy to hit hundreds of thousands and millions by 21, 22 years old in this day and time. Yep. Mills says thoughts are fun. Naking Her Crazy says, I saw that, so you know I didn't get it from the streets, so you don't feel it's just hearsay. Oh, you say that. Oh, okay, I get that. Alphazo says, just met this one kid who's about to be a millionaire by next year, and he's only 18. Yeah, man. Tesla said, I heard that right-wing ideology, such as everything is simple, if you work hard, is easy to understand, but left-wing ideology, like some ethnic groups have a serious disadvantage, are harder to understand. I don't know if you were making a point there. Naking Her Crazy says, that's a good point, but blacks didn't have help to move out the communities. They were ruining or running like the Italians in small hats. Different help to kill each other for sure. The thing is, the reasons why the small hats and the Italians had help getting out of their communities is because they had people in political power in those times. Now, I don't know what specific time you're referring to, whether you're referring to like Reconstruction era or 60s, 70s, 80s. But I mean, yes, there were things that were holding us back for sure. But now is the time. Tesla says harder to understand, which is why a lot of right-wingers think it's BS because they aren't smart enough to grasp what they are talking about. I'm trying to figure out what you're trying to say here. House of Lamar says, isn't Freeway and Rick Ross two different people? Freeway Rick Ross is one person. Freeway Rick Ross is one person. Rick Ross stole his rap name from Freeway Rick Ross, who was a drug kingpin from California, who basically worked with the CIA to distribute crack cocaine in the black communities. And he did that via the Nicaraguans, who were his plugs, who ended up snitching on him. I think a plug named Van Dome, if I'm not mistaken, the guy who was supplying Freeway Rick Ross ended up snitching on him and getting him caught up, so he had all those years. Naking Her Crazy says, I'm multitasking, hella typos, my bad. House of Lamar says, real small hat people are black, is what he's saying. Look, I'm not trying to get into that debate, but it's an interesting discussion, but that's probably for my other channel. I don't want to get this channel flagged. Naking Her Crazy says, I say that so you know I didn't just hear it from some random in the streets, from someone who reads and it's studied. Okay, yeah, I get that. But when it comes to like blacks being the real small hats, only a small percentage of blacks are actually small hats. Like it's not like what you think, like all black people are small hats. Like, no, that's not the case. There were people who were of they descended from the Canaanites, okay, and they migrated to Ethiopia. Those are pretty much the only Africans who are small hats. It's not like, oh, the whole continent of Africa are the real small hats. No, that's not how it works. Okay, it's not how it works at all. Mills 36 said they moved to get away from us ninjas. I would have moved too. Yeah, I mean, he's absolutely right. They absolutely moved. Like, it wasn't that they oh, well, we just want to get away from these black folks. It was that they couldn't it was impossible to live amongst us in the cities where it was so compact. The crime was fucking rampant, especially in the 70s, of, you know, the same shit that's going now, black men killing each other, and the other races could not. It wasn't, they couldn't live with us. It was impossible. Otherwise, they would put their family in danger. I'm sorry, but that's the deplorable state that we were in, even in that time. And if you don't believe me, go to my Black Gen Z Mindset channel, where we cover the black community from the 50s to now. And I mean, you'd be surprised what type of thug niggas we had back in the day. And that's not to say that other races didn't have thugs. It's not what I'm saying. But the bulk of the violent crime has been perpetuated by the same demographic since I mean, damn near since the origins of this country, unfortunately. Tesla says there's a white guy on TikTok with a background that says B on B crime doesn't exist. Interesting. That's absolutely false. Mills 36 says, Gen Z, was you at Georgia when Nick Chubb was there? Yes, I played with Nick Chubb. House of Lamar says, I don't know anything about drug lords. Thanks. Yeah, I know a lot about the early drug kingpins. So yeah, we can get into that discussion. Tesla says, I'm saying a lot of people who think the world can be anyone's if they just work hard don't actually understand that it isn't true for everyone. They don't understand that for certain people, it's not. I'm trying to figure out who you're talking about. Are you talking about black people in America? Because, I mean, nigga, if you do something today, you're going to get hired. I'm going to tell you that right now. Alpha, though, says best running back in league besides Derrick Henry. Yeah, that's a fact. That's a fact. House of Lamar says, I don't want to get your channel in trouble. My bad. You good. I can have these discussions on Black Gen Z Mindset, but this is like more dating oriented. We got a couple more videos to cover, guys. I'm just trying to get through these chats because I respect y'all's chats. Tesla says, black people and Hispanics are the same. They come from the same place. Well, I mean, everybody comes from the same place. We all technically come from Africa genetically. When it comes to black people and Hispanics being the same and coming from the same place, that's not true, bro. That's not true. It's not true. Obviously everybody who is human, we're the human race, but there's absolutely differences in the ethnicities. So, I mean, we're not the same as Mexican people. We're not. We really aren't. Okay. We aren't the Mayans and the Aztecs. Black people are not that, bro. We're not. As a matter of fact, the reason why I can say that confidently is because we understand the South American slave trade. And slavery actually wasn't abolished in Brazil until the 70s. I want to say 76 or 78, something like that. So the majority of the black people in South America or Sudamerica come from Africa from the slave trade. So to say that, oh, black people are the Hispanic people, no, we're not the same people at all, bro. Our hair texture is different. Our skin complexion is different. We're completely different. Even dark-skinned Mexicans do not have the same hair texture as African Americans or African people. Naking Her Crazy says, yeah, I didn't say that for the debate, LOL, just for comparison. I got you. House of Lamar says, the black people that were captive under the Babylonians are Israelites. Okay, so I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that for sure. But I'm telling you right now that there were black people in Africa during that time, and they are not Israelites. Okay, that's what I'm trying to say. So like black every black person is not an Israelite. Those black people that are Israelites come from a certain area, and it's not just, oh, you're African, so you were a part of the line of Judah. It's not how it works. House Lamar says Africa is a dark-skinned nation, but they are not Israelites. Okay, yeah, for sure. Tesla says most black men have an IQ around 40. I wouldn't say it's that low. I think it's around like between 70 to 80. House of Lamar says, read about the table of nations in Genesis 5. House of Lamar says, last comment, LOL, Noah had 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Africans come from Ham, blacks from Shem, white people from Japheth. Yeah, I get that. But bro, there were black people in Africa before Abraham. Like, y'all gotta, I get y'all want to go with the biblical and all that kind of stuff, but I'm gonna tell you right now, there were people on the earth before Adam and Eve, okay? And that's where everybody's tracing their lineage back at Abraham, Isaac, Jacob. They're all training, or Yaqub, however you want to call it, they're all tracing their lineage back to Adam and Eve. And there were people on this earth before them, is what I'm trying to say, okay? Roquan Smith traded to the Ravens. Yeah, I played with Roquan Smith too. Good friend of mine. I actually did see that he was traded to the Raiders. Tesla said, nah, I'm talking about typically white rich guys who say just work hard and anything can be yours. They aren't very intelligent. That's not true, because if you work hard, anything can be yours. The problem is a lot of y'all niggas are lazy. Why can't we just admit that we have a lot of lazy people in our community? Abdul Lenoir says, hard to game the system when you can't enter it. I'm trying to figure out where you guys are from, because we have plenty of black representation, not only in politics nowadays. I mean, if you look at every major city, there's a black mayor. Look at Atlanta, Mayor Andre Dickens. Look at New York, Mayor Eric Adams. Look at New Orleans, Mayor Latoya Cantrell. Look at St. Louis. I forgot the sister's name there, but I covered her the other week. Look at is it San Francisco? London Breed, a mixed breed black woman. And absolutely, she identifies with the blacks. Like, she's not claiming white, she's claiming black. So we've got all the representation in the world, and people are still talking about we don't have representation. Well, if you look at every major city, their leadership is black. Look at Baltimore. The nigga with the fro. Okay, and I forgot his name. But every major city has black political representation, and the crime is fucking through the roof. Tesla says, my pastor said all blacks are related to Hispanics. I don't agree with him. Yeah, he's, I mean, look, this is what I'll say. Every human being is related genetically because that's how it was. Okay. But when the people of the what is it? The Shan, if I'm not, the Bush people from the Bush tribe, when they decided to migrate hundreds of thousands of years ago, or tens of thousands of years ago, 50,000 years ago, I think, they decided to migrate and scatter. That's when you start seeing differences in the appearance of man, because you had to adapt to certain environments. So Abdul says, what is a small hat? It is an individual who practices, Judaism. Cooley 410 says, honestly, black people claiming Hispanics as them screams insecurity. Yeah, it really does. Tesla says Hispanics have the same skin tone as biracials. What does that mean? That's just like saying Arabs have the same skin tone as Hispanics. That's just like saying Native Americans have the same skin tone as Arabs. What does that mean? Like, that's just like saying, oh, well, the Chinese have the same skin tone as the Italians. Like, bruh, come on. You got to do better than that. Mills says, Gen Z, Chloe Bailey, or Iggy Azalea, who you hitting, or both? I would fuck them both, but Iggy over Chloe. Making Her Crazy says, facts, there are and is black pagans and monotheists. Yes. Tesla says, what is your IQ, Reclaim? I'm not completely sure, but I'm sure that it's up there. Making Her Crazy says, Tino, do you think Egyptians were dark-skinned? Absolutely not. I mean, were there some dark-skinned Egyptians? Absolutely. But were the majority of Egyptians dark-skinned? No. The Egyptians are Arab people. Distant Lights, just because they're in Africa, doesn't mean that, you know, oh, they were just dark as hell. And no. Okay, Distant Light says only people that have a chance of claiming to be Israelites are certain Ethiopians. Absolutely, absolutely. And they still practice their faith today. So, like, I mean, unless you're Ethiopian, then stop it. Like, we got a lot of, like, West African niggas who are out here, oh, well, you know. No, West Africans traditionally were Muslim, okay? So y'all really don't understand the lineage. Like, I get it. We're looking for an identity so bad, but come on, guys. Tesla says God was black. I mean, now we're getting into a religious debate. Tesla says our God is awesome, black God. God has no skin tone. If there is a God, he has no skin tone. He's omnipresent, which means he exists within everybody. So to say that God actually had a skin tone is racist in and of itself. House of Lamar says, I don't know about people here before Adam and Eve. I need to see evidence of that. I mean, there's plenty of evidence of that. I mean, if you look at the Bible, the Bible's not dating human existence 500,000 years ago or 50,000 years ago. The Bible is like dating human existence from like 6,000 to 10,000 years ago. And we all know that there were humans before then. So honestly, like the Adam and Eve story, it sounds nice, but I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. Respectfully. And I believe in God, but I can't buy the Adam and Eve story. It's hard for me to buy that one. Okay. And if you understand the Bible, if you read the Bible, you understand that Cain, when he was cast out of his family when he fled from his family after killing Abel, guess what? He remarried. He married. So if there weren't people on the earth before Adam and Eve, where the fuck did Cain's wife come from? Right? So where did Cain's wife come from? If there were no other people and Adam's only son or his one of his two sons was killed and they didn't have no daughters, where the fuck did Cain's wife come from? So there had to be people. Had to. And if you read the book of Enoch, which is pretty much redacted from the Bible, then they speak about fallen angels coming to earth and, you know, mating with common human beings. Tesla says, so if everyone works hard their entire life, if everyone works hard, the entire world can be rich. Nobody said you had to be rich, but you can do well for yourself. We do not have a lot of lazy people, we do have a lot of lazy people, but no, not everyone can be rich if they just work hard. Nobody said rich, but you can live a good life. You can live a life where you don't have to resort to crime to live. Excuse me, for sure. House of Lamar says, don't mean to hold you up, bro. Go over the videos before reading comments all night. I mean, I feel you. I like reading the comments, but we only have we only have 2 really short videos. So Alphazo says, vote for Tasha Mack, LOL. Yeah, so I'll stop right there and we'll get into the next video. So yeah. We will get into the next video. Okay, so we only have one more video left. Yep, we only got one more video left, so let's watch. All right, this one is crazy. Let's refresh. Shit. Refresh one more time. All right, so they're asking the question, the Shade Room's asking the question, is sus onto something? And it says things I expect men to pay for while dating / in relationships. And I've reviewed this video before, but it has recently become viral again. So we'll review it. We'll review it again. She says 1, all dates. 2, nails. 3, hair. 4, Uber. 5, wax. 6, rent. And this woman is extremely ugly. She's probably below, I mean, on a scale of 1 to 10, she's below a 1. Very ugly, unattractive woman. And she's asking for all this. So she expects the man that she's in a relationship with to pay for all the dates. Where's the equality? To pay for her nails and her toes, her hair, which honestly, it looks like she has a hairnet on. Uber, a wax, especially if I'm not going to fuck, which I would never want to fuck a woman who looked like this. But if I was going to smash, that's the only way that I would be paying for a wax. And the rent, which is absolutely ridiculous unless like you're really financially stable and that's your girl and y'all got kids, then no.
Some things I expect a man to pay for while I'm dating him or we're in a relationship. All dates. Like, sir, you're courting me, you're dating me, like, you should be paying for the date. I don't pay for dates. So what are we doing here? Why would you ask me on a date if you're not gonna pay for it? That doesn't make any sense to me. Now, I know you don't want to look at my crusty nails, and my nails are never crusty because I'm a model. So
she's a model. If she's a model, then bruh. Oh God.
I have to get my nails done for shoots, and like I usually
like this bitch has a mustache and black and mild lips, and she's claiming she's a model. The bar is low.
Upkeep my nails once every 2 weeks. So you got to be able to afford my nails to be done once every 2 weeks. You just have to date me. Honestly, when it comes to hair, I have like that wash and go hair, but still products are expensive. Like my conditioners, my leave-ins, my detanglers, my co-washes, like hair is expensive. So I'm going to need you to front the bill on that. You know, like you need to help me out. Now, if you guys don't already know, Ubers are a given, a must. Like I do not pay for my transportation to these dates. You must get my Uber. That is just the standard. I don't like looking like a bush monkey, so waxing.
Ma'am, if there was anything that I was going to describe you as, that would be the term, a bush monkey. Like, she is not attractive in the slightest. Not attractive in the slightest.
Is a given. I feel like nobody wants to see that. So, yeah. You got my wax, right? You got my wax. Now, further down the line, I'm not talking about the first few dates, but eventually you're going to have to pay my rent. Like, girls got bills to pay, and I am too feminine to, like, pay for myself. So.
Feminine with a mustache, that's crazy. This has to be a man. This has to be a man. So, for me, what I would do is... If she was a bad bitch, I'm not upset with all the requirements. If she was actually a bad bitch, and if I'm fucking, yeah, I'm gonna put my bitch up, you know. Like if I'm fucking and this is my pussy and I know that like I'm the only nigga hidden, I'm gonna put my bitch up for sure. But if she looks like this, fuck no.
So, I mean, I do that now, but like, if I'm with you, why would I pay for my own bills? Oh, no.
So absolutely disgusting. That woman is absolutely abysmal. She is not cute in the slightest. It's absolutely ridiculous that these delusional, ugly ass bitches really have standards out the wazoo. I mean, and I let me tell you who she deserves. Like, I'm not saying she doesn't deserve a man. I'm saying she deserves an ugly man. She deserves a yakety yak, don't talk back looking ass nigga. Like, she don't deserve no goddamn Chad or Tyrone or no guy who's even in shape. She's not in shape. It's Christ. Cooley says, I'm sorry, but black politicians suck balls. They don't get shit done unless it's for women and zesty crew. You're absolutely right. Look at what Obama did. Look at what Obama did. And then, you know, you still have black people who are riding his dick. I went to church this Sunday and black people still riding Obama's dick. And although, like, I like the image of him, I like his swag, his policies were absolutely horrible. But let's read the comments of this post really quick. So maybe some woman with some common sense. Somebody says, get somebody else to do it. Somebody says, this ain't the comment you're looking for, so keep scrolling. This mouth won't get me in trouble today. The Sincere Show says, all women deserves to be treated like queens. LOL. King Trail says, how much is that 5-pack of clear lip gloss? I'll pay for that first. Then I'll work my way down the list. Exactly. She's a model. LOL. And you got to pay for my pet sitter too. Relax, guys. It's Halloween. She went as a joke. Yeah, but this is an old video. That's the issue. That's the problem. This is what society thinks lately, and it's sad. No man is obligated to spend their money on you, especially if you just start dating. So I know this is going to trigger some women. I know this has to trigger some women. Some chick says, that's because he in my pussy. You don't see me my kids either, but I got 2 of those too. I feel you though. Me personally, I love black girls and you pretty too. I wasn't talking down on y'all. Naturally, black is beautiful. Oh, okay, so you got some fucking simps in the comments who walking back their statements. Guys, y'all need to stand on shit. Like, don't let these motherfuckers cower you down and walk back your statements. If you hear me say something and then somebody tries to bring up, oh, well, you said this in one of your live streams, I don't give a fuck. I'm standing on it. I don't give a fuck. You ain't gonna see me capitulate like damn Andrew Tate, even though I fuck with Andrew Tate on some of the shit he says, some of the shit he says I don't agree with. But he capitulated in the Piers Morgan interview, whereas I would never. Somebody said, it's sad that y'all think this is something. Muslims and women of many culture receive thousands of dollars, property, gold, etc. when being courted and married. Yes, dating may be different. Well, Muslims come with a hymen, so nobody is paying for you fucking whores. Well, how about this? No hymen, no diamond. Muslim women come fast. Like, bro, we're not gonna act like fucking like these women out here are just like saints, bro. Like, dog. And then you have women agreeing, oh, this, no. The only reason why Muslim women receive those types of things is because they secured their purity. They kept their womb pure. They didn't fuck around, or at least the ones who are traditional. Okay? Because there are some untraditional Muslims out here for sure who are fucking around. Ask me how I know. Naking Her Crazy says, there are those that work hard and die at 70 and never enjoy their life. Then there are those who work smart. Exactly. Alpha Though says, Stacey Abrams, Lori Lightfoot, horrible leadership. Yep, Lori Lightfoot. That's a major one that I forgot. And the list goes on and on. I could go on and on different major cities in America where there is black leadership and the city's going down the fucking drain. Unfortunately. And I don't even blame the black community. Well, I do blame like the voting block of the black community, but what I blame more is the people who are propping them up to ruin society in the way that they're doing right now. Unfortunately, okay, it's not all the black politicians. As a matter of fact, I think Andre Dickens is doing the best job out of all the black politicians. I would say he's doing the best job that he could, but yeah, but I don't think he'll ever go anywhere, because to me, he seems like he stands for something. and this is just from my observation, even though he's pretty quiet on the crime now, he was really loud on it earlier, but he was quiet on it before. But let's see. Damn, I actually wanted to get in some other bullshit about Blueface baby mother. This bitch. All right, well, let me put some respect on her name just because it's somebody's mother. But dude, she's talking about she shares advice on anyone experiencing domestic violence. We all need to start normalizing asking for help when it's needed. Bitch, are you fucking kidding me? All the videos online of you going crazy and trying to bust Blueface Bleedum's windows out. Let's watch. Let's watch in front of the child, nonetheless. And this bitch has the nerve to talk about fucking domestic violence? Are you out of your goddamn mind? Dude, she's the abusive one. And it seems like every relationship Blueface gets into, he's with an abusive woman. He's with an abusive woman. Like, dude. Let's go to the video where she's literally trying to break into his fucking house.
Blueface says at one point, "This is us on Mother's Day, guys. We don't talk much." It was pretty funny and also very clear that he did something to piss her off right before the video started, and it got her.
Oh, he did something to piss her off. It's always the man's fault. It's fucking bullshit.
So mad she didn't know what the hell to do with those damn cups on the table. But all in all, Blueface's Instagram has been grabbing more attention than his actual music these days.
Are they going to show the video? Let's see. Look at this. Just like KKVHS or whatever the fuck that bitch name is, the OnlyFans whore, just like her, look at what she's doing, trying to break into the house.
In one of his windows.
Deadly weapon. Banging it on the glass. In front of her children. Child, rather. In front of her child.
What's wrong with your mommy?
He said, what's wrong with your mommy?
What's wrong with your mommy? What's wrong with her? What's wrong with her?
If a man was doing this, the police would be called and he'd be shot down in his front yard or in the backyard, it looks like she's in. And this bitch has the nerve to talk about domestic violence. Who looks like the aggressor in this relationship? Come the fuck on.
I don't know. She don't live here. What's she doing?
I don't know.
Young man is adorable. And honestly, I think it's irresponsible that Blueface is kind of like, you know, oh, she doesn't live here, like baby talking in a very serious situation. He should take his child and, I don't know, put his ass in front of a fucking iPad or something so he doesn't have to see this. But this is how we're raising our children. And no wonder we don't know how to fucking be in relationships. It's absolutely disgusting.
Baby mama drama.
And now the young man is crying.
Baby mama drama.
He wants to be with his father.
Baby mama.
And she's going to go damage his car. And he's saying baby mama drama. You get the point. And this bitch has the nerve to talk about, oh, well, we need to start speaking up about domestic violence. That nigga didn't lay a fucking hand on you. And if he did, it was in defense of his life. It's bullshit. Same thing with Christine Rock or whatever the fuck her name is. Same thing. Now, can we talk about Blueface and his choice in women? For sure. For sure. Tesla says black folks have kinky hair before the sun burnt it out or burnt it and it curled. Making her crazy says Hispanics aren't even a race. There are either biracial or triracial. I mean, I would say Hispanics are natives who were conquered by the Spaniards. Tesla says, you have an Indian skin tone, Tino. It's a red tint. Yeah, my great grandmother was a full blood Native American. She was Cherokee. So yeah, I'm a quarter or an eighth Indian or Cherokee. So Abdul Le Noir says, I'm talking about back in the days of these drug lords. Oh, okay. Tesla says Jesus was black. No, he wasn't. Jesus was not black, bro. Okay. House of Lamar says Egyptians were dark-skinned thousands of years ago. I'm trying to figure out like at what time period you're talking about them being dark-skinned, because like 3000 BC, the old kingdom, the new kingdom, they were light-skinned. 5000 BC, like they were light-skinned. Between like I don't know what time period are you talking about where Egyptians were dark-skinned? I'm really trying to figure out, because like it's you're losing me here. House of Lamar says yes, they were. He says Ethiopians are Hamites. See, I'm not against the Ethiopians are Hamite thing, but just to say that all Africans are Israelites, no. Tesla says black people are truly delusional. Mills 36 said all this religious and color BS talk. House of Lamar says, bro, read Genesis 5. The Most High is Hebrew. He says he is a Hebrew Elohim God. Okay, so guys, when we talk about, and I'm sorry we're getting into a religious discussion, but we talk about the origins of, now you're talking about Aramaic, you're talking about Hebrew, you're talking about a different language. When we talk about Elohim and where that actually came from, you guys don't really understand how closely associated that is, this terminology is to Baal worship, because there was basically, when it comes to the Canaanite tribe, there was a split between those who worshiped Baal, who they also called El, who now we call Elohim, which, essentially just means God. But there was a separation between Baal worship and, what we now know to be traditional Judaism, based off of, the 10 Commandments and all this type of stuff. Guys, okay. The point is, yes, are the Israelites God's chosen people? Yeah, for sure. Okay. If we wanna do that, which, I mean, if it's debatable, obviously, but we'll just give them the benefit of doubt, say, okay, Israelites are God's chosen people. Okay, according to the Bible. All right. What you guys have to understand is that they were practicing many religions during that day and time. So everybody thought that their God existed. And what happened was, essentially, according to the Bible, the Israelites had favor because they're God's chosen people. They're God's first people. Okay. So, we can go with that. We can roll with that idea. But what you have to understand is that there were people who strayed away from those teachings. And the reality is that there are certain people who even almost can conflate what they represented as Baal worship back in the day to what, a lot of people are doing now, in these different Abraham religious faiths. So, or religious faith. So, I mean, it's a deep discussion, but ultimately my point is that I don't think that if there's an idea of God would not have a race. Okay. He created man in his image. So he has a celestial figure, what the Muslims call his sifat, which is basically his. Obviously, it's not like he has a physical body, but the way that I guess he would conjure himself or imagine himself, his essence is in our physical form, and that's why, you know, man is made perfect. We have all these complicated things working within us, and they're all working together within one. But yeah, anyways, House of Lamar says Ethiopians are Semitic people. There's some languages in East Africa that are very similar to Hebrew. No, you're absolutely right. And what you have to understand is that the Hebrew people, they traveled around the world before any other people. Before Columbus sailed the ocean blue in 1492 and went to the Americas, there is archaeological evidence that the Hebrews were in South America, specifically Portugal, if I'm not mistaken. The Hebrews were in North America, in New Amsterdam, which is now New York, and in I think Pennsylvania. There is some archaeological evidence that shows that there were I think there was like a discovery in some caves up in the Northeast where there's evidence that that dates back the Hebrew influence in the Americas, you know, even before Christopher Columbus. I mean, even during the Roman times, they were able to, you know, travel to these lands by sea too. Okay. Straight through the ocean. All right. And I mean, it's possible there were advanced technologies that were lost in, you know, the history of civilization and our growth that you would be very surprised existed back then. In that day and age. So, I mean, even when you look at some of these Cherokee religions and some of these Native American religions, there are a lot of similarities. They also mention God creating the earth in 7 days. They also mention Yahweh, okay, or Yahweh. All right. They also mention in their religions and a lot of Native American religions that were practiced, what I say, God creating the earth in 7 days, you know, God creating woman from man's rib and whatnot. So there is evidence, historical evidence, archaeological evidence, cultural evidence of, you know, the Israelites traveling all throughout the world, not just in that ancient Mesopotamian area, okay, or Persia or whatnot. So Nagging Her Crazy says, I'm not talked about the conquered Egyptians. What about the original Egyptians? If you think they were darker skinned, then that would have supported your claim that not every African is Hebrew. What? How does that support my claim? I mean, it's simple. Geographically, not every African can be Hebrew. Abdul Lenoir says Black people are not a monolith. Even within the continent of Africa, there is a great genetic diversity. Yes, I agree. House of Lamar says the prophecies of the Bible tells you exactly who people are. Mills 36 says Adam and Eve. I see Adam and Steve these days. House of Lamar says the story of Cain and Abel was after Adam and Eve. Yeah, I understand that, but okay, this is what you're not understanding. Cain and Abel were Adam and Eve's offspring. Right or wrong? So Cain killed Abel, fled, and remarried. Who the fuck's daughter is that? Is that Adam and Eve's daughter too? That he married and reproduced with? Come on, guys. Tesla says Adam and Steve, God said that he forgives 7 times 70. Distant Light says the Bible is the history of civilization. There's a reason it takes place in and around Mesopotamia. Yeah, but the thing is, the Bible doesn't go to it doesn't go in depth into the beginning of civilization. Okay. Because there is evidence that this earth has been here and humans have been here for a long time. You know, there's evidence that we've been here for 50,000 years. All right. So it doesn't cover all of that, the history of every civilization. So I'm going to have to disagree with you there. House Lamar says he'll be right back. Abdul says the Egyptians weren't Arab. They basically were. Tesla says they hung up a photo of you in my classroom. You keep saying that. Abdul says West Africans were not traditionally Muslim. Yes, they were, bro. Like after the advent of Islam, there were a lot of West Africans. As a matter of fact, 1/3 of the Africans that came to the Americas through the transatlantic slave trade were Muslim, and they spoke Arabic. And I mean, you can see that depicted in many different movies, especially in Roots. So yeah, they definitely were Muslim, especially in West Africa. I'm not saying that's how they started out, but I'm just saying from recent history, like the last 2,000, 3,000 years for sure. Tesla says black women don't deserve anything, especially when they look like this. Wow. And I mean, come on. Cooley says, fuck all that waxing, ain't nothing wrong with a bushy coochie. Oh yeah, there is something wrong. Tesla says would be pretty funny to take a girl out who you know is a 304. She doesn't have any funny expecting you to pay, and you pay for your part and leave. He says flea market model. Let's try and get through these chats. This has got to be satire. Alphazo says if she's a model, then I'm a 7-foot NBA player from 2K in real life. She looks like the female version of George Floyd. Tesla said she could be a model. You know, they have those big plus size models in stores now. Alphazo says crazy part of this video is 80% of women think just like this. Absolutely. I get women trying me like this weekly. At least the girls who try me look good. I still tell them no. Exactly. Wolf in Sheep's Clothing said, I'd say you outside her because you're fit, but your face and her face are about even. Fuck no. You got me fucked up. Alphazo says only GF types and girls who aren't 304s can ask for that type of treatment. Distant Light says, I'm really starting to think Trump was the best president in my lifetime. Oh, yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Alphazo says, can you find that one video of the white boy asking girls to rate different men and they rate them low, but when he shows them fatties and average girls, they rate them a 10 and then call him sexist and misogynist? Oh, wow. I haven't seen that one. You'll have to link that to me. Distant Light said Clinton sold out the country and set up the disasters of the coming century, sending business to China, letting them in the World Trade Organization, not dealing with Middle East blowback, and Bush started wars and fucked. Yeah, that's true. Wolf in Sheep's Clothing says, are you one of them guys who bows down to Tate on every Wednesday at 12 p.m.? There's a group of guys who do that. Fuck no. I bow to no man. Distant Light says, up the recession response. Obama lied about the health care and all that. Gave money to banks in response to the recession. Bombed the shit out of people. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. Alphazo says no hymen, no diamond. And if the body count is more than 5, you can't get retired. That's facts. Distant Light says started the Middle East crisis in Syria and Libya. Yep, Obama. ICY says was a girl on your TikTok live last night? Your girl? No. Alphazo says let's do it. Stand on that shit. Blueface and Bluetooth. Alphazo says he doesn't call himself Blueface. Bleed him for no reason. Facts. Cooley 410 said Blueface can't be mentally right dealing with these psychos. I think that he's dealing with women who act neurotic like his mother does. So, yeah, might be a mommy issues problem. Alphazo says, a lot of 304s are psycho. A bunch of them are baddies. You just won't know it until you date them, especially if she has dealt with certain types of men. I see why. Says some black people are so far gone, it's crazy when it comes to religion. Yeah. Distant Light says there was a Hebrew national god and he slowly became the God we all know, Yahweh. Yeah, but what you have to understand is people had different understandings of how to worship that God. There was plenty of child sacrifice, human sacrifice going on by Canaanite people who believed that that is how you worship God. And you see with the animal sacrifices in the Old Testament that wasn't too far-fetched from how sins were washed away. I mean, they would sacrifice children, women, children for they would sacrifice them so that their harvest would grow, so that they wouldn't experience drought in the summers. Like, this is a real thing. But there was a splitting of the people who had a different way of practicing the religion, and the one that won out ultimately is the one that we see now. Naking Her Crazy says it's all interesting to me. Yeah, it is. Naking Her Crazy says the Israelites are scattered around the world in exile to our God, probably. Distant Light says, yeah, it doesn't go that far back, only to like 3000 BC tops. Yeah, exactly. Like the Bible, you like, I might be able to give it like 6000 BC and then just say there was a time lapse between Genesis and like the old kingdoms. But yeah, the Bible is not going back 50,000 years and really getting like to the root of like the genetic origins of civilization. Like that's not what they're doing there. House of Lamar says, read Genesis 5. It's the table of nations. Yeah, I get that, bro. We've all read Genesis 5. Well, maybe not all of us, but I have. Distant Light says humans are 500K years old tops. Distant Light says civilization isn't that old. Yeah, nah, I get that. I mean, we could date back like real civilizations, probably like 6,000 years. Or to 6,000 BC, I meant. So that would be what, like 8,000 years or so. 10 at best. But yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, if Adam and Eve were the first man, then they would have had to been born hundreds of thousands of years ago. Let's see. I see why says black people have not been here for 50,000 years, 2,000 years. Dude, black people were the first people. The first people came from South Africa. What are you talking about, bro? Like, black people are the original people. Okay. I mean, even that shows genetically, if you want to talk about evolution and coming from apes. I mean, the reality is when it comes to the genetic sequence, when it comes to the genetic cycle, like if we go by evolution, we came from apes. The reason why black people have darker skin is because the fur on the apes over tens of thousands of years, right? It basically became the source of melanin. Okay. It basically, we basically evolved into, I mean, we're not bald creatures. Obviously, the majority of our hair grows on our, in our pube areas, under arms and head and facial hair, right? But we evolved from apes. And the reason why we're dark skinned is because their hair was dark. Okay, their hair was dark. So that's why, like, we are the closest to the original man. And, that's where you get the monkey jokes from and all that kind of shit. And then even if you go back into Africa, you will see that they actually look like the hominids that, not all of them, obviously, but you can obviously see that there are Africans who have very phenotypical features. Okay. Naking Her Crazy says, is Arab a race? I mean, I consider it a race, right? I mean, obviously they're going to differentiate themselves, like the Persians or the Iranians are going to say, oh, we're Persian. And then the Palestinians are going to say, oh, we're Palestinians. And obviously they're not all the quote unquote same people, but essentially, let's keep it a buck. I mean, they all look alike. They all come from the same like approximate region. So I would say that they're the fucking same people. And I would guarantee genetically they have a lot of similarities. House of Lamar says the Africans that were brought over were not Africans, they were Israelites. No. Bro, what you have to understand is, Lord have mercy, the main target for bringing slaves over was West Africa. It always has been West Africa, okay? Let's go to a map. Let's go to a map. All right, let's see. So this is what you have to understand. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Let me just pull up. I got to pull up a map of Africa, and then I got to pull up a map. Okay, so we've already established that the quote unquote Israelites, the Hebrew people, most likely they probably would have been in Ethiopia. And that's the only thing that makes, or that's the main thing that makes real sense, right? Let's go to this map, okay? So this is a map of transatlantic slave trade. Obviously, many Africans went to Brazil, okay? And I already told you guys earlier that slavery ended in Brazil. I mean, damn near late 20th century, okay? So let's see. All right, so Ethiopia is near the Horn of Africa. All right. And this part of Africa is, you know, obviously the Gold Coast, what I like to call the trigger finger of Africa. This is West Africa. This is where the slaves were coming from. You can say, okay, the African Arab slave trade, they're getting some Hebrew people from Ethiopia and bringing them to Saudi Arabia and whatnot. I can get behind that. But the Africans that were brought to the United States and South America are not of Hebrew descent, bro. I mean, you literally can see it on the map. We already established that. Most of the Africans that were in West Africa were Muslim. Okay, so, I mean, and they're even Muslim to this day. Okay, even in Nigeria, they have feuds between Christians and the Muslims. Okay, so you're just wrong, bro. But yeah, so we have Ethiopia here on the Horn of Africa. So you think that no, bro, the slave ships did not park on the coast and then they didn't travel all the way to Ethiopia to grab slaves, bro. All right. So I see Y says they disrespecting your face. They said Tino isn't that bad looking. I mean, I don't give a fuck. AlphaZo says check your messages. All right. Damn it, I keep dropping shit. Hold on, I might have to pick that up. Okay, so he's pulling this shit up on Omegle. I might do a video on this myself too. Let me see. Sorry, I might have to pick that up. Give me 1 second. But he said, do you know what machine code does? Bro, please stay on topic. Distant Light says, is that what the Jezebel story is about? The difference in how God is worshipped?
Yeah, basically. Basically. But what you guys don't understand is the difference between, and I know everybody's going to trip, but the difference between Baal worship and, worship of El or Elohim or Yahweh, the difference, literally, the only difference is the people, okay? It's not like there's two different gods. As a matter of fact, who was it? Damn. Who was it that basically had the I think he had the Egyptians, he basically made them test their God to his, was it Isaiah? And basically he said, "Oh, if your God can strike this forget exactly what it was. If he can bring lightning down." Was it Isaiah or Isaac? Let me see. Okay, so yeah, Isaiah. So if we go to Isaiah 38, and we'll just use the NIV version. I'm pretty sure that's where it was. Let's see. Just so we're not like, So basically, let's go to Isaiah 38:7. Everybody turn to your Bibles. Let's see. Let's see. Must I go to the gates of death and be robbed? I'm just trying to make sure I got the right prophet. Hold on. Okay, it was Elijah. I don't know why I keep getting that mixed up. Isaiah, Isaac, Elijah. I always get their names mixed up. So Elijah and the priests of Baal. So like I said, the only difference between, and this is if you guys believe in these miracles and whatnot, I'm not trying to force this on you, but the only difference between the quote unquote gods were the way that the people worship them and the idols and all that kind of stuff. Okay, they took false idols, and it was the Baal shit was like basically a do what thy wilt mentality. But let's go to 1 Kings. Let's go to 1 Kings. All right, so and it came to pass after many days that the word of the Lord came to Elijah in the 3rd year, saying, "Go show thyself unto Ahab." Yeah, so it was King Ahab, "and I will send rain upon the earth." And Elijah went to shew himself unto Ahab, and there was a sore famine in Samaria. And it came to pass when Ahab saw Elijah. Okay, so let's stop there. Let's stop there, because you see where the Israelites are. In Samaria, okay? Nigga, this is what you niggas have to understand. How in the fuck were white slave owners who were leading a crew of men going to come all the way from the South, right? From the South, the eastern coast of the United States, and they're supposed to come all the way over here to Samaria. And you think that the slaves, the black men, the African men that were brought through the transatlantic slave trade to the Americas were the real Hebrews? Hell no, bro. Hell no. Ain't no way, boy. Ain't no way. All right, so we're in Samaria, guys. So yeah, it came to pass. So basically, Elijah had the King Ahab's priests who were worshiping Baal. he basically had them do like tricks and trades and to have God or Baal strike lightning onto their stones and whatnot. And it never happened. And then Elijah was able to prove to King Ahab that his God was the true God. And then they ended up killing Elijah basically commanded the people who saw the miracles to kill the priests of Ahab for idol worship and all this shit. So, like I said, the difference between the gods were essentially the way that those people worship him. Like originally it was the same God, and then they were like, oh, well, people are making images of him, and then people are sacrificing children to him. And that's where the differentiate, like they're literally theoretically praying to the same God. Okay. I mean, it's not the same God, in my opinion, in my idea. I'm not saying that, but because there's only one God, and I don't believe that he would require what the followers of Baal would require, right? But the point is, like there was not much of a differentiation between those guys, you know what I'm saying? Like the Baal worshipers were essentially monotheistic, and then they took false idols and all that other type of shit. It was a progression, but I see why. So there's a guy with a PhD computer science who said black people haven't been around for more than 10,000 years. I mean, it's just not true. Naking Her Crazy says, you believe humans came from apes? I was just saying from the theory of evolution. Sexy Baby Girl says House of Lamar is out of his mind. Naking Her Crazy says great stream. Sexy Baby Girl says House of Lamar has been misinformed. I see why says, so I'm taking you don't know what machine code does. I mean, what are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about specifically? Like, are you talking about a specific machine or just like machine code in general? Sexy Baby Girl says, no cap, you have big lips. I bet you. Okay. All right. You're getting timed out for that. Definitely getting timed out. I see why says I'm taking. Okay. I read that. I mean, everything you said regarding Israelites is blatantly incorrect. Like what? Let me join the stream. We can talk about this. I'm going to drop the stream, but I mean, you better join, bruh. You better join. Naking Her Crazy says he doesn't know enough information to support his claim. Who are you talking about, bruh? Come on up. I dropped the stream. Don't pussy out now. I'll be right back. I got. Sorry. A lot of y'all niggas is talking about, oh, drop the stream, and then I drop the stream and you're nowhere to be found. Oh God. So yeah, I don't know where y'all niggas are getting this goofy ass shit. He said I'm talking about Lamar. But yeah, tell me where I'm wrong. Tell me where I'm wrong. I mean, I dropped the stream link, but we're nowhere to be found. I'm gonna give you 5 minutes. I'm gonna give you 5 minutes, and I don't know why, but my streams always like go to like these religious debates for some reason. The stream link is dropped. You can join. You don't have to cam up necessarily, but defend your points. All right, here we go. What up, Kareem?
Yo,
So educate us.
I have a source.
What's your source?
How do you want me to send it to you?
Bruh. No, you need to come and defend your claims.
I have source.
Nigga, then read the fucking source. You don't have to send it to me. Just read where your source is coming from and educate us on what I was wrong about. For one, say what I was wrong about. And then for two, educate us on what your source tells you.
Black people are the original biblical Israelites.
All black people.
The majority.
So what? I mean, so what's the? So who's not? Who's not?
The ones that do not have original trace to Africa.
Okay, so who is that? Who are the black people who don't have genetic traces to Africa?
Well, I don't know. I can't name for everybody.
No, I'm not saying just name everybody. I'm saying name a people. Like who, like what, from what area of the world would, because I'm telling you right now, bro, all black people came from Africa.
I want to see your source.
You say you want to see my source?
Yeah.
I can show you my source right here. Okay. No problem. No problem. Let me just pull it up.
I would drop my source.
Drop it in the back chat. But I mean, where
you
else?
Have to type this. Hold on.
Where else were the black people coming from then, bro?
I typed it. You had to type that into Google. It would come up.
Bruh, no, you got to send a link, bruh. Send a link.
It's on my computer. I'm on my phone. I cannot.
You can't send a link?
No, I'm pulled up on my computer.
This nigga said search evidence that prove black people are the biblical Israelites. All right, so I mean, you don't have a source.
No,
all right,
if you pull it up, the
you're
source
saying
come
Google
up.
some shit, and I'm pretty sure it's gonna be some Hebrew Israelite bullshit that's gonna come up, and I'm gonna have to decipher from a whole bunch of different sites with faulty information that can't be.
It's the first one.
Okay, I'll try it, but I'm showing you my source right now. This is called The Journey of...
No, that's not a source. That's a video. That's not a source.
This is a source. This is
not a source.
Bro, this is a documentary style video showing the genetic lineage of humankind.
No, that's not a source.
This is absolutely a source. It's peer reviewed by...
Do you know what the APA style is?
Bro, this study literally comes from a Stanford.
Do you know what the APA style is?
Of course I know what APA, but I'm telling you, this study comes from a Stanford PhD geneticist.
Hold on, I thought you didn't care about degrees. I thought you didn't care about degrees earlier. Now you care about degrees.
No, I'm just saying for the validity of this conversation.
Okay,
that's what we're going back to. You're talking about APA style. So yeah, you're gonna have to have a degree to do a state-sponsored study. I'm telling you that this study was created by Spencer Wells, a geneticist from Stanford.
I need you to define what the APA style is before we move on.
Nigga, we don't have to talk about no damn APA style. I mean, it's a style of research and writing. We get that. But the point is, not every piece of data and statistic is going to be in an APA style format.
So what comes first? When you cite your source during the APA style, what comes first?
Hold up.
Are you looking it up?
No, I'm not looking it up. You see my mouse is on the fucking screen.
You probably have a phone.
I don't have the shit verbatim off the top of my head, but we all understand what APA said. Like literally, like I just fucking I just went to a conference. I went to a university conference where we were literally talking about APA and what? What? Bro, I don't know what this nigga's talking about. But I mean, this is what these niggas like to do. They're gonna get caught up on. They're gonna get caught up on. Oh well, define this and define that. I asked for your source. You're telling me to look some bullshit up on Google, and I'm showing you my source of a peer-reviewed geneticist from Stanford who traveled across the world and has archaeological genetic evidence that shows the timeline and stream of genetics from Africa to India to Australia. That's why you have the Aborigines in Australia. So it's like, and then traveling to China, into Russia, and then through the Bering Strait into America. So I'm showing you the fucking source, and oh, that's not a source. Nigga. My source is better than your damn source because you're telling me to look some shit up on Google when I literally have, okay, Spencer Wells, and they're going to say, oh, it's Wikipedia. Could give a fuck. I know that, like, come on, guys. Spencer Wells, an American geneticist, anthropologist, author, and entrepreneur. He co-hosts the Insight podcast with Razib Khan. Wells led the Genographic Project from 2005 to 2015 as an explorer in residence at the National Geographic Society. So this is where my source is coming from. He's talking about, oh, do you know what the APA format, like, nigga, it's just a format. It's not like a specific form of data. Like, he's going to say, oh, if it's not an APA format, it's not a source. Like, this is just bullshit. This is what the niggas are. This is what they teach you. And now it looks like he can't join the stream. Struggle Wi-Fi. Guys, you can't make this shit up. He says, let's go. Good educational debate. The Native Americans were black. Look, bro. The Native Americans were black. Okay. I'm not arguing that they were not black, because for sure there were dark-skinned people, Native Americans, who are on this land for sure. For sure. Okay. That's why you have Negro Indian, because they intermingled. So, I mean, I don't disagree with that. All right. So what's up? Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. So I showed you my source. Did you see?
No,
where
I was
got my source from?
I was not on. I'm pasting my source.
If you want me to, like, find a thesis from Spencer Wells about the origins of mankind in APA format, I can do that. But you really don't have to, because he put it in video form, and it's just so much more fun to watch a documentary than to read through thousands of pages of research. You see what I'm saying? So that's why documentaries are created, to give ease and simplicity to very complex discussions.
Can you see my chat?
I see your chat. He says, okay, so you got, so this is the issue, bro. It's your issue right here. You sent some shit, and I'm going to show you guys where his source comes from.
There's multiple of them. That is just one.
And this is an APA format? Huh?
I can present in APA format.
Is this an APA format? No, because you got tied up on APA format. And now when you bring up some source that ain't fucking APA format, you want us to think it's legitimate. So this is...
Yes, it is. At the bottom, it is APA format.
This is the issue right here. Okay? For one, you have two pictures. You have a picture of what appears to be a Native American, and you have a picture of what appears to be a Negro. Okay?
No.
So what is this then?
said? What did you say?
You have a picture that appears to be a Native American. And then you have a picture that appears to be a Negro and a black person.
That is a strong black man.
Okay. I'm not denying the fact that he's strong. Okay. And R. Barry, you said I'm wrong about some other points. Well, join the stream and let's talk about it. Because, I mean, y'all are talking, but I'm trying to figure out.
But you don't feel the holy wrath of Jesus. You don't feel the tongues when you speak in tongues in the church. You don't know that feeling.
Okay, so yes, I do. I actually spoke tongues when I was 12 years old. And let me tell you something about speaking tongues. I'm going to give you the spiritual explanation, and I'm going to give you the man explanation, okay? The spiritual explanation first, because I know you guys are mushy-gushy, and that's what y'all want to hear. The Holy Spirit fills you, and you are speaking another language that is a language somewhere, somebody in the world will understand what the fuck you're saying. But,
well, are you a man of God?
You're speaking a language. Say what now?
Are you a man of God?
I do believe in God, yes.
I said, are you a man of God?
I'm a man of God, yes.
Why are you cursing?
Okay, so, and I've talked about this before. The English language is different from the original language, correct?
Sure.
Huh?
Sure.
Okay, so what languages do you speak?
What was that?
What languages do you speak?
Spanish, English.
So you speak Spanish and English?
Yeah.
So if I call you a bitch, you can understand me.
Yes,
right?
but we don't use yes.
If I call you a bitch, you can understand me, right?
Of course.
So if I call you a puto, you can understand me as well.
Of course.
Okay. So there's an original language, and then there is a language that we made up. So what the curse words in English are not the same curse words in Spanish. So if I go to Africa, so if I go to Madagascar,
you go to the black church and you use the profanity.
No, I don't go to church and use that profanity because it's a time and a place.
Because it's looked down. Because it looked down upon. Okay.
Well, and the point is, I'm not, for one, I don't believe that every book in the Bible is of the word of God.
Well, you probably one of those who cherry pick what you want and not out of the Bible.
Well, no, it's not that. It's not that. It's that when you have most of the New Testament written by anonymous authors, and then you also have the latest translations, you don't have original transcripts for these texts, then these texts are automatically null and void.
The Old Testament is not for us to live by today. That was for back then. That is not for what we live by today.
So who wrote okay. So when you have anonymous authors in the New Testament, who wrote those?
What?
You have anonymous authors in the New Testament, okay? Like even some of these apostles, right?
If
Matthew,
you don't know
Mark,
who wrote
Luke,
them,
John,
I don't know who wrote them either.
They have anonymous authors, is what I'm telling you. So who wrote them? Are they the word of God? Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, Acts, Hebrews. Are they the word of God? What up? We got Chance in the building. What's good?
Yo,
so what up? Hold on. So Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, Acts, and Hebrew are the word of God, but we don't know who wrote them. So how do you know it's the word of God? How do you know somebody else didn't
believe because it's in the Bible?
Okay, and that's the issue that I have. Blind faith.
You've never seen God though. You never seen God, so I could play the same
You've never seen
card.
God either, bro. You've never seen God either.
Who's the other nigga on here? Reclaim, bro. What's his name?
Kareem.
Hadim, let me holla at you, bro. So look, bro, the thing about the scriptures, bro, there's no blind faith because God isn't a God that's gonna leave his people wandering, bro. Like so let's just say all the authors of the New Testament are anonymous. Then if they're all anonymous, then all the writings corroborate the same message, which is that Jesus Christ, God in the flesh, died for our sins and rose again the third day. And then, so we have different people. If it's anonymous, you can assume these are all different people, but they're all corroborating the same message.
But
and the same message.
and I gotta stop you right there. The establishment of the deity of Christ didn't come until the Council of Nicaea. You see what I'm saying? So, I mean, if you want to get into the thick of it, Islam has a claim too at being right or wrong.
I mean, it depends on if you're looking at a secular view of history or a biblical view. So if you're looking at a biblical view, in Isaiah, Jesus was prophesied and said, we will be given a child that will be called the everlasting God, and that will be called the King. So in the Hebrew culture, the idea of a Messiah who was God in the flesh was a conceptualized idea, as Jesus said that Moses, he said to the Pharisees that Moses wrote about me. So if you really understood the law of Moses, you would know who I am. So the Hebrew culture actually had a concept for a Messiah, but the Pharisees and the Sadducees and the religious authorities at the time didn't like the message Jesus was preaching, which is what led to his crucifixion. But go ahead, my bad.
I was just gonna say, because obviously when it comes to religion, it's a touchy subject, and there's many a debate about these different things. But I mean, Kareem just left, so I mean, obviously, I guess he couldn't handle the smoke.
Yeah, that man Hareem LARPing, bro. Like, he sound like one of them niggas that just go to church every Sunday and listen to the pastor and don't read the scripture.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, okay, so I mean, we're talking about the corroboration of the text, right? But if you have the Old Testament established already, and like you said, there is an establishment that Jesus was going to come back and die for our sins, and all this kind of stuff. You have this establishment in the Old Testament. Who's to say that, the Greeks and the Romans didn't just, base the New Testament or those anonymous authored books, Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, Acts, and Hebrews. Who's to say that they just didn't play off of those books and write their own shit?
No, that's 100% valid. And that's where it gets back to looking at that's why you really have to search the scripture. So, like, for example, Jesus, that's why you have to take Jesus at his word. So what Jesus said himself that he was going to die and he was going to come back after 3 days and 3 nights. Jesus said himself that God so loved the world that he sent his only begotten son into the world, so that whoever believes shall have everlasting life. So it gets out of who wrote the text, and it comes down to, do you believe what Jesus said? Either Jesus was a schizophrenic man who thought he was God, or he was who he claimed to be. And then the explosion of Christianity at that time, because you have to realize that the Hebrews, like, they didn't play that. They didn't play that at all. Like, they hated Jesus. They hated the idea.
I know. Yeah.
So, like, the fact that Christianity blew up, especially amongst the Roman culture, and the Romans had the Hebrews in captivity. The Romans were already sick of the Hebrews.
And I have an explanation. For why. I have an explanation for why Christianity blew up in the way that it did, and that is the Council of Nicaea. I mean,
100%.
you have like Saint Nicholas of Myre, who is basically Santa Claus. You have holidays and pagan holidays presented around that.
Right.
Okay. Like, and that's due to the Catholic Church influence as well.
Right.
So my thing is, okay, you have a meeting, a secret meeting of like 300, approximately 300 people, where you discuss and establish if Christ is truly the Son of God or whatnot, God in the flesh. So they're having that discussion, and they came out and established that idea at the Council of Nicaea, which is kind of fishy to me as well. And then the main reason why they did that is because the Arians were they were basically another group who didn't believe, I guess, in the deity of Christ, if I'm not mistaken, or something. There was like an idea that was convergent or divergent rather between their thought, and that's why they didn't want separation in the religion. So they said, okay, we're gonna have this meeting to unify. We're gonna have this meeting to unify
Christianity and
Christianity, and they felt so strongly about Christ, being the Son of God and God in the flesh and whatnot. They felt so strongly about that I mean, it almost got violent, where like
So what happened? So what happened? The reason that Catholic Church even exists, and it's called the Roman Catholic Church. So when Christianity started growing through the apostles and Paul spreading the gospel, as I said, the Hebrews had the Romans had the Hebrews in captivity at the time. The Hebrews were pissed off because they were sick of being in captivity and they wanted to have their own nation, be able to do their sacrifices and stuff. So there were a lot of revolts. You can look into the Jewish revolt in 70 AD. And basically what was happening was the Jews were getting pissed off because the Christians were still being able to spread Jesus, which was blasphemy to them. So they went to the Romans and they were like, hey, y'all got to do something about these Christians or we're going to keep on revolting. So the Romans started persecuting the Christians, and this is where you see in history where they were literally throwing Christians into the gladiator arena and killing them for preaching the name of Jesus. But even though Christians were being killed, people were still preaching Jesus and coming to the faith in Jesus. So I forgot which Roman emperor it was, but he decided to make Christianity the main faith of Rome. But this Christianity was perverted because Rome at the time was heavily pagan. This is why you see things like Christmas and all of these other, and these are all non-biblical holidays.
And I mean, the King James version of the Bible.
Yeah, exactly, 100%. So,
I mean, King James was a raging homosexual.
He
hated God
and all kind of stuff. Yeah, but he got, and this is where it gets debatable because I fully believe there's a spiritual realm. So as wicked as he was, I believe God did move on him because he hired he didn't. I mean, you could say hired. But he got like the best scribes and translators from around the world to translate the original Hebrew and Greek text into the King James we have today. And you can still look at the original Hebrew and Greek text and just learn the language and translate it yourself, which is something I do to really seek after the truth. Because there's certain words in the King James where in Hebrew it's almost a completely different word, and you get a completely different meaning from a verse. So basically what I'm saying is Christianity was co-opted by the Roman Catholics and made into a pagan religion, basically so the masses could accept it and it would bring peace. And then so that's why you have to look into the Jewish revolt and the Jewish wars, because the Hebrews got expelled because they had a huge revolt and they got expelled from their land and they fled and everything. So this is why it was so easy for Catholicism to rise. And then this is where you see the Muslim religion come from, is because when the Hebrews had their temple destroyed in 70 AD, they scattered into what is today Saudi Arabia, and they were still doing their Old Testament, because they didn't believe in Jesus. So they were still doing their Old Testament practices, living by the law of Moses. And this is why in the Muslim and Islam faith, it's very similar to the Old Testament, because Muhammad was born in an area that was predominantly Jews who were cast out from Israel, practicing Judaism. And by this time it had kind of morphed into like the Zionism and the Kabbalah and all this stuff. But so Muhammad probably grew up in a Jewish household, in a Jewish home, but the people in that land at that time were pagan as well, which is why you see, Muslims worshiping the black rock. They won't say what they worship it, but you see them worshiping the rock. They venerate the moon and things like this. These are pagan practices. So you'll see it, and this is why, a lot of the religions are similar, because the Hebrews got, well, at least Christianity and in Islam because the original Jews were exiled and went to today, which is Saudi Arabia, who are our cousins through Ishmael.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, so that's why there's a lot of similarities. And like you said, it really just boils down to the authenticity of the New Testament.
Yeah.
And like where you can argue about texts all day, but to simplify it, I just say, do you believe Jesus said who he was? I mean, there's many historians who say, yeah, there was a hallucination. He really didn't come back from the grave. But then there's never been any other time that a mass hallucination has happened and everyone's reporting the same thing. So
Mm-hmm.
I just choose to believe, what Jesus said in his words. And, the authenticity of the historical accuracy of the scriptures will come to me when I study these things and look at these things. But as far as Christ and his divinity, I trust him, no one else. I trust what he said.
Yeah.
And I can see through the effects in the world what he said. I fully believe he was God in the flesh. Like, he died and came back after 3 days, and all the reports. They even have reports of the Pharisees. So the Pharisees who killed him, they knew he said his disciples said he was going to come back. So they even went to Pilate, and they asked Pilate, they said, put guards by the grave because his disciples may come in the night and steal his body.
Steal the body, yeah.
Right. So this is why they had that giant stone in front of the tomb. So you hear things like this, and you're like, okay, either Jesus was a schizo, and all these just random things happened, and it just worked out how it worked out, or he is who he said he was. And he even said himself, he said a prophet's not going to be accepted in his own land.
Yeah.
Jesus did a majority of his preaching to Samaritans and people in the surrounding area of Israel. And when he went into Jerusalem, that's when he got killed. And those, that was supposed to be, the capital of his land. So.
And that's how niggas be doing each other. They die and killing in their own hood.
100%, bro. And that's what I'm saying, bro. How you gonna look at the blacks and say we not the Hebrews, bro? We doing the same shit they was doing in the Old Testament. Niggas out here fucking they dad's wife and shit, scheming on their own brothers.
Yeah.
Like it's wild out here, bro. Like,
can I say something?
Is this Kareem? Is this Kareem or Joseph?
My name's Joseph.
So are you the same nigga as Kareem too?
No, I don't believe in God.
Okay, so you're an atheist.
No, I'm an agnostic.
So you do believe in God, you just don't believe in a God of religion.
The Christian God.
Yes. Okay. So say your
like,
piece.
Proof.
You have the floor.
Huh?
You have the floor.
No, I was going to ask if you had like proof.
Of God?
Yep.
Everything is proof of God.
No, blatant.
The perfect
the
perfect composition of your body is a proof of God.
Can you prove it?
Yeah, when you breathe, do your lungs fill up with air?
Yeah, that doesn't prove God exists.
Bro, it's like you asked the question and it's like you didn't listen to a word I just said, bro. Go look at historians, bro. There's agnostic historians who will say Jesus Christ was a real man who walked this earth. So now you have to consider if what Jesus was saying was true, or if he was just a schizophrenic maniac saying, I'm God, they're going to kill me, and I'm going to come back to life after 3 days. And everyone who believes that will not perish, but will have everlasting life. That's the proof. A man died.
I think the story of Jesus kind of throws people off, like the sacrificing your son thing. I think that throws people off, but just think about it like this, okay? You have a phone, right? Or are you talking off of a phone or a computer?
Me?
Yes, you.
Computer.
Phone or computer?
Computer.
So you're on a computer. Is it HP? Is it a MacBook?
It's a Mac.
It's a Mac. So Steve Jobs and his team designed that MacBook, and they ended up manufacturing it in a facility, and they created it, right?
Sure.
So just like you and your father and your mother and your mother's mother and your father's
is alive. We can see Steve Jobs. He's here on this earth.
The point is, their point is that there is a force, there is an entity There's a spirit, whatever you want to call it. There's a presence that created this world, right or wrong. It didn't just it didn't just like.
Do you believe in evolution?
Yes, I do believe in evolution.
Okay, so you're an evolutionist.
Well, I'm not an evolutionist. I wouldn't call myself an evolution, but I believe in the theory of evolution, that it is a theory, and it has some logical explanations to kind of explain how we became the people that we are today.
How about the Big Bang?
So my idea of the Big Bang is that, to me,
y'all
it's
should
like,
look it up. Just a quick note: the Big Bang was invented. It's a theory invented by a Catholic priest.
right. Yeah. So exactly. I think that's basically what I was gonna say. The Big Bang is pretty much an explanation of how everything came to be, like the universe and whatnot. And I think like that is, I mean, you could think of it that way, but even if you think about the Big Bang, it's like, who made that happen? You see what I'm saying? They're trying to replicate, smashing atoms and creating big bangs. I know you know about the Large Hadron Collider, right?
Yeah, I want to make this point. So there
Okay.
are 256 established religions roughly in the world. I don't believe in 256 of them. You don't believe in 255 of them. We are not that far apart.
Okay.
So
I mean,
out
you
of
believe in God,
256
though,
different
right?
religions, why would your religion be the truthful?
So if we're talking about Christianity, it's just the historical evidence is what makes it truthful. Now, I believe that the world has been here for a very long time, and there have been iterations of different religions. We still have a very polytheistic culture even today, in the way, but there can't be multiple creators. There can only be one. There can only be one creator that was here before the other two creators. Like, there can't be a sun god and a moon god. There just is God, and he created everything. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. But
So
when
I'm
we
only
talk
going
about
to align. So I'm
Christianity-
only going to align with monotheism. So how do I pick what I'm going to believe in out of the main monotheistic religions? A lot of that's based off of upbringing. A lot of that is based off of what you can look at in different religions and comparing and contrasting. And really, it's really honestly just semantics. Honestly, if you really think about it. But my idea is more that I believe in God. And
have you read through the Bible, like the entire thing?
Yes.
So can you explain why God killed all the innocent people in the flood?
Oh, I can't. I got you, bro. I got you. So,
all right, I'm gonna get some water real quick.
Cool. My worldview and everything is.
Hold on. Stop blowing. If you're blowing your mic, bro? It's ruining the quality. Mute yourself if you're not talking.
So, my world, I believe the scriptures are 100% accurate, infallible. So the reason God killed everyone except Noah, his 3 sons and their wives, and Noah's wife in the flood is because in Genesis 6, we're told the sons of God saw that the children of men, being the women, were very fair, and they left their estate and laid with them. So what that means is that the angels of heaven saw that the women of earth were attractive, and they came down and made them their wives and had children with them. And the Bible tells us from this union, giants were created. This is where you get giants from. They're called the Nephilim and the Rephaim in the scriptures in the Hebrew. And this is where giants come from. And these angels came down. And I fully believe these angels were having sex with things like fish, horses, and things like this. And this is where we get the mythological creatures like mermaids and centaurs from. So these angels were having sex with basically everything on the earth. And what they did was they polluted the genome. They polluted the DNA of humanity and of animal kind as well. So they created a bunch of abominations on earth. And if you look at ancient writings about the giants, and even cultures that weren't Hebrew have writings of giants and mythological beasts in their culture. They're never good things. They were always cannibals. They would eat men. They would eat babies. They would rape women. They were abominations, and they would do all of these things. So this is why when God says, when he floods the earth, he says he looked upon the earth and all flesh had been corrupted. So there were just
So there was not
abominations.
one single person who did no wrong.
Noah. That's why I said Noah. No, it said God found Noah righteous. So Noah and his sons and their wives didn't have the DNA of fallen angels in them. So it was basically a genetic cleansing because mankind had become hybrids because of the angels coming down and interbreeding with man.
So is that your same argument for why all the innocent people today die if God is so great?
My argument for what? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Why all of the innocent people, aka babies, die today?
Well, the only reason death is in the world is because of sin. And so
But
sin
babies
is why
don't. How can a baby sin?
Well, a baby doesn't sin, but he's born in a fallen nature. Your mother has sinned. So, well, your father sinned. You inherit sin from your father.
So
your
you have to
father
pay for your
sinned,
father's sin?
No, not necessarily, but you're born. So if
You're
if
born
I do
into a
one,
sinful
listen,
world.
Let me finish. If 1 + 1 = 2, 2 is made up of 2 ones. So that's what I'm saying. When two sinners have a baby, that baby is a sinner by default because the parents were two sinners, even if the baby has yet to sin.
It's absolute bullshit that a child would have to pay for his parents' sin.
A child, he's not paying for his sins. When babies die, they go to heaven. Jesus said,
Jesus
"Do not."
paid for sins.
Jesus, yeah, he says, "Do not despise these little ones, for I tell you, in heaven, they do admire the face of my Father." I'm paraphrasing, but it's something like that. So yeah, babies when they die go to heaven, but the reason death is in the world.
There are actually, I just want to make this point. There are actually books and accounts of like. Okay, you're gonna have to mute up, Joseph. But there are like books and accounts of people communicating with babies and them having memories of like where they were before. And I mean, I'm not saying that they're just like telling you, "Hey, I was in heaven," but I forgot exactly what it was. But goddamn, this nigga. I don't know what the fuck you're doing. You over here crinkling shit, but go ahead, Chance.
Sneaking snacks in the movie theater, boy.
Right.
But no, like, so the scriptures tell us the wages of sin is death. So like, when you go to work and work, your wages is a paycheck. But here we live in a fallen world, and the payment for sin is death and hell. So that's why people die, and that's why God had to come die for us and pay. Because when we die, we can't bring ourselves back to life, and we can't pull ourselves out of hell. Only God can do that. So that's why God had to become a man in a body just like ours and endure this life so that he could pay for us.
Yeah,
so,
I do want to make a point. That you do pay for the sins of your father, okay? And we see that you pay for the sins of your father, and you pay for the productivity of your father, or I guess you don't pay, but you benefit from it. If your father left you something to your name, then you inherit a great thing. You inherit your own little kingdom. But if they don't leave you anything and they give you a bad upbringing and they're abusive and whatnot, then you are essentially going to pay for the sins of your father by bringing that trauma that you were in your household onto the world. So you're going to pay either way.
And 100%, you're right. I didn't even think of it. You have look at the rates that single mothers make criminals. And it's not intentionally, but it's because they don't have a father in the home. These children are paying for the sins of their fathers. The 20%ers, these pookies and chads running around here nutting in these ratchet girls, and then not raising their offspring. So yeah, these kids are paying for the sins of their father, regardless of if it's God responsible for it or not, because at the end of the day, human beings make the choice. Are you there? Did you hear what I said?
Yeah, I turned it down at the end because I kept hearing a gush of wind.
So what's up?
No, it still doesn't explain why not even just babies, but innocent people die.
Because there's people in the world and people make a choice to do bad things. I mean,
No,
evil
innocent
still
people.
exists. It doesn't fucking matter if you're innocent or not.
You just said
Evil
they choose to
exists.
do bad things. If a person is innocent, they're not doing anything bad.
No, I'm saying the person that kills them can
man.
do a bad thing and they can die.
Sometimes it's not even another person.
Or they can inherit a
I see where you're
genetic
coming from, but you
disease.
lost the
That's
argument.
the
I was
sins of the
debating.
father.
Not every time someone dies does someone go kill them with a gun. That's not how it works.
I mean, I clarified and said, hey, I mean, if you have a genetic disease or you know, say you die of a heart attack and you were a good person overall, it doesn't mean that, oh, well, God doesn't exist because this person, it was a good guy and he died. Like, no, if anything.
And then you
then
got
he
to
was
look at
granted
all the GMOs, all the chemicals in the food, the stuff in the water. Look at the water in Mississippi, bro. And like come on, man. Like
When it boils down, when it
things
boils
happen.
down, when we look at scientists, they don't believe in a magical sky wizard.
No one said anything about a magical sky wizard until you brought up a magical sky wizard.
Yeah. See that your image of God, you have an image of God. Man can't fathom God. You have an image of God in your
I hear
head.
an echo.
Yeah. You heard what I said though?
No.
You have an image of God in your head, and man can't fathom God. You see what I'm saying?
No, I don't have an image of God in my
No,
head.
you just said a magical wizard in the sky that created everything.
That's what I referred to him, and that I'm not imagining.
Well, if we're having a respectful discourse, I've said several times I believe God to be Jesus Christ. So you're either going to have to say you don't believe in Jesus Christ if you're being respectful to the discourse we're having, or you're just going to make an ad hominem, and because you're uncomfortable with the things being said, you're going to say, oh, I don't believe in a magical sky wizard. So you're either going to be intellectually honest or you're going to keep being intellectually dishonest.
That isn't an ad hominem.
I didn't hear what you said. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, Joseph here, the agnostic. Let me ask you this, Joseph. Did you grow up in religion? Organized religion? Yeah. No?
Yes.
Which one?
Christianity.
Catholicism or
Pentecostal?
Baptist? Pentecostal? Okay. And what made you stray away from the faith?
It was forced on me as a kid.
Forced on you. Yes. That's how a lot of people lose faith.
I was adopted by 2 white parents, so
there you have it.
I
said there you have it. I mean, I see a lot of black men, women who, you know, are going through a identity crisis because, you know, they grew up in an unconventional household where their parents didn't look like them. You know, I'm sure that could be, you know, a very I don't know. I'm not gonna say traumatic situation, but it can cause some confusion.
The quote unquote Christian people who were supposed to be very accepting and loving, not all of them. Obviously, we speak in generalizations. We don't speak with the exception. They are also oftentimes very racist. Okay, same thing with homophobic, transphobic, anything.
Are you a heterosexual man?
I am.
Okay, cool. Let me read this super trap real quick. Alpha Zoe says he puts $4.99 on super trap. He says Noah tried to save many people. They were too busy laughing at him, partying, having sex, and indulging in sin. Yeah, that's a fact.
Oh, say less.
Yeah, great point, Alpha Zoe. So you were saying that the Christian people, the so-called Christian people that you interacted with and engaged with, they weren't so accepting, and you're even saying that they were racist. Who was racist to you, sir?
What was that?
I said, who in your life? I mean, you don't have to call any names, but just like
It wasn't necessarily toward me in specific.
Oh, I mean, surely it
I
had
get
to
to an
be
example.
towards you if
I
you're
have,
black and they're white, right?
well, yes, I have heard a lot of people who will try to justify racism and that black people or just people of color in general are less than Caucasian people, and try to justify that using the Bible, as well as a lot of people at the KKK will also use the Bible and references because the Bible will state, or this is what they will read. When you say that all the Bible tells you to love everybody, they will say it says love thy
neighbor
kind or something like that, which they will try to justify that you only have to love your own race.
Man, that's just not true, bro. And it's, as I said earlier, people raised in you have to understand that traditional Christianity, or not traditional Christianity, Christianity as known in the Western world has been co-opted by the Catholic Church and the people that Kanye is very mad at. This is why you see holidays like Easter celebrated, which is not a biblical holiday. The apostles didn't practice it. Jesus never spoke of it. This is why you don't see Christmas in the Bible. Jesus never speaks of Christmas. We were never commanded to celebrate the day of Jesus' birth.
They are pagan holidays. Yes.
Exactly, and it's not just that. What I'm saying is to say that these people have taken tradition, and they are more into their tradition than what the actual scriptures say.
But these are the people that represent Christianity.
Exactly, and that's just how the world is. When I go to a Christian church and I tell them the first page of the Bible says the earth is flat, surrounded by a dome underwater, they look at me like I'm crazy. But I know they won't know that because they don't read their Bibles. People don't read their Bibles. I've heard of a top Catholic priest, very respected man. I have to find the video, but he said a good Catholic doesn't read their Bible. How are you a good follower of anything if you don't read the source material? And that's what I'm saying. You can't let other men who have a poor understanding or who don't want to put in the due diligence to make sure whatever they're following is the truth, instead of just, I'm following this because this tradition has done well for me and my family and I'm comfortable.
So #Reclaim the Throne. You believe that the earth is flat?
No, that's me. I don't know about him. That's me.
Yeah, so I don't believe that the earth is flat. I've looked into the flat earth shit. I love conspiracy theories just by nature. I love conspiracy theories. There's a lot of conspiracy theories that I, have looked into. But I don't believe the earth is flat, no. But I do love having the discussion about it and going back and forth about it. I mean, of course, I'm not going to say that I'm a fucking expert on, the shape of the earth or outer space even. But from my perspective, when I look up at the sky and I see stars and the moon and different celestial beings, they look round to me. So I'm like, okay, well, everything in the sky is round. So that's kind of, I don't know. That's just kind of how I think of it.
Yeah, and it's. Oh, go ahead. I want go ahead and speak, John.
No, I was just saying, like, goddamn, Joseph, what the fuck are you doing? Every time you unmute, it's like a fucking ocean or some shit.
I'm sorry, I mean Joseph.
No, I don't. No, I hear it gust of wind.
What are you doing? Running a fucking marathon, bro? Hold on, I'm gonna let my dogs in real quick.
No, I hear it.
Yeah, Jonathan, I'm the one who believes. I believe in a geocentric Earth. I really don't like saying flat Earth because it gives So the term flat Earth has been co-opted by the government organizations and stuff to just give a bad rap. Like when you say flat Earth, people imagine like a frisbee floating in space. That's not the case at all. I believe in a geocentric model. As I said, the first page of the Bible tells us there's a firmament. The Hebrew word for firmament is rakia, and what rakia is a vast solid dome with a flat base as a support. And on the first page of the Bible, it also says that God created the firmament to separate the waters above from the waters below. So if you, the way I conceptualize the world we live in is, if you want to imagine it, it would be a snow globe, that we're inside of the snow globe, and then this snow globe would be underwater. And then the sun, the moon, and the stars are in like the glass of the snow, like right above the glass.
Was this what you're talking about?
No, type in ancient Hebrew cosmology on Google.
Okay.
And it'll probably be like one of the first two pictures that pop up.
All right, we're getting into some shit, y'all.
And then, so if you guys want to look, also, it's interesting. The founder of NASA, who was a Nazi, his name is Werner von Braun.
Yeah.
He actually has Psalm 19 on his gravestone. And Psalm 19 says, the firmament, I don't know it right off the bat, but it says it's like the heavens are the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork. So Werner von Braun knew what the firmament was. Yeah, you can go to that colored one on the right, the fourth one or the first one. It's basically, but that one seems more.
But I'm not mad at Christians believing that they're.
Chance, do you have like I don't know, the stream on the background or something? You're getting an echo. I don't know if you have like the stream playing in the background or some shit, or one of y'all niggas got the stream, but I don't know. Get some headphones. But I guess this is what he's talking about. You guys can speak on it. I'll mute up really quick.
Well, I was saying I'm not mad at Christians believing that their religion is the true religion, because, of course, everybody who believes in a religion feels like their religion is different.
Yeah. So hold on, Chance. So this is the model of the Earth that you believe in?
Zoom in on it so I can see. But yeah, it looks correct. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. There we go. The waters above, the firmament separating. Yeah. There we go.
Waters above and the firmament of the sky. Okay.
And then hell is beneath our feet. And the Bible says the earth stands on pillars. It also says the earth. The Bible many times says the face of the earth. And you can Google this right now. Does a sphere have a face? And a sphere does not have a face. You can only have a face on a flat surface. And this is just the biblical, there's a lot of scientific things to get into. But yes, this will be the model of the earth I believe in.
So the sun and the stars are inside of this firmament?
Yes.
And what about outer space and the galaxies?
So it's not real. We're like, space isn't real at all. We're literally underwater. Like you see the waters above. Like, so
what up, Alpha Zo? My nigga, what's good?
What it do?
Yeah, we're getting into some. I don't know. This stream took a wild turn, but
I know. I was about to say the same thing. We went from spooky vibes to Christianity to conspiracy theories. I thought Kyrie Irving was gonna hop in that.
Yo, Kyrie Irving just entered the chat.
Hey, I'm here to represent him.
We got Joseph back in the building. Joseph, is that you?
Yeah.
All
right. So we were just looking at this model of the Earth that
so you could call it the geocentric model, which means everything. The Earth is in the middle and everything goes around.
So you're
popular belief.
You're saying space is fake, though. You're saying space is completely made up. NASA is bullshitting to get money. Like, that's what you're saying?
Yes, 100%. So there's so much. So if you can Google, so let me find the verse right quick so I can show you this. This is what's crazy. So I'll just tell you, in Genesis, when the serpent lies to Eve, and God comes to Eve and he says, what happened? Eve says, the serpent beguiled me or deceived me. The Hebrew word for beguiled or deceive is nashah. And it's and to spell it in English is literally NASA. And then You can look that up. I'm going to find the verse so you can look it up and check out the Hebrew word yourself. And then the symbol for NASA, look at the red thing behind it and tell me that doesn't look like a snake tongue.
Oh yeah, no, I've definitely seen that.
You talking about the same snake from the healthcare system?
I mean, no, the tongue, just
He's
the
saying,
red
he's
thing
saying it's
behind
a
the NASA.
snake tongue. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Hold
It
on.
looks like a fork. Yeah, it looks like a forked tongue.
So you said Psalms 19 was the
Yeah, on Werner von Braun's gravestone.
Werner von Braun gravestone. All right, let's get it. Let's see.
All right, so it's the verse with Eve and the word Nashah is Genesis 13.
Psalms 19:1. Okay. Let me get to this.
Yeah, get the Werner von Braun.
Psalms 19:1 real quick. So here's the King James version, Psalms 19:1. Joseph, how you holding up there? Is this spooking you out or much? No, I'm just kidding. But anyways, Psalms 19:1. The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament sheweth his handiwork. Day unto day uttereth speech, and night unto night skeweth knowledge. There is no speech nor language where their voice is not heard. All right, cool.
So if you keep going, I forgot where it says it. Yeah, the King, and this is the thing about the firmament. The King James is the only English translation. Usually, as I said, a lot of these organizations and Christian organizations have been co-opted. So they'll change the word firmament into like vault or sky.
Yeah.
Like they've been paid basically to get this authenticity of space out.
Yeah.
But and if you continue in Psalms 19, at one point it says in the firmament, basically he had set a tabernacle for the sun for it to run its race like a strong man. And a tabernacle, if you look up ancient Hebrew tabernacles.
Is that Joseph with that bullshit? Joseph, don't get yourself kicked from this damn stream. Nah, but okay, so let's read the rest of it. Let's reread it. We'll read down. The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament skeweth his handiwork. Day unto day uttereth speech, and night unto night skeweth knowledge. There is no speech nor knowledge where their voice is not heard. Their line is gone out through all the earth, and their words to the end of the world. In them hath he set a tabernacle for the sun, which is a bridegroom coming out of his chamber, and rejoiceth as a strong man to run a race. His going forth is from the heaven, or the end of the heaven, and his circuit unto the ends of it. And there is nothing hid from the heat thereof. The law
that's about it, about the firmament stuff. The rest of it is just about the law of the Lord. So yeah. So here you see the sun moves across the earth from one end of the earth to the other end of the earth.
Mm-hmm.
And so this says that the sun moves above our heads. And then the space thing is so ridiculous. I used to be really into space, but they say the earth is spinning, and then the earth is also going around the sun, and then the sun is also shooting through the galaxy, which is also moving. But for the past 1,000 years of observable human history, we've seen the same stars consistently at the same time, same seasons, from the same points on Earth.
Mm-hmm.
So we're either led to believe that we're literally locked and we're flying through the galaxy at a locked speed and we've never seen different stars, or that the same stars have been above our heads and rotate above our heads.
All right, we got Han in the building. What do you say about this, Han? And if you want some bullshit, you will get kicked.
Hey, since you got that one picture up right quick, there was a guy that had video evidence of the ocean floor, and where he said that there was a glass ocean floor, and when he tried to go into it, basically, he basically plateaued. He couldn't go through it. He had video evidence of it, and when they found that evidence, he was murdered, and they took that evidence, and it's pretty much been erased. I mean, you could do a little bit of research on it, but that guy who had the evidence, he's been they basically deleted him.
Damn.
Hold on. So
That's
he
crazy.
say that again? He did what?
This guy who was a ocean, the people that study the ocean, you know,
Mhm.
they go into the ocean, they go to
Yeah.
deep depths, and these are the times within the past 20 or 30 years to where they've been able to actually really go down deep. So
the
he
ocean
found the
floor.
ocean floor, and
Mhm.
when he found the ocean floor, he tried to go through it, and there was a glass to the point to where he was bouncing.
Okay, so Han is actually sexy baby girl. So
Yeah, bro,
sexy baby girl is Han, who is a troll of mine. So we're gonna go ahead and ban you from the studio.
Hey,
There
So
you
keep
yeah,
go.
like I
listening.
was
Keep
saying, the
listening,
guy
sexy baby girl.
actually found the ocean floor and he tried to go through it and he couldn't. And
Mhm.
he had video documentation of all of this. And when he came back and he started documenting all his research, he magically ended up coming missing. So I mean,
Damn. You
that's
know the
basically what
nigga's
happened.
name? You remember the
I'm not
nigga's
home
name?
right now, but I do have this jotted down in the book. So when I
Oh,
do get
okay.
home and I get all the, I'll try to look a little bit of it up. But I actually documented all of this to,
Damn.
you know how to get with this type of information.
Yeah.
And so you know what's crazy about that is so the ocean floor is deeper than like what we can reliably dig to. Like,
Mhm.
and this is another reason I believe hell is literally right beneath our feet, because you'll get reports like they can only drill down so far before it gets like it literally just gets too hot. Like literally like it, and it's not like there's
Well, they say
a
it's the
oil
Earth's
well.
core.
They say that, but if you look at the depth of the crust and then the depth they drill,
Mhm.
for the heat to go that it just doesn't make any sense. The heat would have to radiate through miles and miles of rock. Like they can only drill like 9 miles, I think, beneath the surface or something like this. And
Mhm.
the depth of the crust is like 300 something miles allegedly. Like they tell us the crust is like super deep, but yet
Right.
niggas can only go down like 9 miles. There's a deep. Just look up the deepest like hole in the world. I think it's like some oil well in Russia.
Mhm.
But yeah, people can only go down so far deep before it gets too hot and the conditions become inhospitable. But with the ocean, like the deepest point in the ocean is deeper than the deepest point on Earth. That can be dug at least reliably. So that's actually very
Right.
crazy. That I definitely want to look into that because that's crazy.
Hey, let me add something onto that. You know, a few years ago, they discovered that beneath our ocean are more oceans. It's basically all the oceans on Earth. They're like more reservoirs of water under the Earth. Basically, it
No, you're
keeps on
100%.
going.
You're 100% right, bro. The Bible
And then
tells
they
us
said
this.
that it's I'm not 100% right. I have to go back and look at my notes. But that ocean is on top of the Earth and below the Earth, or is it just below the Earth?
So it's on top of the Earth. You see the diagram on screen. The water's above.
Yeah.
And then if you keep looking, the ocean and it continues down under the abyss. When you read the flood story in Genesis, it tells us that God opened the great fountains of the deep. And then he opened up the windows. So it didn't rain. The times of Noah, like it didn't rain. In Genesis, earlier in Genesis, it says the plants and everything were watered with the dew of the ground. So like literally water would just come up from the ground and water the plants. And that's why when Noah was saying, that's one reason, like when Noah was like, hey, it's going to flood, I could see people being like, what are you talking about? Like, what's rain? Like it literally didn't rain. So then that's why the great fountains of the deep opened up. And then it says the windows of heaven opened up and there's water above us. So literally God just opened up a window in the firmament and water poured out from above and it rained because it's two separate parts. It says he opened the windows of heaven and then later it says, and then it rained for 40 days and 40 nights. So
Open
like
the
the flood wasn't.
floodgates. See, these are
Yeah,
the
exactly.
floodgates right here.
Exactly. So like that's why that's crazy they're coming out with all these things. And just the other day, they not the other day, but like a few months ago, they said the earth is spinning faster, so days are shorter. In the Bible, it says, Jesus said, I believe or it says in Revelation, he says, if those days had not been shortened, then all mankind would perish. So the days are literally being shortened. Like they're telling you all these things that are in the Bible, but they're spinning them, and people don't realize, holy crap, this is in the Bible, and they're spinning it.
Michael McGee, I think is another one of my trolls. You're on stream. Say your piece. Disagreements.
What's the conversation?
We are talking about the Earth, the shape of the Earth, all that kind
Who
of
thinks
stuff.
the Earth is flat?
Cosmology. We're talking about cosmology.
I said, does anyone think the Earth is flat?
I know the Earth is flat. I believe in a geocentric model. I don't really like saying flat Earth.
So like Kyrie Irving.
I honestly don't know what model Kyrie Irving espouses
Yeah,
to.
I'm not sure which one
But
Kyrie's on.
because people literally just say flat Earth and you picture a frisbee floating in space, and like that's like it's an entire. That's why I said it's called cosmology. Cosmology is the study of basically the heavens and the world we live in. I believe in a geocentric model, which means the Earth is at the center and everything goes around the Earth. The popularly espoused model is known as the heliocentric model, which means the sun is in the middle and everything rotates around the sun.
Right.
And this again was something co-opted by the Catholic Church because the pagans worship the sun, and this is why they also moved the day of worship to Sunday. So like all of this stuff is co-opted, and then the Catholic priest who came up with the Big Bang Theory. So you gotta realize like all this stuff is co-opted and just to lead people astray, to give people the wrong idea. And it's mainly like the main thing is just like how niggas be like, or people will be like, oh, you don't have a PhD, you can't understand.
Well,
okay, so because I didn't go to school and get taught by someone who hasn't done something, or say they have done it, but just because I didn't go to school, that doesn't qualify me to research information and learn things and test verifiable evidence.
Well,
let me ask you this:
physics understanding.
Well, yeah, there is definitely a physics understanding.
No, I'm saying, have you studied physics? Maybe not in school, but maybe on your own.
I've studied enough physics to explain what I need to explain. I'll say that. I forgot, Keaton, you put it somewhere in one of your streams a while ago, but yeah, I know enough to explain what I need to explain.
Did the ancient Greek philosophers,
bro, Halloween getting out of hand, bro. They got this girl is out of shape, dressed like Jasmine, bro. What are you doing?
God.
I'm Aladdin, bro. With rolls, she got rolls, bro. Jasmine didn't have rolls.
Man.
Hey, according to TikTok, they're all 10 out of 10.
Exactly. What a fucking
right.
Oh God.
Hey, what do you guys think about them discovering basically our inner Earth in the Sahara Desert and in China? They basically land that has been landlocked for like hundreds and thousands of years. They broke it open and they found basically I don't want to say dinosaurs, but new species of animals, new trees, new different things. And then
is it the sinkhole?
Yeah, they were like I don't know if it's exactly a sinkhole, but basically it was some type of land that was under the continent. And it was under the earth, and they basically went in and they explored it, and they found all these different animals, different water, different land that's been basically preserved for hundreds. And
how would I find that on Google? Like,
one of them is in China, the other one was in the Sahara. It's like Discovery in the Sahara Desert.
Discovery.
I'll look it up. I'll look it up in the meantime.
That would be interesting. But you got you really got to be careful with like a lot of this stuff, like. Because a lot of this
you
stuff,
think
like
they be capping the scientists?
They cap so much. Just like I said, that's why I don't like saying.
I fact check. Like I'll go back and I'll look for pictures and video evidence. So
100%.
Like video evidence.
Like there's things like this where you can look into it and be like, oh yeah, bro, like this looks legit, bro. But like when you realize these people have been photoshopping things since the early 1920s, like they're good at it, bro. Like they are good at CGI and photoshopping. Like you see the Hollywood productions they putting out. So it's just like, I don't want to say I don't trust everything, but like some things, it's almost like if it's too good to be true, like that would be insane. Like if there was a whole nother.
I found that shit. I found the scientist shit.
Yeah, pull it up.
But it's just like that's why I don't believe in. That's one reason I don't believe in space, because as greedy as people are. You telling me niggas wouldn't have had a hotel on the moon?
What? Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Niggas are out here killing each other for a pair of Jordans, bro, and they can't even afford to pay their rent. Do you know how crazy? Do you know how crazy of a flex it would be? Like, yeah, I'm going to the moon hotel. Like what?
Yeah, I was talking to an investor, and he was telling me how crazy Elon Musk is to really get a breakthrough and get to outer space, and was telling me how much they're invested in trying to get that done.
Bro.
And
If Elon Musk flies too close to the sun, he's gonna get burnt.
Yeah, I think
And
he
I'm gonna just
is.
say
I
it
think
right
he is.
there. If Elon, if one day we all wake up and Elon doesn't wake up, and I'm not saying I hope something happens to him, but very powerful guy. I mean, he just bought Twitter. He's got a lot of fucking money, and I honestly think that he isn't. You know, I think there's some part of him that is probably like globalistic, but I don't think that he's with the NWO, if y'all know what I mean.
yeah, but they're
Yeah, I know what
obsessed.
you mean. Oh, go ahead, man. You good?
Alpha Zo just, I guess he lost connection.
Oh, okay.
What were you gonna say though? Do you think
Yeah.
like Elon Musk is ultimately trying to do the right thing?
No, I mean, he's
Yo.
literally trying to put chips in people's head, bro.
Oh yeah,
No.
he did. He is doing
Like,
that shit. Yeah, I forgot
they
about
had,
that.
they had
Neuralink.
they had
What you
money
guys
Yeah.
think about
playing
that?
Pong,
Because you know
bro.
Nah,
that's on the way.
fuck that.
They got y'all working from home, bro. They're gonna put a chip in y'all brain. You think they stealing your data now? Niggas
Yeah.
gonna be getting ads for like things they dreamed about, bro. It's gonna be a wrap, bro. Like I don't know why people think he's on this. Like he's doing things that are gonna garner public favor and public make the public love him. So like when this chip thing happens, people are just gonna trust him. Like so many
Yeah.
people when that Neuralink thing first came out were like, oh, I'm not doing that. Like what the heck? Now everyone's like,
Yeah.
ooh, Daddy Elon, like
Yeah.
Tesla. Yeah, I'll get
And
a chip in my brain.
right, and they kind of normalize it with Bluetooth, AirPods, like all this shit. You know,
5G, 6G.
you're used to putting shit in your ears, and now you know,
Right.
boom. It's like, what's
Yeah.
the difference?
Even the
Let's
work
just
from
shoot it
home,
in your
man. Like I
brain.
stopped doing the work from home because they track everything you do. They track your keystrokes, they track your eye movements, they track websites you
Right.
go on, and it's ridiculous. It's like and then even with the new phones, that's one of the reasons I didn't upgrade with the new phone because with the new phone, you can't even take the chip out. Like everything is like in the phone and you can't switch nothing up. So they basically
Right.
tracking everything you're doing from point A to point Z.
Right.
Yeah. So okay.
Nah,
So let's look at this this new discovery under the Sahara Desert.
This is the map of Africa. If you look to the south, you will see lush vegetation with lots of greenery. However, when you go north, things are different. Covering multiple countries, it is the most gigantic desert globally, with miles and miles of dune formation. Altogether, the Sahara Desert covers 9 million square kilometers, meaning it will swallow Spain 18 times. However, did you know that this vast stretch of sterile sand, covering a third of the African continent, was covered in lush vegetation thousands of years ago? What happened to the Sahara and what is happening to it right now? In this video, we will look at the terrifying discoveries scientists have made under the Sahara Desert. The Atlantic Ocean borders the Sahara on the west, the Red Sea on the east, the Mediterranean Sea on the north, and the Sahel Savanna on the south. The enormous desert spans 11 countries: Algeria, Chad, Egypt, Libya, Mali, Mauritania, Morocco, Niger, Western Sahara, Sudan, and Tunisia. The Sahara Desert is most famous for the sand dune fields often featured in movies. The dunes can reach almost 600 feet, 183 meters high. However, they cover only about 15% of the entire desert. Other topographical features include mountains, plateaux, sand and gravel-covered plains, salt flats, basins, and depressions. The Sahara used to be a tropical area, so how did it become the harsh, arid region?
Nigga got the breast pump out.
Yeah, so that was Michael McGee trolling. Now I know who's like, because I be seeing y'all bitch ass niggas in the chat, and then like sometimes y'all take shots, and then sometimes you'll act like you're like a friend or some shit. So I know it's Sexy Baby Girl. I know Michael McGee on that bullshit. So okay, and I think I might have modded one of y'all niggas up. So I'm gonna unmod your bitch ass.
It is today. The answer to this question takes us several thousand years back. The Sahara has long been subject to periodic bouts of humidity and aridity. These fluctuations are caused by slight wobbles in the tilt of the Earth's orbital axis, which in turn changes the angle at which solar radiation...
So what do you think about that though, Chance? He just talked about the Earth's orbital axis, right? So what didn't they say that like the Earth sat on 24.5 degree axis, and then now they're saying 22.5 or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. And they debunked themselves. So listen to this, bro. So if the Earth was spinning, they also say that every season, like the Earth slows down a bit. Have you ever been in a car and have it slow down even a mile? Like
I was
when you
just about
press
to
the
say
brakes?
that. I was just about to say that.
Hold on,
Like,
hold
but
on.
then
Say
they,
that again.
so when
You
they
ever been
say
in
the
a car
Earth,
and what?
when you're in a car and you decelerate, do you feel that?
Yeah.
Like, if exactly. So if the Earth were speeding up and slowing down constantly, we would feel it. But then they say that it's relative because you're in the atmosphere, you can't feel the motion. But then that would literally mean our inner ears didn't work, because the point of the inner ear is to detect motion and keep your body in balance. And then also there's no scientific experiment that can prove the motion of the Earth.
Would you say that global warming is also a myth because the seasons have actually been colder and we've been getting colder in different and different
Yeah, it
spheres?
has been getting colder.
Global warming is a myth, one, because we don't live on a globe, and then it's literally men like over farming the earth, spraying, using GMOs to like look up weather modification.
The
Like they've been
atmosphere.
modifying the weather to because what they do is they manufacture famines so that they can sell their GMOs and get these farmers like. So it's basically kind of what Bill Gates is doing. They bankrupt these farmers because these farmers are like, no, I'm not selling you my land that I've had in my family. And then they bankrupt the farmers, and the farmers like, damn, nothing's growing here, so I have to get rid of my land now. And then they come in and buy the land, and now they own that land and they can do whatever they want with that land. And then they also control food production, which allows them to control the population to a certain degree.
So when the Bible says the earth is going to, it's first destroyed by water, and next time it'll be by fire. What if that is like a compilation of all the gases we're putting in the atmosphere, and then just one day it just becomes too gaseous, and then it just like everything just sparks? You know what I'm saying? That would be crazy.
Yeah, I feel.
Or an asteroid. They've been documenting asteroids coming at us for the longest.
Hold on, but if there's no space, then it can't be an asteroid.
We're gonna get hit by some. In Daniel it says that a rock was thrown from heaven. That not in Daniel. It's in Revelation. It's called wormwood. I think it says the Lord throws a rock from heaven into the ocean, and it pollutes the waters. And then look at Sodom and Gomorrah. It rained fire and brimstone on Sodom and Gomorrah. So like God literally can do what he wants. Like when it says the earth is going to be destroyed by fire, it's literally
shit.
God,
My number one troll is up here, Jim.
Oh,
so
Jim is up here.
Jim, we gonna see
green though.
Yeah, she ain't gonna show her face, but they're muted up. All right, we're gonna kick you, Jim, since you're muted, so we don't do that fucking faggot.
Yeah, and the Bible does say that the earth won't be destroyed by water anymore, but it will be destroyed by fire.
Yeah, that's why we see rainbows. The rainbow is the covenant between man and God that he won't flood the earth. But when it's destroyed by fire, it's literally God. I think it says in Revelation again, the coming of the presence of God in this place, in this sinful world, is going to evaporate the elements with a fervent heat. So like, just because God is so pure and holy, when he appears here to judge, everything's going to melt. Like, because he's light. He's the pure light. He's the purest light. And darkness cannot exist in the light. So like, everything's literally going to melt and burn. And I mean, like, the way things are, it's good that way, honestly. The way.
Okay. Well, hold on, but I just want to kind of get an explanation for what he's saying right here. Let's just run it back.
Periodic bouts of humidity and aridity. These fluctuations are caused by slight wobbles in the tilt of the Earth's orbital axis, which in turn changes the angle at which solar radiation penetrates the atmosphere at repeated intervals throughout Earth's history.
So this is all CGI.
That's all you can tell. Look at it; it's all CGI, bro.
Yeah.
Like, and then look at where the stars at, bro. Like, every time you see space, sometimes there's stars in the sky, sometimes there's not. You listen to it was Buzz Aldrin and Neil Armstrong. Listen to all these astronauts. They all give you different testimonies. One astronaut will say, "Oh, dude, it was the most beautiful, starry, universal thing I've ever seen." And then William Shatner said it just recently. He was like, "It was pitch black. It was an abyss. Like it made me feel like meaningless." So it's like, okay, what is it? Is there stars out there? Can you see stars or can you not?
Right.
And then on all the live streams of space, you look at them. There's never any stars. And you Google why can't you see stars, and they say, "Oh, the sun's too bright." Nigga, what?
Yeah. I don't know.
I mean,
More
it's
energy.
a lot. And
Yeah,
then,
I mean,
I wanted to get into him. He's talking
I
about
love
the
it,
Earth
though.
wobbling. If the Earth wobbling, how we don't feel it, my guy? Like,
yeah. We got Cash God in the building. Also, another one of my trolls. I think Cash God might be Jim, might be Sexy Baby Girl. Honestly.
hey, you're doing something right, man. You got all the trolls.
Anyways,
They
we're
make
gonna
an
kick you,
account.
Cash God. You on that bullshit? I tried to unmute you. Anyways, let's keep going.
Pouring in from the sun during the West African monsoon season. During those times, known as African humid periods, much more rain comes down over North Africa. With more rain, the region gets more greenery and rivers and lakes. But between 8,000 and 4,500 years ago, something strange happened. The transition from humid to dry occurred far more rapidly in some areas than could be explained by the orbital precession alone, resulting in the Sahara Desert as we know it today. In his study, archaeologist David Wright tells us what happened next. As he poured through the archaeological and environmental data obtained chiefly from sediment cores and pollen records, all dated to the same period, he noticed what seemed like a pattern. Where the archaeological record showed the presence of pastoralists, that is, humans with their domesticated animals, there was a corresponding change in the types and variety of plants. It was as if every time humans and their goats and cattle hopscotched across the grasslands, they had turned everything to scrub and desert in their wake. This led Wright to conclude that by overgrazing the grasses, they were reducing the amount of atmospheric moisture. You know, plants give off moisture, which produces clouds at enhanced albedo. He says this may have triggered the end of the humid period more abruptly than can be explained by the orbital changes. These nomadic humans also may have used fire as a land management tool, which would have exacerbated the speed at which the desert took hold. Now, when you think of the Sahara Desert, do you imagine whales frolicking on the rolling sand dunes?
Shout out to Cyrus Cherry. He says, with the $5 super trap, he says, Gen Z, dude, what the fuck? Is everyone a troll? You got me looking at myself sideways. Sorry, I joined so late. Can't believe you not trick or treating.
Oh, say like
Shout out, Cyrus.
Well, yeah, shout out to Cyrus Cherry. We don't do no tricking, but we will treat a bitch. So, yeah.
While that is highly unlikely to happen since whales can't survive outside water, there is evidence that the ancestors of the modern whale once swam around right in the hot African desert. Rewind to 1902 when a team of geologists guided their camels into a valley in Egypt's western desert. Centuries of strong wind had sculpted sandstone rocks into strange shapes, and at night the moonlight was so bright, making the sand glow like gold. A nearby hill was known as the Mountain of Hell because of the infernal summer heat, but in this arid valley lay the bones of whales. Some of the skeletons were 50 feet long, with vertebrae as thick as campfire logs. They dated back 37 million years to an era when a shallow tropical sea covered this area and all of northern Egypt.
37 million years. So what do you think about that archaeological dating?
That nigga is lying, bro. Bro, if you leave a chicken bone outside for a month, that thing is gone, my nigga.
Wow, yeah.
So
I mean,
you expect me to believe something unburied, the only reason human bodies last long is because they're literally embalmed and buried. This is why people embalm the body so they wouldn't rot.
What do they call them? Get the belly of hell or some shit like that? Ain't this like one of the hottest areas ever? And he's saying this fossil just survived this time, or for 37 million years?
No, and it's not 37 million. It's probably more like, and it depends on if they didn't plant the bones there. But I could see the bones being there during the flood, and when the water receded, the whale just couldn't swim away.
Yeah.
But I know they plant bones simply because
Yeah, for
look
sure.
up an article. It's I think it was in the 1900s. There was an archaeologist who came to the Grand Canyon, and he actually found Egyptian artifacts in the Grand Canyon. And the Smithsonian has worked so hard to cover it up. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
And then if you look at
Yeah, I was talking about that earlier. There was also like Hebrew fucking evidence of Hebrews being in the Americas and shit. And you know, people were trying to deny that shit too. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And then if you look, I forgot what it's called, but it's like I think it's called like the Great American Bone Bed. But it's like they say, I think it's like 85% or like something. It's a large percentage of like all the dinosaurs that were allegedly on the American continent, all gathered up in one spot, and you find the most fossils in that one spot. That's like in between 4 states. And
So
it's
do you
just like
believe you don't believe in the dinosaurs either?
no, I don't. I believe that. I mean, before the flood, honestly, anything was possible. Like I said, the
Yeah.
angels were having sex with everything. So like
True.
potentially before the flood, but if you look at like historical writings, like just people don't really write about I mean, they write about dragons and stuff. So like there's probably like things like that we just like there's just so much about history that is tough to nail down really, but as far
Yeah.
as dinosaurs, I don't think humans, at least in our current how we are now after the flood, I believe humans walked with any dinosaurs. And if we did, they were very few, and they probably wouldn't have been able to survive the earth after the flood because the ecosystem did change.
Okay, so distant light says, didn't the asteroid that hit the Earth and killed the dinosaurs strike somewhere in the Americas? Could that explain why there's a ton of dead dinosaurs in a single area?
So the story is, I believe the asteroid that hit the Earth and killed the dinosaurs allegedly hit in the Gulf of Mexico. I believe you might want to fact check.
Okay,
But they
let me
say
look.
so. They say what happened was basically when it hit, and the shock wave was coming and the waves were coming. All the dinosaurs went to the higher ground, and the higher ground was that place in America. So like, as the waves approached and the shock wave and all the stuff from the asteroid, the dinosaurs just kept moving up and like to higher ground, and they all ended up there.
Yeah, so
Which
yeah,
I mean,
it hit in the Yucatan Peninsula, Gulf of Mexico,
okay.
basically. Yeah, so the asteroid hit smack dab in the Gulf
Hey,
of
if you
Mexico.
pull up this next video, the video I was telling you about, going back to what we was talking about the TikTok conspiracy rabbit hole. Basically on YouTube it says killed for discovering the firmament.
Okay, and guys, I do want to just make you guys realize that there are multiple maps that have been created throughout history. This is a Babylonian map of the world. This is a world map from the way that they see it, as you can see. You know, and obviously it's Wikipedia. People go, oh, Wikipedia. All right, we get it. So, I mean, there are different versions of what people envision the world to be. You see what I'm saying? And, you know, people had died over their idea of what the world looked like. As you can see, here's another depiction. This is flat. A lot of them were flat early on. You see what I'm saying? Really were. So, I mean,
yeah, the globe Earth literally didn't really pop up until like the Catholic Church, the Reformation. I mean, you see early writings of it in the Jewish Zohar and in the Kabbalah and like their mystery religions. This is why most of the planets are named after gods like Jupiter, Mars, Venus,
Saturn.
and things, because they literally worship. They worship these beings. So that's why.
So what
most of the
do you
planets
think
are
about
named
the
after gods.
planets though? The planets are made up too, is what you're saying? You heard me?
Planets are CGI, but what they really are is just
hold on. You said the planets are CGI?
like the ones.
Damn, you're cutting in and out. I don't know what's going on with your mic, bro. But I mean, this is a very interesting show, guys. Make sure you like the video. Make sure you share the video. I love shit like this. You know, whatever you guys end up believing in or whatnot, that's on you. It's your prerogative. We're not trying to convince you of anything, but we're just trying to say that, I mean, the history is vast, and there's so many different versions of what people thought the world actually looked like. And I mean, you've got to, I mean, you can't just say none of these niggas had credence, and right? Like, I mean, obviously we've made discoveries throughout the history, but I mean, some of these niggas might have been onto some shit like that. This is where these treasure maps come from, and people, you know, say, oh, X marks the spot. You see what I'm saying? This is a another rendition of what the world, or what people perceive the world to look like. And none of it looks like what we have today, but just understand that this was people's understanding of their world and their environment and what was around them. And that's what we're still trying to do today. And it's gotten, our government has gotten so bad that people are just like, fuck it, I don't know what to trust. I don't know if I should trust the way that y'all have all come together and agreed that this is what the world looks like, or should I trust, you know, my own faith, or should I trust, you know, my own understanding of what the world looks like? So I mean, it's definitely an interesting conversation. We're not on here trying. Yeah, I can hear you now.
Oh, okay, cool. So like the planets, what they show us like on TV, like just like that video of the Earth we just saw, it's CGI. If you actually, so I have a camera, it's called a Nikon P1000, it has like 125 times zoom. So the word, where we get the word planet from is the Greek word planetos. And the Greek word planetos literally translates into wandering star. And what a wandering star is basically, so like I said earlier, all the stars move above our head and are always usually in the same place according to the seasons, except for what we know as planets or planetos. So these stars, they kind of move erratically, which is why you'll hear like Mercury is in retrograde. What retrograde means is the planet is moving backwards. So it's not, so in back in Psalms when it says the sun had its circuit, what a circuit is a path. I forgot the Hebrew word for it, but a circuit is basically like a path, like how race cars, you know, it's called a circuit. And yeah, so basically a circuit is a set path. So these planets will move off their circuit, on their circuit, go backwards, go forwards, go up, and go down. That's why they're called planets, which is why the Greek word meant planetos, wandering star. And they're one of two things. The planets are either the hosts of heaven, meaning they're like angelic beings that actually live in heaven, which is the Bible says there are angelic beings that live in the heavens, or they're simply lights in the firmament, because in Genesis it says the stars are for signs, seasons, days, and years, which is why people would tell the time off the sun, the moon, and the stars. And then some of them are actually angelic beings. And when you zoom in on them, like it's crazy, bro. They look like little balls of shimmery light. I mean, when I zoom in on them, it doesn't look like Jupiter, for example, like a giant orange ball with like with a storm dot or whatever. Yeah, it doesn't look like the pictures they constantly push out. And I mean, like, just go look at look at the James Webb telescope photo from NASA and just tell me that doesn't look photoshopped. Like, they got the same star in that picture like 8 times. Like, and it's just like, I'm never gonna, like, I used to be like, oh, you a dumbass because you believe in that, but I'm never gonna denigrate anyone because, like, it was me. Like, I thought that shit was fully real, but you realize when you grow up in a culture where sci-fi is made into reality, bro, it's hard to even see something when it's fake and right there in your face.
Yeah,
because you genuinely believe like space is the final frontier, like fuck the earth, like, and it really breeds kind of a a selfishness mentality in your head,
Yeah.
like, okay,
So
fuck the earth, you know, we
it's
can
like
go
a
somewhere else.
denial. It's a denial of the world God gave us. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Very
And then
interesting. Very interesting. But AlphaZo,
and
did you
then
have that
go ahead.
link? I was just gonna say, you got that link, AlphaZo?
Yeah, it
Up
was
in the back
originally a
chat?
TikTok video, so I was trying to backtrack and find it. But if
Okay.
you go on YouTube and you do type in scientist was killed for discovering the firmament.
Okay.
Because it was originally the TikTok rabbit hole.
Yeah.
So I always go back and I fact check. But it
All
was
right.
it
Well,
wasn't original.
yeah.
See, if
We'll
you go on YouTube and type it in, it'll come up.
All right.
Scientist was killed for discovering firmament.
Bet we'll keep going with this while I pull that up.
Okay.
And although the geologists didn't realize it at the time, the prehistoric specimens in the sand would offer clues to one of evolution's most nagging questions: how whales became whales. One clue found from these long-dead whales was the presence of feet. Scientists had long suspected that whales were terrestrial mammals that had eased into the ocean over millions of years, gradually losing their four legs. Proof of this is that modern whales have vestigial hind leg bones, but little in the fossil record illustrated the transition until paleontologists began excavating hundreds of whale fossils buried at Wadi Hitan and finding legs and knees. Older specimens of footed whales have since been identified, but Wadi Hitans are unparalleled in their numbers and state of preservation. The valley, about a 3-hour drive from Cairo, is now a UNESCO World Heritage Site, visited by some 14,000 people each year. Paleontologists speculate the whales' landlubber ancestors were deer or pig-like scavengers living near the sea. About 55 million years ago, they started spending more time in the water, first eating dead fish along the shore, then chasing prey in the
This is the problem I have with evolution, bro.
Uh-huh.
Why would you go backwards, bro? Like, okay, you have legs. What is the evolutionary advantage? Okay, look, let me just put it like this. So the whole point of evolution is to adapt to dominate your environment.
Right.
However, humans adapt their environment to suit them. Thus, the end goal of evolution should be for everything to be a human, because nothing else would make sense. Why adapt to the environment when you can force the environment to suit your needs?
Well, I mean, if everything was human, we couldn't eat them.
I mean, yeah, you could. You just kill them and eat them.
Well, but
just like,
I mean,
it would be cannibalism, but I mean, it's survival of the fittest. Just like if you put a human and a lion in an arena and was like, fight, the human's gonna die 9 times out of 10.
Oh yeah, facts.
But if you put a human in a lion, you tell the human, hey, look, man, you got 2 days to get ready to fight a lion. He's gonna make something to kill. He's gonna make something that's gonna give him the advantage over that lion. Because of his brain. And that should be the end goal of evolution. Because it's survival of the fittest. The fittest will survive and the fittest should win. So it should honestly be, there should be no other species but humans, and then humans should just be killing each other until some sort of superhuman is born, where it's just like, this nigga literally can't die and gets all the money.
Different species are adapting to their own environment. So it's like the whale, maybe that bitch is just adapting to the water that it's around and trying to be a better whale.
But it said it came from like a pig or a goat or something. Like, okay, so you're a pig and you're a goat.
Is that what they
said?
said?
Around a bunch of water. Yeah, he said like pigs or goats or something, like a few seconds before.
Oh shit.
But it's like, okay, so, but it's still okay, so you're around a bunch of water. Why not leave? Like, find, like, you can migrate.
Because it can't survive. It can't survive outside of the water.
It can't survive where it's at. But I mean, the reason it evolved was because it needed to survive in the water. It was a goat or whatever it was.
Yeah.
So it's just like, why sit there for 1,000,000 years? That's genetically irresponsible, because you're like, I'm just disadvantaging myself until something happens where I change. Whereas I could have migrated, which is what you see with animals. Like birds migrate. Like, you think that'd be like literally that'd be like birds staying in the winter months in the cold places, just being like, yeah, we're gonna adapt to this shit, instead of being like, let's just fly, fly,
just turn into bats.
Right, exactly. So it was like, that's why I'm like, evolution, like, everything should be a human, because like,
well,
bro,
I mean,
humans, bro, you could put a group of people in the Sahara Desert, bro, and they would make a city, bro. They would make a thrive. They would get running water. Like they would figure it out to where it's like, oh yeah, this used to be a desert, but now we're chilling. Have you seen that? These guys on TikTok, bro, or even on Instagram, they just literally have a shovel or whatever, and they'll dig a hole and build a house like out of the hole or whatever. And like it's insane. Like they make mud houses like in the ground and stuff. Like the ingenuity of humans is just like it just debunks the whole there's literally no point in being anything but a human because humans can make something out of nothing basically. Like look at America like before industrialization.
Yeah.
You know, like and even not even industrialization, just the way humans come together, build societies, and you know that's what that should be the end goal because that's why we're the dominant species, not because we evolve or you know because you know we were created this way. And if we did evolve, then nothing there should be no animals. It should literally just be people killing each other until the strongest person rose up, and then he would have all the babies. Or whatever it would be.
Well, I mean, you know, then I mean, we at one point in history we were just like killing each other off.
But I mean, there were other animals, and then as well, like humans didn't change. Like humans just gonna kill each other just because that he got something I want, you know.
Yeah,
we have a natural primitive nature to destroy and to consume.
Exactly. Yeah, that's just our sinful fallen nature, like that we have. But like, if it were if it were really evolution and really survival of the fittest, bro, there would be no law and order. Like the athlete niggas would be the top of the food chain. Like literally, bro. Like especially in today's age, bro. Like they would literally like. I mean, you see it in the dating market.
The top of the food chain in our world are like nerd guys who you know
exactly
create businesses and programs and shit.
And they're weak.
Yeah.
But why they're physically weak, and from an evolutionary standpoint, they shouldn't be able to procreate, and they should just be killed off from an evolutionary standpoint, because it's like, okay, you're weak, but you have a good brain, which helps you create things. So from an evolutionary standpoint, it's kind of like a double-edged sword. But it's like at the same time, an evolutionary standpoint, then it would just be a super nigga, someone who's a nerd like that, but then also has the body of like a top tier athlete, which is like one of the rarest guys out there.
Yeah.
So like he's out there, and it's not because of evolution, it's because
he's out there. He's probably in a sales job though.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Going door to door. Exactly.
Yeah. All right. Let's watch the rest of this.
Shallows and then wading deeper. As they did, some of them evolved traits that facilitated hunting in water. Over time, since they no longer had to bear their total body weight at sea, they got bigger, their backbones elongating and their rib cages broadening. Most of the fossils in the valley belong to two types. Basilosaurus was the giant with an almost eel-like body. The more petite but heavily muscled Dorudon looked more like a modern whale, at least, until its mouth opened to reveal a jaw lined with serrated daggers instead of peg-like teeth. Interestingly, the fossils of more than 75 whales have been found in the middle of the Atacama Desert in Chile. How they ended up there has been a subject of debate among scientists. Now, you've heard about the lost city of Atlantis. You'll be shocked by how this famed city is connected to the next discovery in the Sahara Desert. This takes us to the Eye of the Sahara, also known as the Rishat structure or the Guelb-Rishat. It is a geological formation in the Sahara Desert that resembles an enormous bullseye. The formation stretches across a 40-kilometer wide region of the desert in Mauritania. For centuries, only a few local nomadic tribes knew about the formation. It was first photographed in the 1960s by the Gemini astronauts, who used it as a landmark to track the progress of their landing sequences. Later, the Landsat satellite took additional images and provided information about the formation's size, height, and extent. Geologists initially believed that the Eye of the Sahara was an impact crater created when an object from space slammed into the surface. However, lengthy studies of the rocks inside the structure show that its origins are entirely Earth-based, prompting geologists to look for further explanations. Geologists have concluded that the Eye of the Sahara is a geologic dome. The formation contains rocks at least 100 million years old. Some date back to well before the appearance of life on Earth. These rocks include igneous volcanic deposits and sedimentary layers that form as the wind pushes dust and water deposits, sand and mud. Today, geologists can find several types of igneous rock in the eye area, including kimberlite, carbonatites, black, and rhyolites. However, there is another explanation for this eye of the Sahara. According to this YouTube video, the remains of the ringed city Plato spoke of in the 4th century BC can be found in the African country of Mauritania.
Okay, I thought they was gonna say some shit like, "Oh, there's a hole in the fucking earth" or some shit. I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. But let's watch this video of the sea floor. Let's see what these niggas talking about. All right.
One of the strangest places on the ocean's floor was only just discovered in the 1990s. And 9 Degree is one of a handful of people to ever see it in person.
Without a doubt, one of the most amazing things that I have ever seen in the bottom of the ocean. It was while filming for Blue Planet. It was in the Gulf of Mexico. And I noticed there's something out in the distance. Couldn't tell exactly what, but it looked like a dark band. And as we approached it, the dark band became a donut. I saw this donut. It was black in the center. What the heck is that? And so as we get closer and closer to it, I noticed that the black band had what appeared to be kind of steam over it. And then I looked, and there was water lapping against the shoreline. This band was a ring of mussels. And inside the ring of mussels was a lake. And it's like, wait a minute, I'm already underwater. We went out over the water in this lake and tried to descend in it and bounced off. It was so super saline and dense that the submarine couldn't go down in it. We literally bounced off. And as we bounced off, we sent ripples heading back to the shoreline.
What do you think about that? So, I mean, basically, I guess he's saying that he found a floor to the sea in the Gulf of Mexico.
A floor in the ocean.
Yeah.
A barrier that was stopping him from going even lower than he already was.
Yeah.
Isn't there something like that in SpongeBob where they were like, I don't know if I'm tripping, but like he was like, they had like a water. I know they had like a beach, but there was like I don't know if I'm tripping or not, but like there was a scene where like it was like water under the water and he couldn't go through it or whatever. I don't know if I'm tripping though. But yeah, that would make sense that whatchamacallit, there would be a barrier there to keep the water from like shooting up.
Especially since they found proof that there are multiple oceans and that our oceans are connected to another deeper ocean.
Right.
Hold on. So, but how the fuck? So there's just. That's crazy.
maybe
so how come he couldn't go down? He said, was it pressure or was there actually
some type of barrier that's stopping you because you're not supposed to go through it. It's just like if we were to go up with a rocket and try to go past that dome, you're gonna hit that dome and you're not allowed to go through.
Yeah, it's a solid dome.
Damn.
I think maybe it has something to do with like his density or his buoyant, like he's too buoyant to go any deeper.
Yeah, like you know how us humans aren't supposed to like go through different realms and stuff like that. And if we are gonna go through a realm, we have to be in a spiritual.
We have to be in the spirit. Yeah, just like Paul. Yeah, we can't, like our physical bodies can't.
Yeah,
our physical bodies are purely physical.
Right. So what the fuck do you think that is? What's under there?
Probably more water, or hell,
yeah.
Or hell. More water or hell.
So hell is beneath our feet, but there's also waters below.
Mm-hmm.
So it's
do you believe that there are multiple rings of hell, like they've said?
Nah, that's like Catholic dogma and Dante's Inferno and stuff. There are.
You remember in the book of Enoch, they did say that there was going to be a special hell for those special fallen angels.
Yeah, they're chained away. They're chained away under the Euphrates. Well, some of them. Whatchamacallit. So hell is like there's the sides of the pit, and then there's the pit itself.
So like there's different parts as far as like where people are.
Mhm.
But in the final judgment, like when God judges everyone finally, yeah, everyone's going into the lake of fire. Like so, but there's people in the sides of the pit, which is just like I'm guessing from the description of it, it's just like the sides of the pit because hell is a bottomless pit. So you're literally going to be like, you're going to get the feeling you're falling, burning, screaming, weeping, gnashing, arguing with niggas. It's going to be a bad time. I would not
Arguing with
recommend.
niggas.
Hey,
That's what,
let's
bro.
make things a little spooky. A few days ago, there was this whole TikTok thing where they were basically playing the sounds of what they quote unquote thought was hell.
Oh yeah, it was like people screaming and stuff. Yeah.
Where
I
did
don't
they
know,
get that
bro, but
audio from, though?
I mean, it was
they said
created
they
audio, but basically they were using references of different times in history and different places to mimic the audio of what it sounded. Because there
you
are
can
multiple
actually
times in the Bible where it tells you how hell sounds, how hot hell is, and the type of atmosphere it is.
you can look it up. I don't know if it's true or not, but apparently they dug a hole somewhere and dropped the microphone to the bottom of the hole.
Yeah, I
And they
was
could
hearing about
hear
that. I
and
heard that about that a
they
few
could
years ago.
hear, yeah, they heard screams and stuff. And then
There's a cave in
there's
California as well.
Screams. Couldn't that be the I guess the velocity of the microphone dropping and the wind,
I mean, yeah,
translating?
could be. I mean, I'm not, but from what I heard, it's on YouTube. I think you just type in "sounds of hell" or something like that, and it does sound like screaming. But yeah, it could also be audio distortion and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Did you hear about those mountains or caves in like California or like New Mexico or something like that? I don't know the name of it, but basically when people go in, they don't come back, and then they hear weird screams and stuff that they claim is coming from hell.
No, I haven't heard of that. It's crazy. But there's a prison on the Euphrates, and the prisoners there say they hear like.
You said prison of Euphrates?
And that's where the prison report that they hear screams and stuff, and that's where the angels who had sex with the human women are locked up.
All right, let's watch this video. This is the same guy who made the discovery of the, I guess, ocean floor as far as he could get.
Well, I can promise you I'm not saying that. But I am excited about this evening and confident because I know that we have chosen the absolute perfect recipients for this year's Attenborough Award. The David Attenborough Award is given out each year for the individuals who excel in natural history filmmaking, and certainly this year is, I mean, if there's a program that had an impact, An Inconvenient Truth is it. The first year was given to Sir David himself, who came out and received the award. Last year, we gave it to James Cameron for his exploration work, primarily with the wrecks, the Titanic, the Bismarck, and his incredible 3D imaging of the hydrothermal vent communities, the amazing animals. And Jim has graciously agreed this year to come and pass the award to Al Gore and Davis Guggenheim. And Jim, you did bring that award with you, right? So we appreciate that. He's incredibly busy now. He's in production. This would be Jim. And to take time off and do this is a very special time for us, and we appreciate that. Yes, he is making another film or two or three. Davis Guggenheim is a unique filmmaker in that he has successfully spanned a variety of filmmaking disciplines. Clearly, from what we've seen with An Inconvenient Truth, that at least in some point in our lives, we would have as much passion about a subject as Al Gore has on global warming and what we're doing to this planet. And another thing that
So this nigga talking about global warming as well. I don't know if he was gonna get to the firmament shit, but it is what it is.
All that global warming is just an excuse. So when they start telling you how much electricity you can use and how much water you can use.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, I think we got into a lot of shit today, honestly.
But I'm gonna call it here, guys, unless y'all have a final word.
Hey, when my man was talking about the whole evolution thing, I don't really believe in evolution either, but I do believe that we have been de-evolving because a lot of the animals, because of the way a lot of the animals have been acting, how they've been getting smaller, how they're not as vicious as they used to be, how they've been finding basically evidence showing that the animals are much different than they used to be, not even millions of years ago, but thousands of years ago. And then also, what do you guys think about all these fish species and all these different animal species that have been dying out? Like they've been dying out in high percentages.
Yeah, I think that's because of, obviously, our fucking with the planet, and some, like, you'll see like a whole bunch of sea animals washed up on the shore. I don't know if y'all seen Jason A. He does some good, basically clips up news clips of some real shit. He got some shit on he got some shit, I guess, on some Elon Musk shit. We can run through that really quick too. Some interesting shit though.
Imagine being able to text or send email using only your thoughts. It's more than just wishful thinking, and it's opening doors for potentially millions of people suffering from severe paralysis.
The creators behind the mega hit show Westworld have something new coming to the small screen, The Peripheral. Their new mind-bending series set to premiere in 2 weeks in 240 countries.
So he's got these implants in his body, which are kind of amazing. They give him a situational awareness that he shares with all the guys in his unit, but at the same time, they all suffer from the same kind of unique PTSD as
It's that shit you was talking about. Inserting chips and niggas.
Result. Okay. So that's a really interesting element to the show.
What if the technological future was literally in your own hands? From a microchip implanted subdermally, merging the line between man and machine.
People have called me cyborg and everything, which I think is pretty funny. And I mean, I guess that could be accurate.
To a tiny robot learning to imagine itself and its own purpose.
Look at how Tesla aims to bring humanoid robots into the workplace. They look like that. And eventually they could end up in your home.
The chips he had implanted inside both his hands can start his Tesla, open his home door, and in the future even replace his wallet.
I wanted to be able to leave my house with no house key, no car key, no wallet, and still be able to carry out my everyday activities.
You're not even finna be able to rob niggas no more, boy. The hood going out bad.
Yeah, them bitches gonna come hawk your bitch ass down too.
They gonna have to pin niggas down and pull their chip out.
But I mean, opening up this, I mean, in all seriousness, opening up this AI shit is a little freaky because, like, I mean, like in Hollywood movies, the AIs get smart and then they realize, oh, well, humans are destroying this and they're destroying the ocean and they're destroying this. You see what I'm saying? So, I mean, what is...
I'm like, bro, what if one of them Indian niggas hack your chip, bro? Like, what you finna do?
Right.
Or one of them scammers, bro. Like,
right.
Especially with all the data leaks and stuff.
Exactly.
Like,
it's over.
Like, and then
Like,
they
it's
not
only
only
getting
have
worse.
your information, right? They like they can hack directly into your body, bro. So like a nigga don't like you, you're gonna be like, damn, I want that bitch. Nigga gonna go to computer school and kill you.
Right.
Yeah, that they were saying that anybody can easily delete anybody. All they got to do is push that button, and then your brain explodes or something. Or if you get out of pocket like Ye, they can
All
just
they gotta
push a button and
yeah,
boom.
send a surge.
And even if they don't make it like with the kill switch, it's just like, what if it malfunctions in your head? Like, it's still technology. Like, my iPhone be glitching out sometimes, bro. So it's like, what if you got something glitching out in your body, bro? Like,
right. Like, what do you do then? Like, you can't just go to no fucking regular doctor. Now the doctors are gonna have to get engineering degrees and shit.
Right. They might start firing doctors and just hiring, because whatchamacallit, they also have those, y'all seen those microscopic robots they using to do surgery now and stuff. Well, not like commonly, but like they have them.
It's like,
yeah, for real, bro.
Hey, did you guys hear about how they're putting basically AI into food and stuff? And so basically when you eat it, it'll already be in your body.
What?
Yeah, I did hear about that shit.
I didn't hear that. That's crazy.
Yeah, they're putting it in your food, so you're basically gonna eat it, and then boom, it's already inside of you.
Yeah, man. See, that's man. You're right, King, bro. The AI for real, bro. Bro, it's crazy, bro. I can't believe people are trying to do this with their bodies, like YouTube videos don't buffer. Like, come on, my guy.
Yeah, I mean these phones keep glitching. These phones expensive as hell, but you know they keep glitching and they're
Right.
not even perfect. And then the nanotechnology nowadays, bro, it's immaculate.
Sheesh, bro. You're really not gonna be able to even think the wrong thing, boy.
I mean, you think
Yeah,
what they
no
tell you to
cap.
think: social programming,
For
social
real.
engineering.
Yeah, like the
And
way
then
that they did Kanye, I mean, freezing his bank accounts is a bit. I mean, I can understand the companies dropping them and all that shit, but to freeze a nigga's bank account is wild.
I mean, it kind of proves his point.
Yeah,
really
I
it
mean, it
did prove his
absolutely
point.
proves his
It
point.
did prove his
And
point.
you know, it's so crazy, but it really did prove his fucking point.
I mean,
'Cause
they
if
even have
he came
animals
out,
now to where they put the nanotechnology inside of them and they tell the animals what to do, how to act, and if the animal, you know, doesn't even listen, then they can easily just terminate it.
right?
All right, yeah. So I got that video of the screams of hell. We can run that
Oh,
right
okay.
after this.
Spooky season.
Biohacking your own body, opening up endless possibilities.
We're at the dawn of this, so it's slowly working its way up.
Countries
Bro, you
opting
know
for
what I just
current
thought of?
digital
They really
alternatives.
finna get the females. They already getting BBLs
Oh
and stuff.
yeah, women gonna be putting it in their BBLs. They just gonna be they gonna get a BBL and then get the microchip in their ass and then get the microchip in their nipples so they like so they can still like breastfeed or some shit is gonna like generate or help them generate and lactate and shit like that.
Bluetooth in the WAP.
For real, for real.
Yeah, it's gonna be crazy.
Especially ones which are stable and approved by central banks. They are called central bank digital currencies or CBDCs. They are much like cryptocurrencies, but much more stable. That is because they are controlled by governments. Several countries have launched their CBDCs. In Europe, Norway too is now testing its own digital currency.
Cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin are booming, and now the U.S. is looking into creating its own digital dollar. As KVU's Darenisha Heron shows us, that would come with some big changes to America's financial system.
Using banks as we know them could soon be a thing of the past. President Biden ordered the Treasury Department to consider creating a government-regulated digital dollar.
It would be probably as simple as opening up an app and you could have some banking services, including loans.
China has created its own form of digital currency. Known as the digital yuan, the currency will be owned by the central bank. This is the first major economy to create its own digital currency. The digital yuan isn't like Bitcoin, which is not backed by a government or central bank.
Internationally, it's a whole other ballgame. So there are definitely people out there who fear that this China's central bank digital currency is being used to challenge the supremacy of the US dollar, because the US dollar right now is the world's most powerful currency. It can be used for many different things, for example, sanctions. And having a Chinese central bank digital currency circulating all over the world could be one way of undermining the power of the US dollar.
The mind and the machine intertwined like never before, highlighted in the groundbreaking technology from companies like Synchron.
In April 22nd of this year, I had the procedure to implant the Stentrode into my brain.
A tiny brain implant called a Stentrode, enabling patients to wirelessly control digital devices through their thoughts.
Wow.
Designed for people suffering from paralysis.
Hold on. It looked like that nigga was about to say hello, but guess what he ended up typing out?
Digital devices through their thoughts.
Hell. Y'all seen that shit? I know y'all seen that shit.
Hiding it in plain sight.
Bruh. Now that's I mean, you could argue, oh, he was gonna type out hello, but why would they stop it right there?
Because it's really
everything is
witchcraft,
digitally
bro.
edited.
That's how witchcraft. So the way witchcraft works, especially when they conduct spells on the masses, they have to tell you what they're doing before they
Yes.
do it.
So
Otherwise,
you
the
can
spell
accept
won't
it.
work.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Wow.
Yeah, they hide everything in plain sight.
Yes. Wow.
To wirelessly control digital devices through their thoughts, designed for people suffering from paralysis. Company CEO Tom Oxley says it's just the beginning.
At the moment, we're looking at recording information to allow people to control things.
So I need cash now.
How much?
How much you got?
1,000 if I make it to the next level, which you could maybe help with.
That's just one pill.
Which is one day, ain't it? And I got something big coming tonight, so we'll have the rest tomorrow.
All right, orient me.
Squad of Nazis in the house. We're in the barn.
Who's we?
Me and Reese and some dude from California. He hired us to get him past level 20. Keep saying chill. Annoying as all hell. Reese is the one in the beret.
Hurry up.
Okay, what's going on here, and what who exactly is your character?
What is this? It's really finna be the future too, bro. They finna have folks boxed up, just VRing, bro.
Yep, you're not lying. You're absolutely right. Exercise going out the window. There's like this show on Netflix about like your work personality and then like your off work personality or whatever, some bullshit. And it's like a chip in your brain where when you go to work, you have your work personality, but then when you get off of work, you don't even remember the shit that you did at work. So it's like, it's like you're not even working. That show on Netflix.
Not the show on Netflix, but girls be out here talking about got a work boyfriend.
Oh yeah, exactly.
It told me she had a work boyfriend. I said, well, you're not fucking with me. Shit.
Exact. Cyrus Terry with the $10 super trap. He said, how does a communist country create their own currency? Every country has their own country. But China is basically saying we are a communism, our communism.
Oh, say less.
He said every country has a currency, has their own currency. And he's saying China is saying we are a communism, I mean, I don't really get what you're trying to say there, but I kind of do at the same time.
I want to add something to that though.
Go ahead.
Russia, China, Taiwan, and a group of different countries are in the process of creating their own digital currency to block out the U.S. and India.
I think India is involved in that as well.
Yeah, India is another one of them. They're all putting their minds together to create some type of digital currency that will block out the U.S.
The BRICS nations. It's Brazil, India, China, Kazakhstan, and Russia, China, Kazakhstan, and Saudi Arabia.
And those European countries are going to be freezing this winter because Russia done turned off the gas pipelines, and then the U.S. is down to 23 million loads of oil, diesel.
Yeah.
Yeah, they said diesel about to run out. So, and I already seen I was in the grocery store, the other day, bro, and I had two people come up to me. Well, I had to ask an employee to go get some milk, bro. All the milk was gone. And then I had two people come up to me like, there's been nothing on the shelves. I was like, dang, bro. But niggas
I've saw it with my own two eyes. I've seen it with my own two eyes. The past 6 months, bro, things that have been on the shelves, they haven't been there. Really, this whole year has been a food rationing.
Yeah,
really. But people,
so you guys stock up on food, stock up on meds, antibiotics,
get some rice,
stock
and
up on
beans.
that stuff because it's hard to get.
Get you some rice and beans, a good water purifier, and then an instant water boiler.
Yeah.
And,
so let's
if
listen.
you can afford it, a generator.
Right. Let's listen to these screams from hell.
The Soviet Union drilled a hole more than 12 kilometers deep in Siberia, which shares borders with Norway and Finland. The project to drill into the Earth's surface began in the 1970s, when Soviet scientists wanted to learn more about the Earth's crust. Over 2 decades, they managed to dig more than 7.5 miles down into the Earth. The drill broke through into a cavity, and the scientists lowered some equipment to see what was down there. An extremely heat-tolerant microphone, along with other sensory equipment, were lowered into the well. The temperature was about 1,100 degrees centigrade, about 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. But the real shocker was the disturbing sound that was recorded. They only got about 17 seconds of audio before the microphone melted, but it was 17 horrifying seconds of the screams of the damned. The screams of the hell.
Sounds crazy, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy. That is crazy. So what do y'all think of that sound? Do y'all
I don't know, bro. Like, I've heard audio distortion. I've heard, like, I mean, I feel like I definitely heard a woman screaming, like, at least at one point. But I mean, who knows if it's even authentic? I mean, but
yeah. Somebody said Satan needs to examine his security system if a drill can penetrate into hell.
the Bible did say, whatchamacallit, they'll try and drill into hell. They'll dig their way into hell.
Yeah. That's true.
This nigga, what the, bro? This homeless nigga has his tent and he has a fire in the tent under the tarp. What's that? On the side of the road, bro.
Natural selection. Shout out to Cyrus Cherry with the $50 super trap. He says, yeah, I meant every country has their own currency. Since we on conspiracy theories, please someone prove me wrong. We know the small hats are behind this. Dude, you can't believe they not 2K years ahead of everyone. Prove me wrong, stream. So what do you mean by let's see.
I'm gonna send you a link
behind
right
what?
quick
Behind what specifically?
to a video we can watch. It's about how Back to the Future predicted 9/11. I'm gonna send you that right now. Hold on.
The Simpsons did too.
Oh shit! Yeah, it's a lot of shit like that.
How they script? Oh, bro, they script so much. Hold on, let me go get this link right quick.
All right, so yeah, people are in the comments of this video on hell. They're saying, for those wondering, this appears to be a noise canceled version of the original recording, so that you're only hearing the screams beyond the noise of the original recording. It makes it even more convincing and scary. There's also a Thai movie called Narak. It's about a crew that gets into a car accident. One genuinely dies, but the rest are in comas, yet they all end up in hell, a temporary thing in their belief to be purified until they are either ascended to a better plane or reincarnated for those who get another go at life. It's a bit creepy because they all are attempting to hide or find a way out. But when the one guy genuinely does die, he is transported back to the torture fields and gets hot oil poured in his mouth. God damn. Imagine being in hell. You just see a random mic appear, and then you tell Satan, and he checks the security. I'm dead. This was talked about when I was a kid in the 80s. I distinctly remember the audio because it was quite chilling. While this audio is good, those aren't the same screams, is what he says. I heard this sound and learned about this 23 years ago when a preacher came to the church I used to attend. Powerful stuff. He said the sound is from a movie called Barren Blood. Never heard of it, but I'm going to look it out. He said the sounds were completely different from what I've heard. Okay. Anyways, Chance, you got that link?
Yeah, you know those stories where people pass away and they go away.
Yeah, I'm
and they have, like,
finna
a heavenly
DM you on
experience?
IG at Black Gen Z.
All right. You said what now, Zoe?
Those stories where people will pass away and they'll have an out-of-body experience, and then whatever they see, they'll come back and tell it.
Yeah, for
I
sure.
follow some of those stories as well, to where they've said not exactly the same type of sounds that was in that video, but you know, they were taken to that particular type of area and they'll say that that's how it kind of sounds. It sounds like millions of people are screaming and anguishing at one time, and they'll talk about how it smells, how it looks, and all of that.
Yeah, I've seen some of them videos too. Very
I
interesting.
mean, it's just a little spooky that all those people kind of have similar stories and talk about it similarly. I mean, it's
Yeah, no,
kind of
for
similar
sure.
to what they were saying about was it 43 or 44? President 44, the way he smells and the way he acts and stuff like that. You know, they said those type of people, they smell like sulfur, salt and sulfur and stuff.
Oh, damn.
The Lord of the Flies and all these type of names.
All right, I just sent it. Oh yeah, the Lord of the Flies. What is it? Beelzebub, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, some of those 304s, I got that's a telltale sign of some of these 304s. If they smell real bad and they got this it's like a distinct smell. If you smell that, man, run away. It's a red flag.
Yeah, it's like an alcohol, sulfury smell.
Yeah, they stink. They smell like that's the smell of a witch.
Oh shit.
That's wild. Didn't know that.
All right.
And you guys be careful about eating from these 304s. You don't want to be eating that SpaghettiOs.
Oh no! You know, Reclaim already said we're not eating that box.
Yeah. Fuck no. Shout out to Cyrus Cherry with $10 super trap. He says, Gen Z, since people trolling you, let me troll you. You don't need God. I don't need Hinduism. All you need is Juice Crew back from the future is owned by the Juice Crew. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty funny there. But let's watch the video for YouTube. Kick me off this motherfucker.
Dear Dr. Brown, on the night that I go back in time, you will be shot by terrorists. Please take whatever precautions are necessary to prevent this terrible disaster.
In the 1985 classic Back to the Future, at a scene called the Twin Pines Mall, we will bear witness to a sudden surprise terrorist attack, perpetrated by a group of Muslim terrorists. The attack is at the Twin, which is a reference to the Twin Towers.
Fair use.
When we turn the sign upside down, the digits on the clock read 911.
Damn.
Or 9/11. The Twin Pines are a symbolic representation of the Twin Towers. Before the terrorist attack, the twins are present, but after the attack, the twins are gone, replaced with a single pine. This takes place on 9/11, where the twins are destroyed and replaced with a single tower, the One World Trade Building. Also at this scene, Doc shows us two stopwatches, both of which display encoded 9/11s. Is this only a coincidence? The pines are the towers, and this symbol system is confirmed in Back to the Future Part 2, where we see the twin pines appear again on a projection movie screen in Marty's future house. Marty's family gathers around the movie screen, and the twin pines actually morph into the twin towers.
Damn.
This is because the twin pines are the twin towers. The pines are the towers. Pines, towers. And the Twin Pines Mall is the Twin Towers Mall, which is why all the clocks here secretly say 9/11 and why there will be a Muslim terrorist attack resulting in the destruction of the Twin Pines.
So what do y'all think is going to happen if we look at like the producers and the directors of Back to the Future? What do y'all think is going to happen?
If they haven't already been deleted, they are going to get deleted.
Well, I think like stuff like this is so because that's why how they got it. Like when people watch movies, they turn their brain off and just watch it for entertainment. So like with this, like I believe a lot of the times directors are allowed to do things like this because it goes over so many people's heads. But
check
at the
this
same
out, though.
time,
Check this out though. And this is just from a simple Google search. I'm not embellishing or trying to create some conspiracy theory or anything like that. But one of the producers of Back to the Future, Bob Gale, and obviously we can click on his Wikipedia early life. Gale was born to a Jewish family in University City, Missouri, the son of Maxine Nee Kippel, an art dealer and violinist, and Mark R. Gale. So, like I said, no conspiracy theory, but I mean, why do you think they would write this in? Do you think that the producers and directors had foreknowledge too, or do you think it's a coincidence that they would write this in? Like, what do you?
I think
what is your?
A lot of people had foreknowledge of it.
So the way I put conspiracy theories is like this, bro.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a basketball team. So imagine the Golden State Warriors. The owners of the Golden State Warriors know everything. They know what they want. They know what their goal is, and they more than likely know what plays they want to run.
Mm-hmm.
They relay this to the coach, and then the coach will relay this to the top players on the team, such as Steph Curry and Draymond Green. Steph Curry and Draymond Green are in the know as far as, okay, we know what plays we're running and we know what our goal is. Right. And then their job is to just make sure everyone else does their job, where everyone else doesn't have to know what the goal is.
Yes, compartmentalization, yeah.
Exactly, and that's how it works. So, like, I believe the director and the producer and the writer are probably in the know. Maybe an actor or two, but it doesn't like, not a lot of people know, honestly, because it only takes
like Hollywood collaborates with the CIA all the time, so
a handful of people knew. The guy who actually owned the World Trade Center actually took out a big insurance policy like a month or two before.
Yeah, I heard that shit too.
Yeah, and then the small hat community was telling people months before September, like, to get out of New York and stuff.
Damn.
Yeah,
like
bro.
That.
They know, bro. Like, because and then you gotta realize, like, because like they want that land, bro. Like, for whatever reason, they want that land. So that's why, like, it even said a Muslim. Like, they even had the Muslim guy attack Doc.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and what land do the Muslims occupy right now? Or are they really trying to get? It's Palestine.
Palestine, yeah, for sure.
Or the Twin Towers. But the appearance of the towers is not a random backdrop, as we can see the Statue of Liberty lurking just as secretly as the towers, making this scene a secret recreation of New York City, where Marty's family has gathered to stare at Ground Zero. Of these three characters staring at Ground Zero, one of them is completely upside down. But in the entire Back to the Future saga, this is the only time when an upside-down character will ever appear. The hint being given here is to observe the scene from his perspective by turning it upside down. But when doing so, the Twin Towers are clearly shown to be falling down. In the entire history of cinema, this scene of Back to the Future is the most literal depiction ever made showing the Twin Towers falling down. So how is it possible that this scene would occur in a story that already contains a terrorist attack by Muslims at the Twins on 9/11, where the Twins are the Twin Towers, which then execute Hollywood's best depiction of the Twin Towers collapse? But Back to the Future doesn't just portray this attack, it develops into an elaborate warning about it.
I could just go back early and warn him. I have to tell you about the future! Doc, about the future. Who will be shot by terrorists.
But Marty is carrying more essential information about the future. He knows the exact time and date that a tower will be struck.
Save the clock tower! Save the clock tower! Don't forget to take a flyer. Save the clock tower!
In a story we already suspect of being a 9/11 warning.
Fair use, fair use.
How is it possible that this phrase appears on a flyer telling the future? Then, when the tower strike takes place, a giant flaming 9/11 is ignited in the street. Marty knows exactly when and where this tower strike will happen because it's all written on this flyer and placed in his hands. But something lurks in the background overseeing this transaction. But why does this symbol hover while Marty is forewarned about the tower strike?
Jeez.
Back to the Future was written and directed by Robert Zemeckis, first released in 1985, but to
Robert Zemeckis. So he's the director, Robert Zemeckis.
All right, let's see. Let's play the game.
Oh shit. I don't want to get in trouble.
Man, if y'all really want to go down that path, y'all gonna find out that most of them are small hat or tied to small hat.
Okay, so it looks like he's Italian. Looks like he's Italian. Hold on. I'm just gonna pull this up. Born in Chicago to son of Rosa and Alfonso Zemeckis. I don't know that name though, it's throwing me off. His father was Lithuanian American while his mother was Italian American. Zemeckis grew up on the south side of the city. He attended Catholic grade school in Finger Academy High School.
Chicago does have a large small hat population though.
Okay, yeah, Catholicism. I mean, let's see. There's a site that I go to kind of, hash this out. Let's see.
What? Catholicism?
No, to see like if they're. I mean, yeah, there's some. Let's see. Robert Zemeckis, Zemeckis, Lithuania after father. Let me see. Oh no, my fucking.
Hold on, let me look it up.
Hold on, I don't see where this is working.
Hey, Cyrus Cherry just brought up another one.
Cyrus Cherry with the $20 super trap. Shout out to you. He said, I love a good conspiracy theory too, but does your caller understand that a book was written about the sinking of the Titanic and insurance was taken
I found
on it too? Maybe life isn't as interesting as what we want it to be. Ish happens.
All I'm gonna say is JP Morgan.
Well, yeah, of course you're gonna get in. I mean, you have insurance on building. So are they saying that with the Twin Tower shit, they didn't have an insurance policy on the building before?
They did.
Okay, and I mean they just collected on that, basically.
When most of these events happen, they take out insurance policies, or there are a certain group of people that their hands already in the pot.
Right.
I just sent you another link to a Zemeckis article. I don't know if you want to show it on screen, but I think he is. It says this one says he was born into a small hat family.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of things that are.
Yeah, if they weren't born into it, they marry into it, or one of their relatives, or were small hat.
Right.
Yeah, respectfully, of course.
Yeah.
Respectfully, of course.
What Mark Jackson say? Respectfully.
Yeah. I mean, the name is all you really need, honestly.
Yeah, that last name, the Berg signs. It's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, respectfully.
When I was in college, a lot of my close friends in college, they were a part of that, and I didn't know the importance of it at that time. And some of their goals at that time was to either be married into it or to really take it serious. And I didn't know at that time, and these were some of my best friends. And I was fortunate to kind of learn some of that stuff. So, like I said, I didn't know the importance of it until I got older.
And the crazy part is a lot of them don't even practice it like that.
Yeah, that's what I was just saying. Two of my best friends in college, they were like, man, basically they were trying to step up and start practicing it more because of the ties.
Right.
One of them ended up going to law school. The other one's a prominent investor in New York working on Wall Street.
Oh man, he in New York too. Yeah, he's taking.
Yeah, but he didn't really
respectfully.
Yeah, respectfully. We're just respectfully. These were conversations that we had behind closed doors, to where he didn't really want to take it serious, but he understood the affluence and the influence that he can get from it, and he had to follow down his father's footsteps.
Right.
Yeah, of course.
To depict the future, Zemeckis chose October 2015.
Hi, Doc. What's going on, huh? Where are we? When are we? October 21st, 2015. 2015?
The Twin Towers scene takes place in October
This part's crazy,
2015, and the towers appear on a movie screen, meaning the McFly family is watching a secretly placed Twin Towers movie released on October 2015, directed by Robert Zemeckis. So how could it be that now, in the real October 2015, a major Hollywood production is about to hit theaters worldwide, and it is exclusively about the Twin Towers? It happens to be directed by Robert Zemeckis.
Damn.
Right.
I mean, that's
Just wait. It gets even crazier.
a little much there.
The title of this new Twin Towers film is The Walk, and this new Twin Towers film has the exact same release date as the secret Twin Towers film Planted in Back to the Future, which exposes the symbolism of the pines and depicts the Twin Towers collapse. So why would Zemeckis now draw our attention to it with a major Hollywood production? Back to the Future was released in 1985, The Walk in 2015, exposing this warning after 30 years. Marty writes this warning into a letter. He seals it shut, intending for it to remain hidden for a specific amount of time.
What's the meaning of this? Find out in 30 years. What's the meaning of this? Find out in 30 years.
The Walk is the reveal of the 9/11 warning, given to Doc while he is rigging a giant wire to the Twin Tower representing Clock Tower.
Evening, Dr. Brown. What's with the wire?
The Walk is about a plot to rig a giant wire to the Twin Towers. So Marty records the warning while Doc is rigging the wire to the tower. Marty tells Doc he will understand the warning in 30 years.
Find out in 30 years.
30 years later, the director makes a movie about rigging a wire to a tower, the Twin Towers, because the warning within Marty's letter is about a terrorist attack at the Twin Towers.
What's with the wire? What's with the wire? What's with the wire? What's with the wire?
After rigging this wire, the tower strike takes place, and a Marty McFly from the future runs out onto the scene. He has just time traveled here from October 2015, the release date of The Walk. But in The Walk, standing on top of the Twin Towers, is Marty McFly. This Marty has arrived here from the exact date where this Marty is standing. The plot of The Walk is the tower wire rigging event that just took place at this scene. One Marty is standing on top of the Twin Towers, while the other Marty stands inside a giant flaming 9/11 in the wake of a tower strike. While simultaneously across town, another Marty witnesses a terrorist attack take place at the Twins, which are actually the Twin Towers, a fact we learned from the secretly placed Twin Towers movie released on October 2015. This movie is actually The Walk, which is why it has Marty McFly standing on top of the Twin Towers.
What's the meaning of this?
What's with the wire? What's with the wire? What's with the wire?
Find out in 30 years. Find out in 30 years. Doc! 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 Doc!
Fair use, fair use.
Doc! Doc! Okay, relax, Doc. It's me. It's me. It's Marty. No, it can't be. Just sent you back to the future. Oh, I know you did send me back to the future. But I'm back. I'm back from the future. Great Scott.
More human minds on planet Earth observed 9/11 than any single event in human history, making it a massive terrestrial meditation concentrating collective consciousness onto a single space-time focal point, making 9/11 humanity's most potent consciousness-altering stargate. Zemeckis, a precogging conduit, channels the 9/11 archetype with his Tower Strike Twin Pines terror attack cinematic superimposition, both scenes featuring the transdimensional portal, pointing to 9/11 as the archetype of transcendence. The consciousness portal is opened by touching the 2001 monolith, the movie screen, as touching the two-dimensional screen dispels its three-dimensional guise, revealing how the images it portrayed were not actually real.
One of those that use so many names that you forget your own.
To touch the monolith is to be freed from the fabricated narrative portrayed on the screen or by film, finally seeing the illusion employed to paint audience perspective into a box. The screen as the 2001 monolith is present on ground zero in the form of the Millennium Hilton Hotel, which was intentionally built
you
to
look
mimic the 2000.
And you can look it up. That Millennium Hotel was intentionally built to mimic the monolith in Space Odyssey, because I think it's a Hilton hotel, but it said the builder was a big fan of Space Odyssey.
2001 monolith, the movie screen. Humanity's mass tuning into the 9/11 event was the collective touching of the monolith, where enslaved minds in mass began rejecting the narrative of their controllers. To tune in to 9/11 was to touch the screen and finally see the illusion opening the portal of transcendence. As Marty opens this portal during the 9/11 scene splice amalgamation, he makes contact with the illusion by touching film via the film booth at the exact moment the portal opens. Then by touching film via the movie theater at the exact moment the portal opens. Again, to open the portal, Marty must touch film via the movie screen at the exact moment the portal opens, touching the screen, dispelling the illusion, opening the portal while enacting the 9/11 archetype. To touch the screen, finally becoming the creator of the fabricated images, relinquishes the monopolization of its power, removing the smoke from the screen and arming the awakened with skepticism. This film-instigated ascension is the same as the 9/11 ascension, a message that discredits the medium which carries it.
Fair use, fair use. All right, so that looks
that's
like
the end of it.
That's it. Yeah, very interesting there.
Yeah, bro, it's crazy all the stuff they put in movies and entertainment and stuff, bro. Like they really have this stuff, like really a lot. At least I would say 75% of the events that happen in the world, I feel, are scripted. Because
I mean, occultism is all about putting things in plain sight.
Right. Even back in high school, bro, I remember we were doing World War II and AP US history, bro. And my teacher was like, yeah, the president had an idea that the Japanese were gonna attack Pearl Harbor.
Yeah,
he had an idea.
We were in the same AP US history class, weren't we, in 11th grade?
I think I had a different block. I don't think we had the same exact
Who'd you
class.
have? Who was your teacher?
I had Cooper. Mr.
Yeah,
Cooper.
I had Cooper too. Yeah, Mr. Cooper.
Okay,
Yeah,
but
they
maybe we were in
knew
the same
Pearl
class.
Harbor was gonna happen. They had advanced warnings.
Yeah,
Right,
none of we did. In the British were the ones who actually had foreknowledge of it, because they knew how to interpret or decipher the Chinese code on the radars and shit, or Japanese code on the radars and shit. And we were basically in a pissing match with the British at the time, so they didn't share
the information
between each other about the attack on Pearl Harbor, which, you know, basically started the war essentially, or
But
involved.
yeah, so my teacher, he told me, so there was actually a raid. So the route that the Japanese planes took to come to Pearl Harbor. So first of all, the morning of the attack, they found, I think, 2 Japanese submarines off the coast of like literally a few miles out from Pearl Harbor. They saw one Japanese submarine. I believe they sank another one. And then my teacher told me that there was a radio monitoring station, and the captain of that radio monitoring station gave everyone the day off that morning.
Right.
Because I believe it was a Sunday morning as well. So he gave everyone that day off. And so there was no one there when at the radio monitoring station when the planes came to attack Pearl Harbor. And had there been people at the radio monitoring station, they would have had at least like 15 to 20 minutes to get things ready for the attack. And there's even sources that say FDR himself knew the Japanese were going to attack, but didn't do anything because, and it makes sense, because if you look, if you read the newspapers and look at the American public consensus at the time, Americans did not want to go to war, especially a war that didn't involve them.
Right.
So the only way to get Americans to want to fight would be an attack. Exactly.
Yeah, the same thing happened in World War I with Archduke Ferdinand. They allowed him to be assassinated.
Yeah, for sure.
Shout out to
And
Cyrus.
what do you guys think about all the presidents being related by blood?
Yeah, to what is it, Henry the Third or some shit?
Yeah, the Prince of England. That's crazy, bro.
Even
Yeah.
44.
I think it's
And
all
an
but
eighth grade-
one. I
It
think
was
it's
like
all
an
but
eighth
one.
grade girl. Oh, it's all but one.
All but one president.
all but
I
one.
think
But
is
even
Taft the only one who's not? I don't know. I
I
forget.
can't remember off the top of my head, but I have a book. That go ahead and it proves it by blood.
No, no. There's a girl who there's some like
Yeah,
little
like
girl who fucking broke.
yeah, an eighth grade girl did her like history project on
Yeah,
it,
yeah.
and it's
She
crazy.
did like a family tree type shit and broke it down. And they all have ties to Freemasonry, Knights Templar, all that shit. But
Right.
shout out to Cyrus Cherry with the $10 super trap. He says, "Look, your caller nor you can believe this nonsense, dude. I could use anything to make my point. Even you said the clock is right twice a day. When I said Queen Mary knew her brother would die, Bloody Mary."
Oh, say less.
I mean, I don't know. This stuff definitely has some credence to it for sure.
I mean, Cyrus, you got to look at things like it's a murder, bro. Like no
Yeah.
one was there besides the person who killed the person and the person who died. So you got to look at the evidence and the supporting evidence to give you a picture of what happened that day or what happened in general, and even eyewitness reports, which sometimes can be unreliable, which is why it's nice to have multiple eyewitness reports. But that's how I don't want to say I pride myself, but that's how I like to look at things. Like if I'm trying to solve a murder, because a lot of the times you're not going to be there when things go down. Like they say, the revolution won't be televised, you know?
Yeah.
So,
In the comments, they say if you watch Back to the Future 1 right at the very end, when Marty wakes up out of bed just before he meets the doc and goes to the future, the clock says 10:28, the exact time the Twin Tower collapsed.
that's crazy. I didn't know that.
Yeah. So I mean, there's obviously predictive programming in Hollywood for sure. Like there's pretty much no denying it. Especially with the imagery, the Masonic imagery, all that kind of stuff. I mean, there's no fucking way that it's a coincidence that they just keep throwing in pyramids and satanic imagery and the compass and all that shit. Like they you see what I'm saying? Like Hollywood is obsessed with this imagery for a reason.
Using Jesus' name as a cuss word, bro. They'll never say, oh Buddha or oh Muhammad or oh Krishna.
Yeah.
These folks know what they're doing, man.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, that's the only thing I be getting upset about Christianity is that they can belittle and trample on Christianity, but you can't do that to no other religion.
Yeah.
I mean that's the point though. Like that's how merciful Christ is. Like he literally said, you can blaspheme my name and I'll still forgive you. Because it's like,
but don't blaspheme the Holy Spirit though.
Yeah, don't blaspheme the Holy Spirit. Like, and blasphemy of the Holy Spirit, literally it'd be Christians who do it. So blasphemy of the Holy Spirit is like when Jesus was casting out demons and prophesying, and the Pharisees would come up to him and be like, "Oh, he's doing all that through the power of Satan." That's blaspheming the Holy Spirit, and usually only believers do that, because that'd be like when I go to the church and be like, the Bible says the earth is flat surrounded by a dome. Niggas be like, "Oh, you're possessed of Satan." Like,
right?
I'd be like, "Okay,
yeah."
all right.
Damn, that nigga AlphaZo dropped again. But obviously everybody take this with a grain of salt. Do your own research, look into it yourself.
Own research. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yo, I'm back.
Yo.
Yeah.
I was saying when the Pharisees were talking about Jesus and he was talking about he was saying that Satan's kingdom can't begot Satan's kingdom, basically saying that Satan can't cast out Satan, when they were saying, why are you doing miracles on the Sabbath day?
Right.
And then going back, I think you were saying something earlier about them putting one. I forgot what you said earlier, but all I was gonna say was the unsubconscious mind sees everything. The subconscious mind hears everything. So as long as you put something out there, even if we don't see it, it already goes into our brain, and we take a mental note of it.
Right, bro. That's something I want, bro. I was wondering. I was like, bro, why do I love thick bitches with ass and titties and stuff, bro? if you literally go back and watch Cartoon Network through the 90s,
Oh yeah, for
to like
sure.
like early 2008, bro. Literally, all the moms, all the women, even random
Dexter's
people in the back
mom.
will be thick.
Oh
Bro,
man, Dexter's
Dexter's
mom had me dunked
mom,
on.
bro.
And
Bro.
and guess who's behind the Roger Rabbit movie as well? I'm pretty sure that was directed by Robert Zemeckis as well.
Oh yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. I bet that
Yeah.
movie has some crazy stuff in it.
Yeah, when you study
Yeah, I
predictive
mean,
programming and brainwashing, you'll see that all it really takes is you seeing something once. So imagine how we've
Right.
seen these cartoons over and over and over again.
Yeah.
When
Especially
you
as a
hear
child,
songs
bro.
over and over and over again.
Yeah,
Right. And that's
he directed Who Framed Roger Rabbit, and there was a scene in Who Framed Roger Rabbit where like they were basically watching fucking porn on the TV or some shit like that. I don't know if you
yeah.
guys seen that clip before, but yeah,
Dude, Jessica Rabbit was basically a porn star, bro. She was
yeah,
Kim K before Kim K, really.
yeah,
Like
essentially,
I heard about that movie because niggas was bricked up about Jessica Rabbit and not because it was
yeah,
a good movie.
yeah. Cyrus Cherry with the $10 super trap. He says, "Dude, it may be something there, and I'm being generous saying this, but you know, everyone in Hollywood does shrooms. I'll be predicting the future in due time." Nah, bro. I mean, it can't be a coincidence that there's like universal imagery, acknowledgement, depiction of certain symbols, especially when it comes to satanic imagery, satanic symbols, the Eye of Horus, all this shit. Like, I mean, guys, I mean, you got to acknowledge that you see these symbols throughout all of television.
Yeah, Cyrus Cherry, I won't say what they're saying is false. I understand what you're saying because there are books that have been written about shrooms and different psychedelics bringing
Yeah.
out the creative nature
Yeah,
in
for
those
sure.
individuals. But you can't say that. You can't say you can't say that.
Cyrus, what I want you to understand is that there's a heavy spiritual aspect to these things, bro. Like,
Oh yeah.
if you look it up, the Nazis were into the occult. I forgot what
Oh yeah, for
Nazi.
sure.
It was one of the top Nazis who said it, but he was like, "We didn't come up with this technology. We got this technology from the other realms, like the things we were in contact with." So like I don't. You don't have to believe in the Bible. You don't have to believe in any holy book or religious book to know that there is a realm that we cannot physically touch or see that affects our world as if it could touch and see this world. And that there are people who dabble in these things and people who understand that they can receive certain powers and gifts from these things. And
yeah, they're doing. Why do you think they have the Large Hadron Collider and they're fucking doing fucking mock sacrifices in front of the statue of Shiva? I mean, there's a reason why they do
the
that. They're
Super
not
Bowl.
just
Why you
fucking
think
around.
everyone
Not a
says
joke.
these Super Bowl halftime shows or rituals and stuff like that? Like,
Yeah.
and you look at it and the symbology and stuff is, even Beyonce came out and said it. Beyonce came out and said, she was like, when I'm on stage, it's not me. I get
It's
possessed
Sasha
by
Fierce.
something
Yep.
called Sasha Fierce. Exactly. And she literally said, she was like, it's not me. I'm not there.
Nicki Minaj too. Roman.
Yeah,
Oh
Roman.
yeah,
Rage and all
Roman.
this
Yeah,
shit.
Cyrus, man.
Yeah.
Only 3 things I gotta tell you, bro. Reverse engineering. Look up Project Paperclip and CERN.
Yeah, and it's MK Ultra. I mean, look at fucking Asian Doll now.
Yeah,
Is that
butterfly
not Asian
programming.
Doll? Not Asian Doll,
Bro,
but
look at Lil Nas, bro.
yeah, well, yeah, Lil Nas is kind of.
I seen that thing you put on there earlier,
Yeah,
man. I was
yeah.
like, dang, bro, they got that man bad.
But what's her name? I just like fucking something.
Oh, Doja
Cat.
Cat,
Yeah,
bro.
Doja Cat.
Yeah.
She's completely being handled right now. Like she has
100%.
handlers.
Yeah,
Like, Doja Cat is
did you also
fucking
see
tweaking out.
was it Katy Perry or that one girl who had a malfunction on TV just a few days ago?
Oh yeah, her eye. Yeah, Katy Perry's eye bugged out.
Yeah, she had like a malfunction.
Yeah, I mean Doja.
She put it on Instagram. She did a trick.
Yeah, if you've been studying Doja Cat for the past couple of years, bro, you will see that she's an industry plant. She was put out there to do all of that.
Right.
She shaved her eyebrows off. I mean, it's a little creepy, but I do want to show this clip where her handlers, she was talking to somebody, and then her handlers end up just like kind of yanking her away. Let me see. What's that nigga's name?
I mean, I've been knew she was going through it when she shaved her whole head bald and she
Y'all watch that
basically
nigga?
exposed
The
her body
truth
parts and
is.
stuff.
No,
Yeah.
I'll check him out after this stuff.
Then nigga be like, "Hey guys, I hope all is well." Hey, I fuck with this nigga though. I try to DM him. He don't answer his fucking DMs. But Doja Cat just had a Freemason Halloween party. Literally.
Oh
like,
yeah, her
in
cake. I saw a
plain
picture
sight.
of her cake.
Yeah, let's watch this shit real
All the
quick.
way back to the Egyptian times, as the Egyptians would shave their eyebrows off whenever their pet cats would pass away. To me, it made perfect sense as Doja Cat often showed pagan Egyptian imagery in her videos. In the podcast episode, we also spoke about Doja Cat's recent strange appearance since she shaved her eyebrows off.
Look at this
We
bitch.
spoke about her strange reaction during an interview at an event she was attending. Doja clearly appeared out of it, and then strangely, we saw Doja's handlers grab Doja in the middle of her talking and pull her away. Like I said in the podcast episode, it appeared to me that Doja might have been MK Ultra. By taking just one good look at her, you can see something is not right. Doja appears like a completely different person than when she first entered the music industry. You can see it on her face. There's a lost look in her eye. The reason we're talking about Doja today is because her birthday just passed and Doja hosted a party. This party wasn't just any party either. It was an Eyes Wide Shut themed party. Openly, Doja hosted a ritual party where she and her guests were seen wearing lingerie and ball masks. The mask Doja Cat was wearing was the same mask that the female character who gets sacrificed wore in the movie's Eyes Wide Shut. All the celebrities attended the party wearing masks to cover their faces while they enjoy their nights of rituals and sin. We know exactly what happens at these parties. All these celebrities go into rooms and perform occultic rituals and engage in sins that they wouldn't want the world to know about. Open as day, they're showing the world exactly what we have been talking about on this channel for months. On top of this,
look at the cake. 27 Club. I mean, come on, Cyrus.
And then they had whatchamacallit?
Dude.
I remember
All
this
seeing
happened.
eye.
Because she put the picture of her topless on there, and niggas was on Twitter like, "Oh my God, Doja Cat titties," and it's like,
It was
no,
on
nigga, she
IG
had
too, and nobody banned it,
Illuminati
nobody
party.
blocked it out. Like, I don't understand how these women can put up, their bare bodies on online.
They can literally just put their fucking pussies online and it's
100%.
all art. It's art. It's considered art. But if I pull out my swinging dick online, they're gonna fucking ban me. Shout out to Cyrus Cherry with the $20 super trap. He says, "I respect you boys. I'm running out of money. Just look up ISD, aliens, God, the future, the past. I'll explain. I'm going on a trip this weekend. Maybe I can figure out where Sneako's from." I'm sorry, Gen Z. I know that's your boy. That's hilarious.
Oh, say less.
Yeah, nah, but you don't have to send money to chat. You could join the stream or whatnot. Or
Hey, Cyrus, man, we vibe with you, man. We vibe.
Yeah, we fuck with you, Cyrus. But I mean, come on, Cyrus, you can't deny this shit. I mean, they're literally having a fucking Illuminati party in Hollywood with all the Hollywood stars. You see Winnie the fucking Pooh, the vitiligo bitch and shit. And like niggas are fucking her like she's a bad bitch or some shit like that. And I'm just like, okay, yeah, I guess you could say it's a certain type of beauty, but it's just like, bro, the bitch looks like Bambi. And I mean, I'm not saying she shouldn't be accepted, but it's like they're trying to make this like as a form of beauty and shit.
No, they are, bro. What they're doing, bro, with Doja is, bro, they're getting like these mixed black girls, bro, like either mixed black girls or like the light skinned black girls. And because like there's been this like weird, or not weird, but this small portion of like the female black community that's like quirky and like nerdy and into like weird stuff, like, or not even weird stuff,
black
just like
girls.
into like
for sure.
into like anime and like more things like that. And they've been kind of like,
and witchcraft.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
There's a lot of witches on TikTok, and their shit is booming. Like, they don't get shadow banned. They're doing open rituals and spells and rites on TikTok and telling people to chant incantations and type certain things into the chat.
Remember,
I mean, it's fucking
Azalea Banks.
Azalea Banks,
She showed her closet that she sacrificed chickens in. It was bloody, and she was like, "I sacrificed chickens in here."
Yeah, I did see
she
that.
practiced Santeria. Yeah,
right.
Both of y'all hit it on the nail right on the head.
Kevin Gates speaks about doing rituals and teaching his daughter how to cast spells. I mean, his daughter even said openly on a live stream, on an Instagram live stream, that she casts spells on her little brother.
I believe it. That man
that
probably
goes into
peed
what
in
we
your
were
little
talking
girl
about,
mouth.
passing
That
on the
nasty ass
generational
nigga.
curses and passing on the generational
The sins of the
wickedness.
father. Yep.
Right.
Exactly.
Right.
Doja's birthday cake had some very interesting symbols on it. As you can see, Doja's birthday cake had the Masonic all-seeing eye and the Masonic square and compass on it. Openly, Doja is showing her Masonic alliance, putting Masonic...
Yeah, I mean, there's no way that you can deny that. I mean, come on.
And then like,
Yeah,
and then
Cherry, what you think about that,
Masons,
man?
bro, Masons don't play that shit, bro. Like I've spoken to Masons. I've been to a lodge before, like just because I had to change a guy's tire and I spoke with them. And they, bro, you think like Bloods and shit play with that false claim and shit, bro? Masons do not play with that false claim and shit, bro. Like it's for real, like a brotherhood to them. Like they take this shit like family, like on the level where like if a Mason isn't like nigga, if I was a Mason, I could move to fucking like Utah or some shit. Like you can
You'll be
move
good.
anywhere. You literally just find the lodge. Literally
Yeah.
just find the lodge and you're good. They set you up. Like
Ask some
so
niggas,
they,
are you a traveling man?
exactly. I think they even changed it now. I think it's like they'd be like, are you seeking the light, or like are you
Yeah.
a
I
follower
ain't want
of
to
the
say it,
path
but
or
yeah.
some shit.
They also
Yeah,
say,
like
Are you enlightened?
to be one, ask one. To be
right.
one, ask one.
Like and that's the level they on, where like they got code words to like, okay,
Yeah.
yeah, you in the know. So like that falls, like they would probably, if she wasn't like aligned with them, they probably like kill her or some shit. Like they don't play that. So like yeah, she definitely in there.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean,
Well, what a lot of
the
these
truth
elites
is
do,
thinks that she's gonna be the next Hollywood sacrifice. Like, what do y'all think about that? Like, he thinks that she's gonna be the next one to go, probably like drug overdose or some shit like that, where they can just
I
say,
could see that.
"Oh well, Doja Cat was a sacrifice," and I think, if I'm not she actually turned 27, and you know that there's a thing about the 27 club, so
the
who knows?
numerology.
Yeah,
Right.
like a whole
Yeah, they
bunch
could just
of
say,
different artists died at 27 and shit.
nah, they could 100% kill her and be like, y'all seen her going crazy.
Yeah, yeah, easily.
Symbols
Right.
all over her birthday cake. While researching the situation, I discovered a pattern of signs that led me to believe something very sinister might happen to Doja in the near future. Like we spoke about at the beginning of this, Doja Cat shaved her eyebrows off about 2 months ago on her live stream. Like I explained, the Egyptians would shave their eyebrows off when their cats would pass away. Knowing that her name
That's
is
crazy.
Doja Cat, and then Doja
Yeah.
often showing Egyptian imagery in her music videos, it's clear that Doja is representing herself as the cat goddess Bastia. Then if we look at Doja's recent appearance, you would notice clear as day signs that Doja doesn't seem to be in good health. Now combine this with the imagery in the Eyes Wide Shut theme party, it paints a clear picture that Doja sadly might be the industry's next offering. In Doja's recent party, she came dressed like this character from the movie Eyes Wide Shut. Doja is wearing the exact outfit to the T. The character that Doja Cat is dressed like is the woman that ends up sacrificed in the movie. I looked into the mask that Doja had on, and it's called a Volto mask. And strangely enough, Volto in Latin translates to ghost. To make things even more strange, Doja just so happened to turn 27 and decided to celebrate it with an Eyes Wide Shut themed party. We already know about the infamous 27 Club, and we know how occultists love doing ritual offerings during the fall. I hope I'm wrong.
And she just got like exposed for like trying to slide into niggas DMs or shit from Stranger Things. And that was really embarrassing for her. And that's like right after that, she fucking cut her eyebrows off. So very, very disturbing things going on with your girl Doja Cat. And I actually have the video where she was being pulled away from that interview here, and it's, I mean, she doesn't
remember,
look,
I've been
she
seeing
doesn't
these
look
videos
well.
by her for like a year now. She been tweaking.
Yeah. She doesn't look well, and she started like being an internet troll, like trolling black men. She was a divester.
She used to troll black women. She used to call black women the most atrocious things.
Yeah. She's a certified divester. I mean, she talked shit about the black community before on these white supremacist quote unquote live streams and whatnot. So she's definitely a public. Shout out to Cyrus Cherry with $20 super trap. He says, "Till my last dime, I rock with you, Jen. But my mom, a Eastern Star, and she was so secretive about that. She's a good woman, but I used to ask, what was she hiding from me? Our poverty." Oh, that's funny. But yeah, let's look at this video of Doja Cat kind of tweaking out.
and let's check this shit out because it is very weird, honestly.
Hey, how you doing today?
Good.
What's your name and where you from?
My name's Amala, and I'm from California.
Okay,
Amala, and she's from California.
Callie's definitely in the house. Stop playing with her. We see your look. Can you describe it for us today?
So this is head to toe Balenciaga. I have Pencanessi
Okay.
as the jewelry, and then
Okay.
I don't know. Brett would know.
Okay.
I have parts of 4 on my hands, and then this is Balenciaga.
Oh my God, amazing, amazing.
And then for my grills, I had alligator Jesus do fangs for me, but one fell out.
Okay, stop playing with her. If you give anybody a styling tip, what would it be?
Have fun. Act boring.
Okay.
I don't know.
Oh, that's fine. What's your favorite meal?
Sorry?
What's your favorite meal?
Lobster.
Ooh, and what's your zodiac sign?
Favorite what?
Your zodiac sign.
Libra.
Libra, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate you.
I love you.
Thank you.
I mean,
You can
I
tell
don't
she
know.
under my control.
Yeah. Somebody said, "Oh, she said Amala instead of Doja." Why they immediately pull her away when asked about the zodiac sign? Something's wrong. I hope she's okay. Her gaze worried me.
So I think they probably pulled her away on the zodiac sign because she probably has trigger words, and it probably has something to do with her zodiac, especially with the Egyptian connection.
yeah, I mean, there are trigger words for sure.
Yeah, they don't want her to freak and her head starts spinning, her eye starts twitching.
Right. And then I don't even know her saying like she's a mala or whatever. Like she might have been like real straight up possessed by a spirit, bro, because that didn't seem like I've seen her joke around and stuff. That didn't seem like her joking. But
That
I
didn't
mean,
seem
maybe
like
she
her
was.
at all. When you actually listen to her
Right.
talk and stuff like that, she's a completely different person. But then
Right.
again, with all this magic and black occultism that they practice, they turn into empty mediums.
Right. It's like that one when Jesus cast the demons out of that one guy, Legion. I honestly believe they have multiple spirits like
They
inhabiting their
do.
body.
When he said that we are legion, we are many.
Yeah.
They have
So
many
like
inside of them.
she might have a mala up in there, Kamala up in there. So she might have a few spirits.
Hold on, but
up
who
in
the
there for
fuck is
real.
Amala? Is that like her first name or?
It's probably the name of the demon. Because
Hold on,
every
let me
demon
make
has a
sure her
name.
name.
Yeah, every demon has a name.
Yeah, for sure. Let me make sure her name.
Yeah, a few months
Amala.
ago they had this little
Okay,
thing on
so yeah, her
TikTok.
name is Amala Ratna.
Yeah, a few months ago on TikTok they had this little phase to where they were talking about how to summon demons and stuff like that. All the little witches and occultists were talking about it.
Yeah, that is true.
Okay, bet she is
well,
a
yeah,
mala then. That's
yeah.
tight.
I mean, she doesn't look well.
Not at
Especially
all,
with
bro.
the eyebrow shit. But
I mean, she hasn't looked well
said-
for a minute. She chopped off all her head, shaved everything. I remember she had the surgery on her throat. She said she wasn't gonna be able to sing the same anymore.
Yeah,
that's just the trend, bro. I don't know why they want black women to hate their hair so bad, bro. Why can't black women just leave their hair alone, bro? Why can't they have a black celebrity just leave their hair alone
and just
like,
grow it out.
Right.
I think Amara Del Negra like kind of grew out like a poofy fro or something like that. She's pretty hot. I think she's Brazilian though, but like a Afro Latino.
Well, the big chop represents freedom. The big chop
Right.
represents losing all
Masculinity.
attachment, not letting anybody control you and stuff like that. Quote unquote, that's what they believe. There's a lot of
makes them
symbolism with your
masculine.
hair
Yeah.
because your hair represents your
Just
hair
watch how
represents
they pull her
recovery.
away though.
All right, bet. Yeah, the Bible says the hair is the
Sorry?
glory.
What's your favorite
Yeah.
meal?
Lobster.
Ooh, and what's your zodiac sign?
What's her zodiac sign? They said, oh, that's up. That hold up.
Ooh, and what's your zodiac sign?
Favorite what?
Your zodiac sign.
Libra.
Libra,
Oh
thank you
yeah,
so much for
you
your
see
time.
it.
Appreciate
I
you.
love you.
Look at her eyes, bro.
Yeah.
It
Favorite
looked like
what?
she was about to like transfer, like grab the hell
Yeah,
out
what
of
were
her.
you saying about the hair?
The scriptures say that like the hair is the glory of a woman.
Yeah.
Like women should have long hair.
Yeah.
They should
for
have long
sure.
hair. It's like it's a hedge of protection and everything like that. So
Yeah.
with them chopping their hair off, it's more so rebellion, representing losing attachment, representing that they don't want the covering of a man, they don't want the covering of the Most High.
Bro, all
Right.
3 of them grabbed her, bro.
Yeah. I mean, come on. I mean,
Hold
they
on,
could
I'm
have just
trying to
said,
see.
"Come on, Doja, let's go."
Right.
But that's
You
why
know?
I agree with what you were saying about them asking about the zodiac, that word or whatever it may have been. It probably would have triggered her.
Libra. Look how she answered the
And
Libra.
then she's probably not herself as well. She's probably not. It's probably another entity. She probably may not be herself. So they don't want her to give that away, especially the way what cameras are nowadays.
Bro, you know what it seems like? It's like Get Out, bro. It's like the real her is there and sees what's going on, but like can only control her body so much, it feels. Because look at her eyes, where she genuinely looks like scared, like help.
Would
Her
you
eyes
fuck
are
her?
literally like help. Nah, bro.
I've never been attracted to her. I've never been attracted to her.
In her current state, nah. When she dropped that,
she looked like a drug
video,
addict.
yes.
She looks like a drug addict.
When have y'all
Right.
seen have y'all heard the Pussy Talk song? Man, that Pussy Talk, Diamonds, with the City Girls. I ain't gonna lie, she was bad as fuck in that one.
Bro,
yeah, but
Doja
she don't
was
look the
bad,
same
bro.
no more, bro. She look like a drug
No,
addict.
she don't. Yeah, she do.
Yeah,
I don't know if
you can you
she
pull up a
said
picture
pussy
of her
talented
like 2-3 years
and
ago?
do cartwheels. You said what?
Can you pull up a picture of her from 2-3 years ago? Like do it
When
before and after, because I think the streamers only seeing the now. They're not seeing how she used to look.
Yeah.
I would believe she's a girl because they the way they doing her. But like a lot of these celebrities is trans, bro.
Whoa.
Bro,
Like
Sandra Bullock, bro. Do you know
way.
do you know what Bullock means?
Bullock?
Like
Bullock,
a bull?
Do you know what that means? It means castrated bull. And then one of her first big roles, she played she was in like a transgender like drag show, and she played the Statue of Liberty, and the Statue of Liberty is a transgender female, a male to female, because the Statue of Liberty represents, I believe, Janus, which is like I think it's a Greek god that has both genitalia.
Yeah, that's the her I
believe.
used to know. That's the her that I used to know when
She was
first
even
came out.
badder than that. Go back even further, bro. She was, just look her up in that Moo video, bro. I think she was bad in that Moo video.
Like you. That shit.
Yeah, the way she
the
look right now, bro, she
Unocal,
look like a drug addict, bro, and that's
straight up.
attractive.
She looked like
I don't
someone
know.
I'll literally see downtown Phoenix at a bus
I like
stop.
her in the Pussy Talk video. She was pretty fucking
Look that
hot.
up. Yeah, look that one up then.
Yeah, I got it.
But nah, because
she
bro,
really
a lot
killed
of
the
these
City Girls.
celebs, bro, are undercover, bro. It's actually like Megan Thee Stallion, bro. That's a whole man, bro.
Nah.
I think so, bro. That bitch hands, her neck.
I mean, she's large because like her parents.
I know large women, bro.
Nah, but look at how voluptuous she is. Like, and she's still like soft like a woman, it seems.
I can see it.
I don't fucking know. But
I don't trust none of these celebrities unless I'm around them. Yeah, she is bad in this one though. Jeez Louise.
Yeah. She looked crazy as fuck in this one.
But now that's how they do it, bro. They built her fan base up because it's all about the energy, bro. They're gonna get so much energy from whatever
Yeah,
they
but you
decide
see
to
how
do
quick
with
they
her.
get burnt out and tweaked out. Like it'd be crazy, bro. Like they don't even hit the wall at 30 no more.
Because
They
they
hit the wall at
begin,
25.
bro. They really begin ran through, bro. I fully believe these small. Well, I mean, they do sex magic and sex rituals like 100%. Like,
well,
these
at the
niggas are
Hollywood
weird.
parties,
yeah, and that burns up their life force. Their life force gets burnt
Exactly.
up, and they age like twice as fast.
Right. Look at Madonna, bro. Madonna's struggling.
Yeah, Madonna looks like a fucking. Ugh.
Yeah, I don't have no proof, but y'all been hearing about the rumors about her.
Oh, I know Madonna be on some nasty stuff. What's the rumors though?
They saying that I gotta go do my research. I don't like speaking on stuff I haven't did my fact checking on, but you know, on top of all the sex magic and stuff, they're talking about, you know, basically Transformer type vibes.
I mean,
that's crazy.
she's got a botched ass BBL.
Right.
I mean, it's fucked out here. I wouldn't go as far to put the Transformer on these hoes, but I mean, I don't remember a time where I thought Madonna.
And then
was
you know, in the industry they say you gotta smash that to get through the door.
Oh yeah, you gotta do some Yeah, you got to
Oh
do
yeah.
some like depraved
Oh
stuff.
yeah,
Like,
she definitely
I
fucked
know she has,
somebody.
cause she bro, the way she trying to keep up with these young girls, bro, I know she done did whatever it takes.
Yeah, and
But it's
she's
like
not.
she
Yeah.
looks so bad, bro. It's like who would want to do a sex ritual with her? Like real shit.
Bro,
Like
a lot of them do. Like I said, she's a gatekeeper. You got to go through
they
that
probably
to,
will.
you know what I'm saying?
No, I mean like
Allegedly,
the
allegedly
people who are
Drake and a few
actually
others.
the people who are doling out power. Like I'm
Mm-hmm.
sure Madonna's like in a position where like the way you can see her on social media still trying to keep up tells me that she's in a position she's not comfortable in. So
Mm.
it's like she's
I would
still
say
kind
she's
of
very
grinding.
comfortable because
Well,
she's a gatekeeper.
I think she's losing it. I think she's losing it
Right,
because like people don't find her attractive anymore. Like back in the day when she was
right.
like doing all the quote unquote risque photo shoots and all that shit. I mean, yeah, like it was slutty and some people were quote unquote repulsed by it. But the reality is like mostly she was still, you know, attractive to men. They were
Right.
just like, oh yeah, like, you know, she's the smut bucket, nobody's gonna take her seriously. But she was still relatively attractive to men. The
I don't
problem
even
now
think
is
she
that,
bad right there, bro. What the hell?
well, I mean, you know, for back in the day, like guys would, I mean, especially white guys, they'd definitely say that she was hot or whatever.
Yeah, they
um
probably would.
I don't know if this is her too, but this is actually a better picture of her. I guess this is her. I don't know. They're saying it's a young Madonna.
But they also got like body doubles, and I believe 100% they clone people. I don't know who the clones are, but
I don't know about
you
all
can
that
look it
now.
up. No, look it up, bro. And it was either Bill Clinton or George W. Bush, and they made. I'll have to find the video, but he came. It was like in 2005 or something. But they came out. He was like, I'm lining up with. I forgot what country it was. I think it was Israel or something. But he was like, we're making cloning illegal. He was like, we don't have the technology, but if we did have the technology, we would make it illegal because we can't have people cloning people. So from today forward, cloning is illegal. Like literally, bro, just at random. So I was like,
Mm,
why would you say you don't have the technology and then say it's illegal? Because if you did have the
right,
technology, people would misuse it. It's like
right.
why even bring it up if it's not an issue? So that's why I believe they clone people, because the president came out, and Bill Clinton and George Bush are probably my favorite presidents because they be Freudian slipping so much, bro. Like they are such cowboys, bro. It's so funny. Like
Yeah,
when
and I
Bill
wouldn't even
Clinton,
say that I believe in cloning for sure, but I don't know, and I believe in body doubles for sure when it comes to like performances for certain people, and you know, maybe other things like appearances that they don't necessarily want to go to and they can get away with a body double
yeah,
but as far as like a direct clone, like, hey, okay, you're a clone, we're gonna take this individual and they're not gonna be involved in their own lives anymore. That's where I kind of like to say,
I
oh,
don't think it's
every
like that.
okay.
I think it's more of a like you sign when you sign these record labels and these like I honestly feel like they don't tell, like there's an NDA somewhere with a lot of these contracts, and people literally don't read it and will just sign it. And a lot of the time these so you gotta like realize like a lot of these celebrities don't get signed because like some talent agency found them. Like usually their family was in this shit and knew somebody.
Exactly. Yeah, you're right though.
So
It's
so
fucking
it's like
bullshit.
these companies almost already own these celebrities from the time
Like
their
Adam
children.
22.
Exactly. Yeah, that nigga's a plant, bro. Oh my gosh, bro.
Yeah,
Don't even
for
get me
sure.
started. But yeah, so like so about it, so like when they're signing these contracts, I believe a lot of the times they don't even read them because they believe these entities have their best interests at heart, because up to now they've just been paying the bills and they just had to follow the rules. But the second they are like, hey, I don't want to do some shit like this, they'll pull that clone out on them. Or they'll, so I've heard a story. I don't know how much I believe in this. I have to find the guy. But I think it was the guy who was on the cover of the Nirvana. He was on the cover of a lot of like rock albums, he said. And he said they cloned him and they would use his clone like a voodoo doll, like to torture his ass, like from far away. So like they would like puncture the clone's kidney and then his side will be hurting and shit, type shit like that. So like I don't know how authentic that is, but I think they'll use the clones for like, hey, look, man, if you're out of line, we'll lock your ass up in this room or box or some shit until you want to get right. And then like this nigga can make appearances for you. I mean,
so
I
why
don't
didn't
really
they
know.
clone Kanye?
Honestly, they might have, bro. Like that's what I'm saying. Like Kanye, the reason Kanye, I was just talking about this earlier today. Kanye and Kyrie are allowed. They have handlers. They're being allowed to say what they're saying, and I know it because
I don't think they are.
Kanye is not going any further with the black Hebrew thing than just saying the blacks are Hebrews. He's not giving any proof. He's not giving any evidence. He's not showing how the Jews funded the slave or the
slave trade.
who funded the slave trade, who owned the majority of the slaves in
He's
America.
sparking the match, though.
Where these slaves migrated, because even the Africans will tell you the African tribes sold certain people to the slavers. So some of these people were not native Africans because the Africans knew these people weren't from our land. They just showed up here. So, and in Ghana, I think, look it up, and I think it was in 2018, Ghana, the president of Ghana came out and apologized for selling people to the small hats, I believe. So Kanye's not going any further than that. And then Kyrie's not going any further with the flat earth than just saying, yeah, I think the earth is flat. And what this lets me know is that they're saying very fringe things without offering evidence, so that when they do say something, the mass public will be like, oh, they're just crazy. They're just saying that.
And this is according to the Black Information Network. Ghana to formally apologize for its role in the transatlantic slave trade. An assembly of over 100 delegates from Ghana is set to gather in Kansas City to formally apologize for the nation's role in the transatlantic slave trade. On Wednesday, a special ceremony will be held at the Canadro Underground Railroad in Kansas City, where the delegation will converge with other local and national leaders for a conversation of apology and healing regarding the slave trade. It's time to say what needs to be said to all African diaspora, and we must have the conversation and resolve our action and inaction as rulers of our kingdoms during the transatlantic slave trade, which is deeply regretted, said Nana Abokese Ampa the founder and president of the Obokese University of Excellence per Black Enterprise. According to The Voice, the Obokese Foundation of Ghana aims to reach out to all our displaced brethren of the global diaspora to begin anew and heal from the unmentionable horrors faced by enslaved people. The ceremony is a part of a 2-day event that looks to bridge a long-lasting exchange of trade, tourism, and culture between Kansas City, a UNESCO city of music, and a UNESCO Ghana.
I think that's United Nations, UNESCO.
Okay.
United Nations something.
Okay. The event was a vision of the United Nations Decade of People of African Descent. For more than 150 years, Ghana was a hub for the British slave trade, per The Voice. On the 10 million people believed to be sold, traded, and transported in the transatlantic slave trade, some were captured directly by slave traders in coastal raids, while others were sold by West African and European slave traders.
Notice how they say African diaspora, and then they said the British.
Right. Right.
These folks, bro, you can't so Kanye and Kyrie, I think they still have handlers and they're controlled opposition. One, I know I usually can tell when someone's controlled opposition if they don't give the gospel. Usually, and none of them have given. Kyrie's on this weird, I don't know, this mysticism.
Well, Kanye is doing the church. The church.
Kanye said that in that, I think it was either. It was one.
I think Kanye is a Luciferian. Honestly, I mean, how are you going to bring?
Yeah, he is.
How are you going to bring? What's his name? Fucking Marilyn Manson to the church.
Right.
Come on, dude.
No, he said,
"Hey, Chancellor, I did want to challenge you though. I was gonna say, I'm not saying what you're saying is not true, but you know what they say, the match that burns becomes a trailblazer for many. So the simple fact that they're mentioning these things is going to make people curious, which it has. It's made
No,
people curious to
100%.
the point to where they are looking up
Oh yeah, for sure.
these things. And you
No,
know,
that's the
those type
point.
of people, they don't even like you mentioning these things. So for you to even say stuff like this is what makes me think, like, you know, does he have it out on himself? Does he want himself to get X'd out?
No, I feel that, but the thing is, like, there's a very thin line. I don't even want to know if it's thin, but there's a thin line between like your average person and then your person who's not a statistic. So like your average person is literally gonna hear Kanye and hear Kyrie and be like, okay, they're crazy. Because they've set Kanye up for this since he said George Bush doesn't like black people. And if you look, a lot of a lot of people gave Kanye crap for that, bro. They was just like, oh, dude, he's crazy, blah blah blah. And then Kanye always comes, bro. Kanye was saying
He did the
was
Taylor
putting his
Swift
daughter
thing.
on TikTok. Right, he did the Taylor Swift thing. He said that his wife was putting his daughter on TikTok and he didn't like it, and people were calling him crazy and saying he's sexist and stuff. While
Right.
people know damn well there's pedophiles and stuff on
Oh
TikTok.
yeah,
So
for sure.
Kanye's been set up to where like he can say anything, but the mainstream and your average person is gonna be like, okay, yeah, you're just retarded and anti-Semitic. I'm not even gonna look into what you're listening to. But it goes back to what you said. The match, you know, could be the trailblazer, and that's the thing. He's waking up like God, and this is the thing about God, like why he's so amazing. Like all these niggas are evil and think they're gonna do their own ends, but they're doing the will of God. So like Kanye is gonna wake up who he needs to wake up, the people who are gonna hear this information and actually do their due diligence. But like your average, ordinary, everyday nigga is not. It's a form of witchcraft, like I said, because they gotta let you know something's about to happen in Israel where I honestly couldn't say, but the blacks are gonna something's gonna happen where it's gonna come down to the line where hey, you guys are the true children of Israel. Because it's just been in the media and in the air for too long. These past like 5 years, this black Hebrew thing has just been exploding. So
Yeah.
it's definitely gonna come to a head at one point, where either because you gotta really sit back and think, bro. The Christian church in America supports Israel hard, bro.
Oh yeah, for
Like,
sure.
and
And the thing
because they
is,
think,
the funny thing about that is they don't even believe in Jesus. So it's like,
I was literally gonna say that their holy book, the Talmud, literally says Jesus is in hell burning in excrement.
right.
But they support Israel so heavy. But so when this black Hebrew, bro, have you heard anything from any mainstream Christian church about the black Hebrews?
Hell no.
All you hear, oh, anti-Semitism. Oh yeah, that guy Kanye is being an anti-Semite. If anything, I haven't heard anything from the Christian delegation about what Kanye is saying. And I mean, granted, I don't really pay attention to what they
Yeah.
say, but
And
usually
it's like they're trying to make it seem like, you know, the small hats are the only Semitic people.
exactly. Exactly. And then they won't even break down the term anti-Semitic,
Yeah.
which comes from Shem, who is the
Shemite.
son of
Yeah.
Noah.
Yes.
Exactly. So and the Shemites are a melanated people.
Mm-hmm.
So and then you can even look so the a subsect of the small hats are Ashkenazi.
Right.
And if you look in the scriptures, Japheth, one of his sons was Ashkenaz, and Japheth is a progenitor of the white races.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just like, you know, when you look at these genealogies and then look at what we're being told in the world, something's not adding up.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the Christian church, and this is what I'm saying, this is what the scripture said, Israel will become a stumbling block. Like the Christian church doesn't want to address this because then they have to address their racism. Like, dang, y'all been treating black people pretty effed up for calling yourselves Christians or whatever, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And these are the children of Israel. So it's like it's I really don't know an expression for it, but it's like, bro, if they were to really look at themselves and look at history, bro, it would just be bad. Like they would have to renounce almost everything they've learned and known, you know.
Hmm.
But
Yeah.
I don't know if people aren't humble enough to do that. People are so prideful in their knowledge.
And there's a
you know,
financial incentive as well to,
right,
you know, keep
right,
that hedge money
right,
over this certain, you know, chosen people, correct?
right. But I mean, it's so the chosen, they're cursed. Like the chosen people are cursed. In Deuteronomy
Oh
28
yeah.
because we didn't obey the Lord. And then even bro, you know what? The Pharisees were so bold, bro. Them niggas literally at the crucifixion of Jesus. When Pilate said, "What am I gonna do with him?" Then they said, "Crucify him." Pilate washed his hands and said, "I'm washing his blood off my hands because it's an innocent man. I'm not gonna kill him." The
Mm-hmm.
Pharisees and Sadducees literally said, "Put his blood on our hands and our children's hands."
Right.
That's how hyped up they were, bro. So like, and that's why that's why blacks are cursed, like until you come back into Christ, because it's like niggas eat, like that's why everyone in the world knows what a nigga is, like, and knows like
Yeah.
niggas can't get right. Like, and it's like,
Yeah,
why?
for sure. Mm.
So I mean, it's yeah, dude. So Kanye and Kyrie, I think while they're definitely doing what's needed, I don't think it might be like you're saying though, like maybe they can't say it, or they'll get whacked, you know. Maybe it is.
Well, there was a video of Kanye kind of speaking long form about this, and he wasn't pilled up as he described it. He wasn't on pills, and this will probably be the last thing, and then we'll head out of here. But you know, he had an interview where, I mean, he was speaking with some, you know, it was really good to see him kind of formulate these thoughts and not seem like an arrogant fucking bastard like he was on
Right.
the Piers Morgan interview. But let's watch this.
Demonizing or stereotypical allegations about Jews as such, or the power of Jews as a collective, such as, especially but not exclusively. This sounds like a unethical one. What was that? All right, so it says,
All of the lights, all of the
I was about to say, is
lights.
someone playing All of the Lights?
Right. I mean, imagine. I mean, imagine that you're just walking down the street and people are just randomly playing your song in their car. I mean, that's got to be a certain type of feeling. I mean, no
Honestly,
wonder the
I want to
motherfucker's
see
so
his face.
cocky.
He looked like surprised to hear All of the Lights, honestly.
Yeah, yeah, it did. It did look like he kind of, I don't know. It looked like it was one of those Doja Cat ticks when he heard that
That's what I was
song.
saying. Yeah,
Look
for
at that
real. But
shit.
like,
He went from, who the fuck is that? Them niggas pulling up and finna. It was like, oh shit, them niggas finna do a drive by. Oh, okay, we good. Type look, you know?
right.
all right, so it says, think about it, that sounds like the type wording that's in the contracts, right? Okay, it says, such as, especially but not exclusively, the myth about a world Jewish conspiracy or of Jews controlling the media, economy, government, or other societal institutions.
But isn't that what you said? That Jews run everything?
Yeah, but that actually is considered to be anti-Semitic.
Right.
So I didn't really
And I wouldn't say that the small hats run everything. I just say they run everything important that means anything.
Right.
You know, and there's nothing wrong with saying that. That's just like saying, oh, well, you know, blacks lead in violent crime. There's nothing wrong with saying that. It's a reality. Unfortunately, it is, at least in this country.
realized that it was anti-Semitic to say, hey, you know, I have a Jewish attorney, I have a Jewish record label, I have a Jewish contractor, I have a
Do you
Jewish...
regret your statements?
Are the statements you think you should be walking back? I mean, considering...
What do you mean walking back?
Well, you know, backing up off of them. I mean, the thing is, you've lost a lot of endorsements. People are dropping you. You're getting, you know, vilified. You know, I mean, you might think you're right, but I think, you know, there's a whole world out there that's condemning you for what you said.
Okay, so this right here is a chart of Universal Studios, 20th Century Fox, ABC News, CBS News, Columbia Pictures, Warner Brothers, ESPN Sports.
So he's got to be careful with this. He's got to be careful with this one because if I'm not mistaken, I read the manifesto of damn, what was his name? It's not the Ethan Crumbly guy. It is damn, what the fuck was his name? The guy who did the Buffalo shooting.
Shit. Let me see. I'm gonna just go. Okay. Peyton Gendron, who killed all those black people in Buffalo. I did a breakdown of his manifesto, and he had this same graphic that Kanye is talking about. He had the same graphic in his manifesto.
Sports, Fox News, Washington Post, Metro.
Chance, you cut out there, so if you have anything to say.
What were we talking about right before I cut out?
So he's basically listing off the companies that are owned by the small hats, and it's every media company basically.
That's condemning you for what you said.
Okay, so this right here is a chart of Universal Studios, 20th Century Fox, ABC News, CBS News, Columbia Pictures, Warner Brothers, ESPN Sports, Fox News, Washington Post, Metro Goldwyn Mayer, MTV Music Television, Nickelodeon, USA Today, Wall Street Journal, Comedy Central, NBC Entertainment, Google. What else do we have? Disney, ABC Kids and Family, YouTube, Los Angeles Times, Discovery Network, Paramount Pictures, Facebook, Huffington Post, Yahoo, Marvel, Hulu.
I mean, they got the whole game sewed the fuck up.
Right.
I mean, it's brilliant.
It'd be like if black people got mad when they were like, if someone was like, well, you guys make up a majority of the professional athletes.
Yes, exactly. It's the same exact thing. Absolutely.
But the only
go ahead.
Only difference would be is the athletes don't go back into their communities and help. Really.
Yeah, exactly. That's literally the difference. That's the difference. And the reason why there's a reason why they don't do that too.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Maybe it's because there's pressure not to do it. Maybe it's because there's pressure from the black community where you get killed in your own hood. It's multiple different factors. It could be that, they might be too dumb. You know what I'm saying? Like there's certain demographic that's just too dumb to do that or don't have any interest in doing that. I mean, there's so many different factors, but ultimately I think it comes down to the influence of the media that is molding the minds of these individuals.
Right.
Yeah.
Touchstone, Associated Press, Pixar, Miramax, HBO, New York Post, Lucas Arts, MSNBC, DreamWorks.
It's basically a monopoly.
Yeah, I mean, it absolutely is. I mean, and in the early 20th century, we allegedly broke up the monopolies on the railroads and with the Rothschild and all this shit. And allegedly they were broken up, but they were never broken up. They were just dispersed into multiple different companies, and the
shell
influence, exactly. The influence was dispersed among political pundits, lobbies, and all this shit. So it's just like, dude, I mean, come on, you can't just deny the fact that these motherfuckers are on they motherfucking shit.
Skipped over maybe about 5 of them because it was just unclear on this list. The red are the executives that are Jewish.
God.
At these companies.
Do you think they stuck together when they heard what you said? Was that what happened?
Bro, and I love how the reporters never address the issue at hand. Right.
Yeah.
Right. It's always okay. Let me segue.
Right. It's like, do you think they stuck together? Nigga, do you think
look.
they stuck together? Fuck. I mean,
it's like, nigga, look at this picture. What do you think?
I mean, they had a sweeping cancellation of this man, and it's just like, what the fuck? You
a whole bank, bro. When the last time a whole bank said, and he had billions in there, bro.
Well, he had millions. He didn't have. I don't think he ever had billions liquid.
Oh, well, still.
But yeah, he had like 140.
Operate.
Yeah, 140 million. And when does a bank not want to take your money and lend it out? I mean, that's all they're doing. Right. They're taking your money and lending it out. So, like, the fact that they're saying, hell no, we don't want to take $140 million of your money and lend it out and, give you a 0.001% interest rate back annually. And we're just killing it with your money. Of course we don't want to do that. I mean, that's bullshit.
Right.
Hey, I've had experiences where it felt like I was being teamed up on, and I didn't realize that that term would be considered to be anti-Semitic. So I had a mediation with Adidas today, and I think Adidas felt like because everyone else was ganging up on me that they had the right to just take my designs, and I feel like right now I feel like that.
And Adidas is trying to steal his intellectual property and sell the sneakers that he designed without including him in the financial aspect of it. Basically,
they've been doing that, bro. They dropped some, bro. All their shoes look like Yeezys, bro.
That's fucking illegal.
Yeah,
it's illegal. But you know what? He'll never get justice because the individuals that he, fucking offended are in the legal system. They're in the court system. They're the lawyers he's going to have to hire. They're the defense attorneys that are going to be, and
even if they, the thing is, like, even if they weren't in those legal systems, the way people in America want fame, like, and they could just be like, hey, I'll put you on a pilot of a TV show. Get anything you want, bro. Like, ridiculous.
Yeah, and then look at George Floyd's, what is it, baby mama or some shit, suing the nigga Kanye. Like, bitch, get the fuck out of here.
He paid them like $2 million.
Yeah, he did.
So
and they want more. They're fucking greedy. It's bullshit.
Smells like a ER to me.
Yeah, should have had them sign a fucking season to 6 and an NDA or some shit.
Right.
That was in Christianity. We don't say karma. We say you reap what you sow. And I feel like this is God humbling me right now because there's two things that are happening. A lot of times when I would say, "Oh, I'm the richest black man," it would be a defense that I would use for the mental health conversation. To say, "Oh, you guys say I'm crazy, but look at this, I made money."
That's what I said.
But that is not godlike to be showing off. So if it's not godlike, then God will take that because it's all the church's money, right? So what's happening right now is I'm being humbled. Another thing that's happening is by me being burned to the flesh every single day, it's actually proving what I had to say.
Yeah.
So when I went to the mediation, what I want to say is, like, black people are like, okay, Lex Friedman got you to apologize. Pierce Morgan got you to apologize to the Jews, but you never apologized to us about the George Floyd comment that made us feel bad.
So then he's going to capitulate on that. And I don't want to get into that because that's what got my other channel suspended. But
we don't
I mean, there's a lot
you
there.
Can't say nothing. You can't say nothing, bro.
Yeah. You can't say anything.
Even if you black.
Yeah. And then I think the Lex Clips guys kind of grilled them on the whole Holocaust situation, all that shit. And it's just like, I mean,
no one talks about all the innocent people in Palestine being displaced, being bombed, being, killed. But you can't because you're anti-Semitic when you talk about that.
Exactly. Well, anyways, great stream, guys. Make sure you cop the Elite D1 Reclaim Your Throne course. Had a great discussion with my brother Chance. Shout out to Puff Well with the 199 Super Trap. He says your work ethic is admirable. Keep it flowing. Appreciate that. But anyways, we're gonna go ahead and get up out of here, guys. Make sure you cop the course. It is in the description box below. It is 80% off for the first 5 hours, so make sure you go get that. Otherwise, the price is going to go up to $129. And support the channel, support the course, and get fit and reclaim your throne. Chance, any last words?
Yeah, man. Thanks for having me on. Definitely great conversations. You guys like, comment, share, subscribe. Guys, definitely pick up his course. Keen's very meticulous, very goal-oriented. So I have no doubt that the course will benefit you if you're looking for it, looking to get yourself in shape, and keep on supporting the channel.
Hell yeah. Well, I appreciate you coming on, bro. Can't wait till the next one. Yeah, have a good night, bro.
Yeah,
Be
definitely.
safe.
God bless.
God bless, brother. So yes, we had a great successful stream. Guys, like the video, share the video, comment right after the video ends so that I know your thoughts. Hopefully this gets monetized and not taken down. We delved into a lot of wild stuff, from women to conspiracy theories, and I mean, it always ends up at a certain destination. So anyways, you already know what it is, man. It's your boy, Reclaim Your Throne. Make sure you like, comment, share, subscribe, send your relationship cards to the email down below with a screenshot of your cash app so I know you're paying your tithes, man. You ought to be on your motherfucking name with the BS. You already know. Reclaim Your Throne.
Want to become an elite level athlete? Well, look no further. The Reclaim Your Throne Elite D1 training course is all you need to take your performance from subpar to the creme de la creme of athletes all around the world. The purpose of this course is to give you a comprehensive weight training, speed, flexibility, recovery, and endurance program that is meant to prepare young athletes for collegiate and professional sports. This course is packed with over 2 hours of creative, action-packed lifts narrated and coached by yours truly to assure increased strength, speed, flexibility, recovery, and endurance. Hey, I get it. Training alone can be tough and can even make you feel misguided or somewhat unmotivated. But with this course, I walk you step by step through each and every lift to make sure you're using the proper form to prevent injuries and that you're hitting the correct muscle groups to render maximum results. So what are you waiting for? It's now or never. So go ahead and get the training course today so you too can reclaim your throne.